welcome to Sri Lanka. We're coming to you live from Colombo. It's match number 6 that we're focusing on in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. It's Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A, the two unbeaten sides so far from Group A who go up against each other at the Colombo Cricket Club. We had Atul Vasan with the two captains out there a little while ago. Let's hear what happened.
Hello and welcome, and we are back here at the CCC. It's the day 3 of this wonderful tournament. We have seen some good cricketing action, and today is the match between Afghanistan A and Sri Lanka A. We're back at this, it's a new pitch. I've got the match referee Shakti Singh with me. I've got both the captains with me. Who's going to toss the coin, boys? Well, Lalage toss the coin. Heads is the call. Tail it is. So Afghanistan A wins the toss.
No, he wins.
Okay, sorry. Sri Lanka wins the toss. What are you going to do?
We are going to bowl first.
Why is that? I mean, you had a good win that the other day. That wicket was different wickets, almost 650 runs scored. This is a new pitch. Looks a bit moisture-laden.
Yeah, first few overs, little bit of moisture. We have good bowling lineup, so that's why we took a bowling.
Okay, and are you happy with the team's performance so far? A couple of very good performances, especially the 100.
Yeah, we have good team, experienced side. Yeah.
All right, all the best. All right, cheers. Shahidullah Kamal, toss, you've not won the toss. Would you have fielded first as well?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Yes, it doesn't matter. I also, when we win the toss, I also bid first.
What were your thoughts about the first game? We saw the first game, were very good innings by Akbari.
Yeah, Akbari, a very good start. We have good batting report. Akbari is a very good player.
Yeah. It's a long game, 50 overs game, so you must plan a lot, and the middle order has to really come to the party.
Yeah, middle order is very important to stay the long innings is very important for every middle order batsman.
Okay, all the best for today. Yeah. So the news from the middle is that Sri Lanka A has won the toss and they elected to bowl first. But let's have a close look at this pitch because it looks a bit damp. It's a fresh pitch, and I see a bit of darkish area around here on the off stump if you're bowling from the other end. And then if you see, it's not very hard as we had seen from day 1 and day 2. So it could be a testing time for the opening batsman. There must be some swing on offer. The moisture is there. And I think if the bowlers can exploit it, then it's going to be trouble for Afghanistan A.
Interesting toss to win for the Sri Lanka A captain. Well, Lalage, who's chosen to bowl first. And take a look at that Sri Lanka A lineup, and you'll see that one change very clearly. Lahiru Samarakun getting a game in. Remember the previous match you had Pramod Madhushan, who'd played that game earlier against Bangladesh A. That was at the Sinhalese Sports Club, where he'd taken 3 wickets in that match. So he makes way for Lahiru Samarakun. A chance for this youngster to impress with the ball. But Avishka Fernando was brilliant with the bat in that opening game. Got a big 133 is what he'd scored. So he'd be looking at making this match count as well at the CCC. For Afghanistan A, they've played here earlier at this venue. Their first match was here, and they went on to win that against Oman. Remember, you can see that one change that they have in the lineup as well, which is that Bilal Shami finds his place in the 11 in place of Israul Haq. Remember, these two teams unbeaten in the opening encounters. Sri Lanka got the better of Bangladesh in a high-scoring encounter. Afghanistan had beaten the Oman A team. That's what's already happened. Now, these are the Group A fixtures. Remember, there are 4 teams in each of the 2 groups, and only the top 2 teams make it through to the semi-finals, which is why it's so very important to keep that winning momentum going. Remember, while we are following this game, Bangladesh, just across the road, that A team is taking on Oman A as well. Well, let's take a look at the Group B fixtures as well. Remember, India A, Pakistan A, UAE's A team and Nepal in Group B. India have already registered a win by 8 wickets against the A side of UAE yesterday. Yash Dol, the captain, getting a big 100. Pakistan A went on to beat Nepal by 4 wickets. Keep an eye out on that match on the 19th, where it's going to be Pakistan A taking on India A in that big match at the Premadasa Stadium. That's coming up on the 19th of July. So mark that date on your calendars. But for the moment, keep your eye on what's going to unfold here at the CCC. I'm Raman Bhanot in the commentary box. Warm welcome to Roshan Abesinghe.
Hello, Raman. Very good morning and good morning to everybody. Yeah, it's an important game, very, very big game for both teams. They'd like to go in with being the group topper and like to go with a clean record. They've beaten Bangladesh. Here's the first ball. Binra Fernando coming in from the far end. And straight away, hint of movement. Just a bit of movement. Finds the outside edge. Didn't carry. There wasn't a lot of bounce there, but definite movement.
Well, probably it's the new ball. You can straight away see the slowness of the pitch because the ball bounced before it reached the second slip fielder. Just a thought there. A lot of times you see the slip cordon lining up depending on where the wicket-keeper takes his position. So would you want the keeper, looking at the nature of the pitch and the bounce, to be taking 2 steps forward so that the slip cordon's up?
The wicket-keeper will have to assess the bounce. Of course, this is ball number 1. Give him an over or 2, then he'll understand where the bounce is and accordingly he needs to adjust. But looking at the surface, I think Atul summed it up beautifully about the surface being soft. There is a bit of moisture by the looks of it. So it will be a challenge for sure for the openers earlier on, at least till the sun comes out and dry it.
First runs on the board for Afghanistan A. Akbari getting that 1 run against his name. Zubaid Akbari scored a 79. Remember that first match against Oman A. Hassan on strike now. With the angle that Binura Fernando is going to be bowling, it's going to be a little challenging for Hassan because stock ball would be the one that will come in, and then the variation would be the ball that will actually just hold the line as it goes across.
I think the left armer's strength is to get it back into the right hander. That's the key, because the left armers generally take it away from the right hander. They look for the outside edge. But bowlers like Chamin Davas were so good working those angles. I mean, if you talk of left armers, Wasim Akram, so that's what gave them tons of wickets.
Closer to that off stump. Again, he's tentative, Hassan, against Binura Fernando.
Binura Fernando is a tall lad. He's 6 feet 7, so he'll get bounce if there is bounce on a surface. But this surface is soft. I'll be very interested to see who's going to open the bowling at the other end. With the moisture drying, I'll be tempted to bring in a spinner. I'll really be tempted to look at a spinner.
Pitched up, was hoping for some swing there, Binura Fernando. It's interesting, he's just got 1 fielder in the slip cordon, and he's got a shot mid-wicket. So maybe for the ball that just kind of swings in and is flicked off the pads, could go uppishly.
See, it's all to do with the surface. I mean, you have people at short extra cover and short mid-wicket when the ball doesn't arrive, when you try and beat the bat on a drive. So he's got a man at short mid-wicket, as you said, to the one that angles back into the right-hander. And I really can't see this ball flying, so having a slip is all right. 1 slip is okay, I think.
Just trying to get a measure of Binura Fernando's bowling. Hassan here, he's not committing himself early on the front foot, just tentative because the ball might just shape in, trap him plumb on the pads.
Binra's length has been good in this over. He's been on the money. He's someone who doesn't try to bowl express pace. He's about 130 to 135. But what he does so well is he tries to settle into a nice rhythm, a groove, which he's trying to do now.
And well bowled, and a tidy over from Binura Fernando comes to an end. It's 1 without loss. Stayed start by Afghanistan A, just that 1 run of that first over. But these two put on a healthy stand in the previous game, remember, did Riaz Hassan and Zubaid Akbari. 90 for that opening wicket partnership in that previous match that they played, Afghanistan A against the Oman A side. Zubair Akbari, take a look at his numbers, 600 plus runs in 17 matches. As an opening bat, just want to make sure that those numbers keep swelling in terms of runs scored. Samarakun gets ready to start his spell.
Well, he's a brisk medium pacer, Samarakun.
This is, of course, the partnership that they had in that previous match against Oman A. They put on 90 for the opening wicket. These two. Riaz Hassan got 27. Zubair Akbari was the dominant of the two, got 79. Live pictures and a good start for Lahiru Samarakun.
He's not expressed by any means his medium pace, but he's an all-round of sorts. He's more of a bowling all-rounder. He was the player of the tournament in the recent National Super League, so he's been recognized for what he's achieved. But I can tell you that this young man has so much of potential. Somebody who can go a long way for Sri Lanka, can hit the long ball, can come on and bowl a bit of medium pace with a newish ball, can come back late. He's a canny cricketer. Needs to utilize him well.
Again off the edge, and oh, has it been taken? Yes, it has. That's a blinder of a catch. That ball was flying, and I think Akbari cannot believe it. He'll have to go back to the hut.
Well, that is Pasindu, Surya Bandara at second slip. That was the angle. Now they're waiting for confirmation of that catch because it was a juggling act. He took it on the second attempt. They'll want to make sure that he didn't really lose control of the ball. But either way, it was a magnificent effort. Great take. Eventually, I thought it looked like a two-handed effort, but let's see.
Well, Zubair Akbari will hang in there for a bit and let the third umpire adjudicate whether this catch has been taken fairly or not. But take a look at this. Look at the reaction of that fielder at second slip. Airborne. And did he get it cleanly once he juggled it the first time around?
Well, looking at the reaction, I want to give it to the fielder. I don't think that he would react that way had he dropped it. So he is just indicating that he held on to it. So if that's the best angle, I wonder what the third umpire would decide. But my view is, he's fine. He's fine. That box is being ticked. Players, they can get tantalizingly close to that front line. Another look at that. That's the first effort. Hits that left palm. It bubbles out. Then his elbows hits the ground. And that's the point. I think he's taken it. I know our vision is obscured, but I feel, judging by the reaction of the fielder, that he's taken the catch.
Great alacrity and athleticism from Surya Bandara. Well, if this is the only angle, well, the third umpire's got a job on his hands.
It's a tough call. It's a really tough call. So he's got to go on available evidence. Now, available evidence is nothing, whether you caught it or not. So how do you make that decision? You're not sure whether the catch was dropped.
These are not those times when you want to be the third umpire in the hot seat.
If you don't have the tools. If you don't have all the tools, sometimes you can be in trouble. But yeah, but third umpires can get into tough situations, you know. That's why the job of an umpire is not easy. That's why we need to appreciate them more. Well, there is a pause here. Right, we might have another angle just to make sure. Yeah, this might be a better angle. Let's see. Right, it's wide. Well, he seemed to have it covered, but then that's a little bit too brief.
Well, you look at it from this angle, and you probably get a feeling that the ball popped up in the air and landed right in the palm of the left hand.
I'm going purely with the reaction of the fielder. The fielder is claiming the catch. And the fielder's body language, the way he's reacted, I think he's confident that he held the catch. So they're waiting.
And the third umpire, Hossein Ali Khan, has got to make this decision.
Decision pending. What will be the decision? It's a tight one. Either way, it's a tough one. Out or not, it's a real tough one.
And it's got to be a big wicket. Zubair Akbari, in that previous match, got a handy 79. It was one of the mainstays of the batting lineup. So this could be a big wicket. Still shows this decision pending.
Well, they're waiting for the decision. I get the feeling that it might be given out by the third umpire. Available evidence seems to suggest that the catch has been taken, and I'm still going with what I saw with the fielder. The way he reacted, the way he claimed the catch. But the umpire, I think the umpire is waiting to confirm the decision.
No, I think he's been given. He's been given by the umpire, the non-strikers, and that's the umpire at the square leg region. But the umpire at the non-strikers end has already lifted his finger, which means that Zubair Akbari will have to go. He's out, caught by Surya Bandara. Samarakun tastes his first success in this tournament, in this edition, and Akbari is gone for one. Afghanistan A are now 1 for 1 with Akbari back in the hut. Samarakun gets a wicket against his name early on in his very first over off just the second ball that he sent down. And that has brought Ali out into the middle. Noor Ali, he's got a job on his hands as Noor Ali Zadran. Over 2,200 runs in 85 matches, strike rate of just over 68 in List A cricket. He's got to be now the man who consolidates the innings from here.
Yeah, plenty of responsibility, but let's not forget, Raman, that this is not a 250s, 270 kind of pitch. To me, the team should be looking at around 220. 220 to me can be a very challenging score on this surface. Oh, he bowls a rather surprisingly friendly full toss. That's not the type of delivery Lahirul Samarakon would have wanted to the new batter. In fact, he's quite surprised. He can have a grin about it. See that angle, and he appears to have it under control. Appears. That's the word.
Cricket's a gentleman's game, so if a fielder's claiming it, you've got to believe him.
Is it still?
I still believe that there's still something left in that old adage. But let's talk a bit more about the pitch.
Well, it looked a little bit dark in color. It was soft, and there were some black patches. That's an indication that there is some moisture that's available. So now, once the moisture starts to dry, that's where the spinners will play a role. What I'm really interested to find out is once the sun comes out, quick single, and the pitch dries out, will it start to help the spinners or will it settle down? See, looking at the surfaces here, I feel that there will be something for the spinners even as the game progresses. So that's why I feel 220 might be a good score. See, look at those dark patches. There's hardly any grass. It looks pretty dry as well. So the first half an hour to 40 minutes is going to be tough. That's the reason I told you I might be tempted to bowl a spinner with the moisture drying. But then when you have seamers, keep them the new ball.
At least first 6 or 8 overs, you may see the pacers of the swing bowlers in operation before you get the spinner on. But Noor Ali Zadran, he's got loads of experience. Hassan's got to come to the party as well. Riaz Hassan was on strike. Look at his debut for Afghanistan against Netherlands in 2022. The ball will end the over. Just one from it. It's 2 for 1, Afghanistani. Good start for Sri Lanka A in this contest against Afghanistan. But remember, mark your date in the calendar, 19th of July, match number 12. It's going to be Pakistan A taking on India A. A day nighter at the Premadasa Stadium. Anytime you have a rivalry between these two teams, it's always epic. Look forward to that one.
It doesn't get any bigger. India versus Pakistan. That's the game everyone wants to watch. That's the game they want to win.
Shape on that ball from Binura Fernando. A little mix-up. There could have been a chance of a run out. What a good delivery from Binura Fernando first up. Good fan.
That could have very nearly been a run out. Just a hint of movement back into the right-hander. A direct hit would have been interesting. Direct hits are always interesting and tight. Just pushing to the right of the fielder. Brilliant pickup. Excellent piece of work. That is Sahanara Chige. Well, he appears to be in, but a direct hit can always be very tight from him.
A little too far wide, but look at the carry on that ball on the way through to the keeper. But there's so many youngsters in the Sri Lankan lineup in the A team who'd be looking to put in good performances, trying to break into the national team once again. There's Avishka Fernando with the bat, Binura, the keeper, Minod.
There's also Charmika Karunaratne, who didn't get a game in the qualifiers. Binura Fernando coming back after injury. He was more or less a permanent feature before he had an injury that he picked up an injury with his hamstring. There's Ashin Bandara, another batter, middle order player. Off the edge. It will run away to the boundary. One thing about this ground is the outfield gives you real value for money. It just races away from you.
And that's the first boundary of the innings as well. Riaz Hassan gets a 4 against his name. Streaky boundary, but that's his first scoring shot.
See, that's the kind of surface the batters are up against. Not the most convincing shot. There was bounce, there was movement. So these are part of the challenges that the batters are going to be up against. Just a hint and a bit of bounce as well. Finding that outside edge. Running away to the boundary.
Just on the odd occasion trying to get the ball to shape back into the right hander. Maybe looking for that leg before Binura Fernando. But your thoughts on that, Roshan? Would you be tempted to attack one line, maybe the line outside off, and get a slip and a gully maybe?
I don't know about a gully because there is not much of bounce on the surface. Is one ball is bounced. But obviously, you'll want to stick to that off-stump line. Maybe if you want to have a gully with a newish ball, nothing wrong with it. But yes, that line has to be very important. You can't be bowling on both sides of the pitch. You've got to just make sure that you keep bowling that length around that off-stump and keep asking questions. For someone like Binura, who could bring it back into the right-hander, he could look at the pads.
Well, they've moved the shot mid-wicket into the slip cordon. So the plan is right, but the execution of the ball around middle and leg isn't the ideal one.
See, that's exactly what they did. They brought in that second slip because of the outside edge. That's because Binura is getting a bit of bounce. I'm not really still sure how the surface will work because it's a soft surface. Certain balls have taken off. So the Sri Lankan captain is hoping that second slip will come into play. But as you say, he's got to be tight with his line. It's a packed offside field. Don't let him open up areas on the leg side.
Yes, and that second slip is a lot wider. There's a big gap between the keeper and first slip as well. So they're trying to cover a little more distance in that cordon. The line's got to be outside off or just around off stump. Oh, that's better. That's much better. That'll end the over as well. They got 7 from it, 9 for 1 Afghanistani. Picturesque town, isn't it?
Also pretty historic. This is the town hall. And Colombo is a beautiful city. It's a very clean city, has so much of history. The Indian Ocean hugs its beaches. And well, as you know, Sri Lanka carries so much of history with the colonial past of theirs. Lots of colonial buildings. So he's not ready with it. So plenty in terms of... Now, you know, the CCC, the Colombo Cricket Ground where we are playing, it's the oldest club in the country, and it was formed by the Britishers. When the British ruled this country, there were planters, tea. So the Britishers formed this club, and I think it must be over 100 years, this club, the Colombo Cricket Club. So much of history here. Test cricket has been played here. Records have been made here at this ground. Brendan Kuruppu was on the field for 5 days, made 200 as an opening bat. And then he batted for 3 days, made 200 against New Zealand, and then he kept wickets. So he was on the field for all 5 days. So a few things like that.
Talk about Herculean effort and the stamina that goes into it. In that sweltering heat as well, mind you. Forget about just 5 days, but 5 days in the sweltering heat, in those high temperatures. Just a little impatient there, Noor Ali Zadran. I think he just wanted to have a get-go at the bowler.
No real seam movement from Lahiru Samarakoon. He's just picking around or just outside the off stump, the 5th off stump line. Samarakoon's action generally tends to make him push the ball back into the right hand. The one that holds his line is the one that he tries to surprise the right-hander. That last delivery, but generally he tends to, with that his action, bowling action slightly open chested, he tends to push it in.
Noor Ali Zadran, a lot resting on his shoulders. He's got loads of experience. He's played for Afghanistan in 51 ODIs and 20 T20s as well. He's got lots of runs for the national team. And batting at number 3, he's the pivot around which this Afghanistan A lineup can revolve.
See, I think what is nice about this tournament, what is important about this tournament is so many fringe players. Where this is what you're talking about. Has played for Afghanistan, 1,216 runs in ODI, 750s and 100. So he's an experienced player. So tournaments like this will start showcasing fringe players, the younger ones that are trying to break through. This is a wonderful tournament. I really like this tournament for what it offers in terms of value for their respective countries, and even teams like Oman. This man, one thing about the Afghanistans, they're so good white ball cricketers. They dominate the white ball format, the T20 format in particular. They're very sought after around the world.
Yes, and remember, he's someone who's shown glimpses of brilliance from an early age as well. Was part of the Afghanistan under-17 team back in 2004. Since then, he's moved up the age group format to the national team as Noor Ali Zadran. So he's just got to be a little patient. I think Lahiru Samarakoon's just testing his patience, bowling in that channel just outside off stump. 5 dot deliveries in the over. Something's got to give here. Patient Noor Ali Zadran plays that defensively to end the maiden over. 4 gone. It's 9 for 1. Let's take a look at the Group B fixtures. Remember, right now, throws call there, an appeal for leg before, and I wonder if height was a factor there.
Height could be a factor. Vinod Fernando is tall. He'll get a bit of extra bounce in terms of inches than maybe the others, because he delivers from a height of about 7 feet plus. And also, I think, pitching outside the leg stump. So that was a good decision. More than the height, I think straight away it's outside the leg stump. So when it's outside the leg stump, you're not LBW. You can't be LBW.
Yes, everything else goes out of the window, doesn't it? The moment it pitches even a fraction outside leg. He's getting good rhythm now. You get a feeling the way he started this over, he's running in much more smoothly, getting more rhythm going. But take a look at the Group B fixtures. We saw matches in teams in Group B yesterday. India A beating UAE by 8 wickets. Pakistan A beating Nepal by 4 wickets. Of course, remember, we've got 4 teams, so they've got to play all the other 3. The big match on the 19th of July. Pakistan A up against India A. The epic rivalry unfolds at the Premadasa Stadium in a day-nighter. Starts at 2 p.m.
A word on Vinod Fernando. I did see him bowl in that first game against Bangladesh. I thought he was a little bit rusty. His control wasn't great. He was struggling with his lines and lengths. But here, as you said, he appears to be in a much better rhythm. He's running in well. He's hitting that crease quite well. And his release is good. The lengths have been brilliant. He's been pegging around that off stump just back of a length. And he's also getting some movement. So he seemed to be on song here at the moment. He's into his third over, just 8 runs.
Again, was looking for swing in the end, ended up bowling it too full.
Commentators curse. I build him up and then he comes on and bowls a full toss. Just a hint back into the right-hander, but a full toss. He was looking for that extra yard in length.
Now, we talked about how he changed the field in the previous over. So he's got a fielder at first slip, and on the offside now he's got a gully fielder in as well. As you can see, the plan would be to attack that off stump with the surprise delivery, the one that will come in, like what he was trying on the previous occasion. Oh, you set a field for a ball on the off stump and you bowl down leg side. No, that isn't a done deal.
See, bowlers are quite canny, I must say. They look to set up batsmen. They look at various methods, as you say, Vinod Fernando, of course, that time just swinging down the leg side. But ideally, he will look to set him up, try and bowl that off-stump line, just take it away, and then maybe bring one back. So, I mean, bowlers, they're always thinking. We got our next set of commentators are fast bowlers, so listen to them. They'll tell you how they set up batters.
And they're right. They're just behind us, warming up. Parvez Maroof, Atul Hasan, all set. That's better. That's better. Attacking the stumps on this occasion. Just 1 run off that previous over from Vinod Fernando. 5 gone. It's 10 for 1. Sedate start for Afghanistan A, 10 for 1. Lost the wicket of their opening bat, Zubair Akbari, was out for just 1. A spectacular catch taken by Surya Bandara at second slip, giving Samarakun his first wicket in this tournament, in this edition. Well fielded. I think the ground fielding's been excellent by Sri Lanka A today.
Yeah, the fielding has been good, but just look at the score, 10 for 1 in the 6th over, tells you that it is challenging for the batters. Runs aren't easy to come by. We've seen so many boundaries. That's a nice shot, nice stride, and again, don't think he timed it as well as he would have liked, found the fielder. A lot of hard work for the batters. I don't think they can ever count themselves in on this surface, because there is a bit of bounce, there is some movement sometimes. I'm really looking forward to the spinners bowling on this, just to see what they will get out of this surface. Fast bowlers haven't really had much other than the bounce and been getting a bit of movement. But what would the spinners do?
Well, for Riaz Hassan, he's got his job cut out. Got a half century on debut against Netherlands back in 2022. Again, driven straight to the fielder. Just go back to that point. When you're looking at the Afghanistan white ball cricket lineup and you see someone like a Rahmanullah Gurbaz, their keeper bat, who's like the dasher right at the top of the order, that likes to go after the bowling. Riaz Hassan's got his job cut out if he wants to make the cut into the national team in that 50-over format.
Yeah, I think they're all very similar players, aggressive players. They like to get on with it, but it's the surface here. It's 10 for 1 in the 6th over. In fact, 5 overs and 4 balls. So he's struggling with the surface because with the ball not coming onto the bat. He's struggling to time the ball. But just a word on Lahiru Samarakona. I've been impressed with the way he's been mixing it up. He's dragged the length back a bit. He's bowled a cutter. He's taken pace of the ball. He seemed to understand. He seems to be a thinking cricketer. Samarakona, which is good, which tells you that they're so focused.
Again, stopped well. It's interesting that Samarakoon's bowled a much more disciplined line. His channel of attack to the right-hander has been just around that off stump. A couple of fielders in the slip cordon, the short cover in place as well. And so far, he hasn't conceded a single run.
They're also having a man at short extra cover specifically because he'll be looking to try and beat the batter on the drive, looking to catch him at short extra cover on a slowish pitch. That can happen.
5 dot deliveries in this over and make it a maiden. A maiden over from Samarakoon. 6 gone, it's 10 for 1. While these two sides have been unbeaten, Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A so far in this tournament, in this edition. Yesterday, there was match action on for teams in Group B, which featured India A, who were up against UAE's A side, and they beat them comprehensively by 8 wickets yesterday, did India A. Yash Dol, the captain, getting a magnificent match-winning 100. Earlier, UAE at one stage was 66 for 5, and from there they recovered to get to 175 for 9. Walthappa sharing a handy partnership with Farazuddin that was worth 80 runs. But India then at 41 for 2 at one stage, didn't lose another wicket, and that unbeaten third wicket partnership took them home.
The stories were very similar. Against Nepal and Pakistan, Nepal was 72 for 8. And then we had Sompal, who came in and played an outstanding knock, got them to 179. Pakistan got off to a reasonable start. They lost wickets in between. There was some turn for the spinners. Pakistan won by 4 wickets, but then it could have been tighter had Nepal had a few more runs. In hindsight, of course, that is.
I think that's something that will worry Pakistan. The fact that they lost 6 wickets trying to chase down that 179. Oh, that struck well, but won't get past the fielder at mid-off. Fantastic.
That's outstanding fielding. That's the 12th man, Janit Lienage, the substitute fielder, throwing himself to his left. That's the commitment you want. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Sompal, 75 of 101. He's the one who really held that innings together. The Pakistan fast bowlers were impressive at the start. There was something for them. But then when the pitch slowing down, there was so much of horizontal shots, pulls and cuts and hooks.
Intelligent bowling by Binura. Fernando is asking a lot of questions.
See, this is what they need to do. The fast bowlers need to be patient on the surface because they haven't really found too much in terms of bounce or movement. The odd ball is bounced, as we said. So they're just picking, they're sticking to their lines and lengths, just making sure that they do their bit and frustrate the batters. Now, what would be Afghanistan's plan? They'll have to take it in stages. They'll have to take it in phases.
Off the inside edge. Just a quick thought here about, the necessity of having left-arm pacers in every national team's bowling lineup. They add so much, another dimension to your entire bowling attack. A right-arm pacer, a left-arm swing bowler, ideally, a wrist spinner, an off-spinner, and a left-arm orthodox spinner.
See, just back on Binra. Binra's problem has been that he's been a little bit wayward. His lengths have been all right, but he's also gone down the leg side. He's particularly had that in-swinger going down the leg side, which has helped the batter to milk it for singles.
It's consistency. That's what you look for from Binura Fernando. Every over, he's bowled a couple of very good deliveries, but then it's just that consistency of bowling 6 deliveries on the button, right at that money.
Yeah, he hasn't had much help from this surface, I'll tell you. Movement hasn't been there. Well, the odd ball has bounced, as we did see, just once the outside edge was found. But I still like the rhythm he's in compared to where he was in that first game.
I'll end the over, a quiet over, 7 gone, 12 for 1.
Okay, this is the batting card. Afghanistan batting first, 12 for 1. Pretty slow start from them, having lost a single wicket. Probably they put the shutters down, but conditions also not very conducive for stroke play. Full marks to the new ball bowlers from Sri Lanka A. Samrakhoon and Binura just keeping things tight. Beating the outside edge once again, but not much carry, and that is due to the fact that the slight moisture-laden pitch, a tinge of slowness, is making hard for the batsman to find any rhythm or flow in stroke making. Good morning to all our viewers. I'm Atul Vasan, and with me is Farbiz Maroof, and welcome, Mohammed. Nice timing, but no joy. Just playing that check drive because of that indecisiveness in the mind. Afghanistani batters also are not going full flow. They're not going hard at the bowling. But it's about time they have to get a move on. Finally, that's the boundary. Much awaited boundary. This one was nicely timed. This time Samrakhoon just spraying it on the leg side, and Hassan not making any mistakes. Such a sweet time out of the ball. Nice leg side flick must have given some confidence to Hassan now. He feels that he's got his calibration right with the pitch. It happens, even if the pitch has got some demons in it, if you spend enough time on the pitch, then you calibrate your bat swing and you flow according to the pitch, and then you start feeling comfortable. Still power plays are on. 2-point again in the air. He's trying to play on the rise. That's the end of the overs. 8 overs gone. It's 17 for 1. Hassan batting on 11 and Ali on 4. They've taken their sweet time. 27 deliveries faced by Hassan. Next in is Kamal, Shah and Ali Kheel. And this is not a belter. We saw the rain around day before yesterday. But then we still saw about 280 runs being scored on this very pitch. And today, there's been no rain, but yes, you're right. The sprinkling of water has made that square very damp. They're trying to retain the moisture, the freshness of the pitches in Sri Lanka, because this is probably the end of the season and wickets are pretty tired.
Spot on, Atul. There's lots of cricket has been playing in the first class structure. Skipper Dunit Village bringing himself into the attack. Very impressive economic rate, under 5 runs. Left arm spin in modern day ODI cricket and one days. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Welcomes Dunit Village with a nice looking extra cover drive.
Nicely tossed up, but probably a fraction too full, giving the batsman the liberty. Nice easy action, Village. I'm looking forward for his spell, but look at that, just right in the slot. Too full. There was a shout of catch it because it was in the air for a little while. There's a short covers in place for that. Straight away, he has made amends. Just shortened the length a bit. Trajectory is flatter. Just recovering from that boundary.
Oh, what a comeback. First ball went for a boundary, the next two absolute beauties by Dunit Village. I think it's more of the dampness of the pitch more than the pitch has crumbled. This is where it will get trickier facing the spin bowlers.
But that's exactly what I thought, and I thought that first 8 overs by seamers was too many. Immediately they should have known. I'm sure these players have played a lot of cricket, and they played a lot of cricket in Sri Lanka. They know when it's a little damp, the spinners are more potent than the seam bowlers.
Absolutely, and that's the danger ball. 3 deliveries, which turn, bounce, and the batsman, all of a sudden you get one which goes with the arm. Most of the time we've seen that wraps on the bat and the umpires will give it out. And that's the trick what the Afghanistan batters got to be to watch out for.
That's modern day cricket. Pitching in line, hitting in line should be given out. Doesn't matter if you're forward, and even if you're way forward, as long as it's hitting in line, you're out. End of Villalage's first over. It's 22 for 1. It's not working. So 2 back-to-back boundaries in 2 overs. Just a slight move on by Afghanistan A. 22 for 1. Hassan 16, Ali 4. 9 overs gone. Sri Lankan bowlers have kept things a bit tight. Samrakun will be persisted with. And I thought, that kind of prodigious turn and bounce we saw will encourage the skipper to bring on the spin attack from both ends.
San Harachige is an option, as well as Dushan Hemanta, the leg spinner. But the last game we saw against Bangladesh up at SSC, Dushan Hemanta was bought somewhere close to 20th over. I think tactically Dunitha Lalge prefers to hold back his ace leg spinner.
But at this time, even a part-time spinner can do, because the kind of grip that is being afforded to the bowlers, you can utilize your part-time spinners here in this portion of the game.
Absolutely, I think San Harachige, the off spinner, is a good option to have. And his proven customer just made his ODI debut in the ICC World Cup qualifiers up in Zimbabwe. Has a decent run. Confident player, has been in superb form. Definitely option.
Drifting down the leg and probably a bit of bat on it as well, maybe. Very optimistic shout. Umpires are not bothered. Well, he says that yes, there's a bit of bat on it. And the angle of the delivery would have taken it away from the leg stump as well.
Yeah, spot on. He was going down the leg side. There was more swing. Encouraging stuff for Samarakon. Slow ball attempted this time. Got it wrong. Impressive figures for Samarakon. Just given away 7 runs in his 4.3 overs. What a way to come back, playing his first game of the tournament.
Well, you can see that his stock ball is the one that pitches and comes back into the right-hander. But then for that, he has to just choose the line of the 6th stump. Just 2 stumps away from the off stump. And from there, even if it holds his line, and which normally happens on damp pitches, he will be more in business.
Getting the radar right, isn't it? And also Samarakon have had a couple of good domestic seasons, playing for Mo Sports Club, as well as playing in the NSL. Was a player of the tournament in the NSL, and hence the selectors have given him an opportunity now is to get maximize a bowling all-rounder. That's at probably number 8, number 9, can use it, long handle, hard hitter, decent fielder, a useful cricketer in the making.
Yeah, that's better. That's the line. If the batsman misses, you've got more chance of hitting the stumps. Just outside that corridor of uncertainty in the offside. Has he got the one which holds his line or goes away? That's the issue. That's where you take that one step towards international cricket.
He does it consistently in domestic cricket. It's all about dishing out those deliveries in these kind of game, isn't it? It's all about showing what you got. But overall, I think he has had a good start.
Again, a beautiful stroke. This one was again pitched up. No mistake there by Hassan. He is looking good. Well poised. 10 over gone. It's 27 for 1.
A beautiful stroke there in the over. It's in the slot. Nice high elbow, bisecting that gap between extra cover and mid-off. Lasit Cruz Pulle giving the chase. One thing about Colombo Cricket Club grounds is that the value for shots are brilliant. The outfield is lightning quick. Lush green with the amount of rain the Colombo have been experiencing. Groundsman have done a fantastic job. And I think Atul also, the wicket is easing out and drying off. Now probably is the best time to bat. 1 or 2 will grip. But in the end, you just have to play the ball on its merit.
Well, yes, more or less, Sri Lanka's previous match, they put up a mammoth 349 on board, but full marks to Bangladesh, reaching 300. That was a high-scoring game over at SCC. So the second power play starts. We allowed 4 players outside the circle now.
Yeah, 4 fielders permitted to go outside the circle, but still Dunitha Lalage just having 3 fielders. Deep square leg, long on, long off, beg your pardon, and sweeper cover. Have the option of having either long on or deep mid wicket back. But I like the attacking instinct shown by Lalage, asking the batsman to go against the turn. It's good captaincy.
It looks to be a well-organized spinner. That's a good ploy, keeping the mid-on inside the circle, tempting the batsman to go over the top there. Excellent. The drift on display this time. So when it's drifting and turning, it's never easy for the batsman.
He's become a complete bowler. He's just still 20 or 21 plus years. Has a good head on his shoulders, and the selectors have given him the reign of captaining this side, who has many Sri Lankan caps and senior players. That goes to show the fate that the beat of meeting. That is Ashen Bandara for you, probably the best fielder in Sri Lanka in display at extra cover. Magnificent, saved a single.
But it's just not always a single, you know, it creates the pressure on the batsman. It's just one run, it seems, apparently, but you know, oh, look at that, turning square. And that's exactly my reason for bringing on the spinner from the other end as well.
How do you play that? Turn, bounce, and batsman just in two minds. Brilliant stuff by Dunit Bellalagi. Down the leg side, down the leg side. That is the danger ball, the one which goes straight with the arm. 11 gone, 28 for 1, Afghanistan.
Eleven gone is 28 for 1. Afghanistan a slow and steady start. They lost the first wicket in somewhat controversial circumstances. We'll show you the catch later. Brilliant effort in the slips. The juggling catch finally given out by the umpires. Akbari, the high score of the last game, the man of the match of the last game, just walking out of the ground very reluctantly.
Binder Fernando coming back for his second spell. Bowled his first 4 overs from the opposite end. Probably a couple of overs from the media box end to get through. Still to bowl Charmi Karunaratne, the other seamer. But I'm with you, Atul. I think probably is the best time to get Sana Arachike. This was Ashen Bandara last over. Take a look at that for a field. You spoke about just not about a single. It's about, for me, it's about attitude in fielding. You throw yourself in and the batsman will know behind your mind is nothing comes easy.
No, it's fine because, you know, the issue is that once you don't get the single, it was an easy single. There was a sweeper cover. You know that you're not going to get a boundary or 2 runs. But, you know, it just keeps you on the strike, irritates you. And it just encourages you to make another mistake.
Especially in these kind of pitches where it's not easy to get the singles. This was the catch that Atul Vasan was talking about. Pasin Surya Bandar flying across to his leg side. And this was outside edge, went for a boundary. Slow ball down the leg side, and there was a slow ball again by Binder Fernando. Going forward in this pitch, the slow balls of the fast bowlers will be the way forward, the amount of grip being shown.
That was the first delivery bowled by the captain, went for a boundary. And then a beautiful cover drive. Look at that shape. So, not much joy for Afghanistani batsmen, but the good thing is that they've only lost 1 wicket. In difficult batting conditions, when they lost the toss, I thought Sri Lanka would have hoped that they get 2 or 3 wickets. But somehow on this slow kind of surface, it's never easy to prize out a wicket. You've got to play the waiting game. And Afghanistan has been very circumspect in the short selection.
I think the Afghanistan side is doing it right. Taking that time, they're probably waiting till the pitch dries off even more, and once do that, probably a score of 240, 250 is a decent score. Mind you, Afghanistan has a brilliant bowling lineup with fast bowlers and spinners. It's not going to be easy for Sri Lanka. At SSC, the first game where Sri Lanka played, it was a belter of a pitch. Not today.
shot, what a shot. Again, that fluent drive, but this time from Ali's bat. He took his time. The bat swing was so nicely calibrated. Kept it all along the ground. It's not easy on this pitch. There's always a chance of just the ball spooning or going in the air, but look at that. It's a check drive. He didn't play with the full flow. Clever enough to know that.
One word I can use for that: wow. In a slower pitch, when the ball is not coming onto the bat, and all of a sudden you play a gem of a shot like that, it's a confidence booster for the batter.
Slower one, right in the block hole, just caressed to extra covers for one. And you're right. See, now it looks much decent. It's 12 overs gone. It's 35 for one. The current run rate is just below 3, which is not bad. This single wicket for Sri Lanka, they would feel that the first session just coming up in about 2-3 overs probably sitting even. And after winning the toss, they would feel that they should have done better. They've stifled Afghanistan players for runs, but eventually, if you stick around, and this partnership is looking good. Last wicket fell at the score of 1. So virtually 35-run partnership. Both these batsmen have been together for a long, long time.
A peach, another peach by Dunit Vellalage. There was some drift towards the leg stump of the batter. Pitch and turn and bounce. Take a look at this full delivery. How do you play that?
Look at that, just bowled from wide of the crease. Again, that's drift. He's looking very poised, this young man. He's a skipper. You're right, he looks the youngest of the lot. I thought he was a schoolboy when I interviewed him this morning. He's doing the right thing, just tempting it with the flight outside the off stump. Once you know that there is a slight grip, you can afford to do that. You got to sometimes buy the wickets. As a spinner, this mentality is very good, especially in these ODIs, because people think it's just a one-day game. It's not as fast with a T20. It's got that intricacies and mysteries of Test cricket still in there.
So more attacking field being set by Vellalage. Short mid-wicket field and Avishka Fernando being got a cross to short extra cover catching position. Just the 3 fielders in the leg side. Like this move by Dunit.
Catch it!
Slightly short pitch. Oh, again, brilliant. Brilliant. 1 run saved again. And you keep the batsman stuck in the crease on both ends. End of 13 overs, 37 for 1. Nice cloud cover in the sky is much comfortable surroundings for the players. Vinora continues. He's on his 6th over now.
Nicknamed as Ragama Rambo. Dunit Fernando bowling his 6th over. Great Roshana Bessing gives me a wink when I mentioned about Ragama.
Well, that's an inside joke. You got to either tell us more about it, because neither I'm laughing nor I'm serious. So you got to tell me more.
It's about the headband which Roshan Abesing used to wear when he used to play.
Oh, you mean John Rambo? Okay, now I get it.
And as well as Bruno Fernando turns out for his club, Ragama Cricket Club.
It's been excellent fielding efforts in the field. Look at that. And that guy has been electric in the covers. Look at that. Look at that. And this is the kind of fielding that actually gives a fillip to the bowlers as well. Look at that. Creates frustration. Ball was past him. Ramesh Ratnayake used to wear a similar kind of headband. I remember playing against him.
You saw him wearing Ramesh Ratnayake. You haven't seen Roshan Abesing with that. He was colourful, man. He was just... People used to think, oh, that's someone wearing a headband, that is Roshan Abesing for you.
I would love to see a picture of it, you know. I'm sure it was so far back that we won't have any video footage.
It's not that old. Come on, Atul. Be nice to the commentary captain, Roshan. Yeah, Bruno Fernando is doing a good job. Coming back to his second spell. Interesting to see how well Lalage is going to use Bruno Fernando. Bowling his 6th over. I would like to use him in the death overs as well, because the slow ball into the pitch in this surface is probably the way to go and trust more than the Yorkers, I feel. And you got Chamik Karnaratna, the experience to bowl the death overs. So Lalage got to keep his options open when it comes to death overs. If Afghanistan managed to keep wickets for the death overs, we all know how strong they could be.
Yes, this is how the pressure developed. We had 2 boundaries back to back, and then it's been 11 deliveries since the boundary. So now you can see that the batsmen are itching for a big heave. Oh, again, just outside the reach of diving gully. It's slow going again. The over rates have been pretty slow in all the matches we've seen so far. Probably it's the heat, the humidity, the players taking their own time, getting more help from the support staff. A drink here and drink there.
It's a matter of thought for the players, isn't it? Playing in these conditions, never really saw so many players cramping up. Even yesterday's game up at SSC, especially the captain of India, Yash Dul, was struggling but managed to get through and score a magnificent 100. 14 gone, Afghanistan, 41 for 1.
Taking a look at the fixtures in Group A. Remember, Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A are the 2 unbeaten teams. Both of them registered wins yesterday, day before, in the contest that they played. Lalage into his 4th over. He's given away 8 runs, has been miserly, the Sri Lanka A captain. Nur Ali Zadran's just being a very sedate knock here. Would look to cut loose. There is protection in the deep, just a single. It's a different kettle of fish when you get into the 50 over format, and this surface hasn't made stroke play that easy. Roshan Abhay Singh here with me in the hot seat. Roshan, what do you reckon would be a good score Afghanistan would look at?
Yeah, it's not an easy surface. That's why I said anything around 200 to 220 to me is going to be a good score. Now this is uppish, but it's going to fall very, very safe, because it wasn't hit with the same velocity that the batter would have liked. He tossed it up a little bit. There is a bit of grip in the surface. The ball didn't come on. See, I think the concern for me here is that Sri Lanka hasn't really got amongst the wickets. There is something for the spinners, not much for the fast bowlers. The odd ball turning, but they haven't really been able to create those opportunities as yet. Not the easiest surface, let's face it. So Afghanistan biding their time. They're just giving it to the bowlers at this stage. There you are. You could see that it just got stuck in the pitch a little bit and turned.
Yes, the ball is gripping the surface. And I wonder, with the sun beating down on it, when Afghanistan A's spinners come on to bowl, the surface will just start to break a tad. Taken the aerial route and he's got maximum for it. Not hit very hard, but hit with great timing. And finally, a 6 in the innings. And it's the first one. It's come off the last ball of the over. 15 overs gone. 49 for 1. But take a look at this once again. Cracking shot this for 6. Look at that, playing it inside out. No intention of keeping it down. Smacked it beautifully. Cracking shot for 6. Well, Lalage would bowl a tidy over till then. In the end, gives 8 off that over. 15 gone, 49 for 1. That's the legendary rivalry that's going to be again on display on the 19th of July, 2 p.m. onwards at the Premadasa Stadium. Pakistan A taking on India A.
Doesn't get any bigger, isn't it? In any tournament, you have India v Pakistan. That's the game everyone would want to talk about. That's where the eyeballs are.
And there'll also be bragging rights up for grabs in that contest, because most probably the winner of that match ends up topping Group B.
Right, we're going to see a change of bowling. It's going to be Chamika Karnaratne coming on. So what the Sri Lankan captain has done is he's kept seam at one end. He's got spin at the other end. Now, Raman, you asked me the question about the sun coming out and drying the pitch and what the Afghan spinners would do. To me, that's the mystery. It's a mystery to me. See, when I looked at that surface, my first thought, talking to the curator, good toss to lose. Really good toss to lose, so that you let the other team make the decision. Now Sri Lanka won the toss, and I have no problems in then they're deciding to bowl first, because again, taking another look, there were dark patches and there was so much of sweating on the surface. It's very dry. You hardly see any grass at all. It's brown. And underneath that, it's not a hard surface. It's pretty soft. So that's why you find certain balls getting stuck in the pitch and then coming off rather slowly. So the decision was right. I mean, when you look at a surface like this, when you look at the moisture, you'll be tempted to do that. But you're not sure what might happen next, because it's a dry and a brown surface. So that is the reason I think Sri Lanka needs to start making inroads, because what Afghanistan is doing here is they're getting into a good position. 51 for 1 in the 16th over, allowing them to launch if they want to, with wickets in hand.
Looking for a quick single here. A direct hit might have had Noor Ali Zadran in a spot of bother. He was the man running towards the danger end.
Yeah, Sri Lanka will be hoping that these half chances, these tight ones, will come their way. You know, in that game against Bangladesh, I remember Sri Lanka A, Bangladesh A, the Bangladesh batters were taking it away from them. And then suddenly you got a wicket, and then you get another one, and then you start keep knocking at that door. So that's what Sri Lanka needs to do here. It's not easy. We do see this another look of that run out. Quick pick up, Avishka Fernando. Would have been tight, but I still feel the batter would have been just in. Really tight call for the third umpire.
And luckily there was no direct hit, so the third umpire didn't have to make it, but hesitation there. Coming back to that point, I feel that what you were making earlier, Roshan, I think that Sri Lanka have had two tough matches straight up in the group stage itself. And in one of them against Bangladesh, they were put into bat. Here they've chosen to bowl first. So I think getting the taste of both ends of what can happen.
The SSC pitch was a belter. It was a brilliant pitch where there was more than 600 runs. See, if you look at this surface, yes, we know run making is not easy. Not many boundaries hit, it's more singles. And honestly, the bowlers have to be patient here. Not that the ball's kicking and turning and spitting. The odd ball is doing that. So you'll expect the bowlers to try and play on the batter's mind because of the odd ball that behaves like that, where one ball turns, the other one goes straight. So it creates that uncertainty in the batter's mind. So that's the only thing so far the Sri Lankan bowlers have had to try and work with.
Always had that fielder at short. Kalida, this will go for 4. For a moment, you felt the third man fielder had the ball covered. But then that lightning fast outfield that you were talking about earlier, where you get maximum purchase for every shot that you play. It's gone for 4. A handy boundary ends the over. It's 57 for 1 after 16. 57 for 1 after 16 overs. It's been a quiet start for Afghanistan. They lost the first wicket early. Their opening batsman, a man who got 79 in the previous match, Zubair Akbari, is out for 1. Spectacular catch by Surya Bandara of the bowling of Samara Khan. But that's all that happened. But then Riaz Hassan and Noor Ali Zadran have just kept the ship afloat. Not lost another wicket, strung together a partnership that's worth 56 now.
I think it's a very solid position Afghanistan is in. Afghanistan A, that is that they need to now start building on this. So they're going at little over 3.5 runs an over, which is very acceptable on the surface, because it's not a surface that you go and blast boundaries. It's a surface that you need to work for your runs. Really work hard. And you've got to really be using those soft skills, the singles, the twos. And I like the way they have picked the length. That's a boundary. In fact, very well done. For a moment, I thought it was Dushan Hemanta. I like the way they have picked the length. Just marginally short. They've been quick to get on the back foot. This is very clever. It makes the spinner's life that much difficult when you try and play those length deliveries on the back foot.
The other thing, just talk a little more about the captaincy of Wellalage. The previous over, last ball he got hit for 6. This time around, cut away. Well fielded there by Hemanta, the wrist spinner who's yet to come on and bowl today. Just a quick thought about Wellalage and you know, this young lad who's part of the under-19 squad as well, captain that team. Your thoughts on him coming up as a leader?
Let me tell you one thing, he comes with a massive reputation. I mean, he captained the Sri Lanka under-19 side, he's impressed a lot of people, and for a 19-year-old, he is a few years ahead of him as a cricketer. He's a mature cricketer, he's a real good cricketing brain, he's a fighter, he reads the game well. I certainly feel, I don't want to talk too early, but I certainly feel that he is captaincy material going forward. When it even with the national team. So captaining here, what the selectors have done is they just confirmed their faith in the man, and they're just showing him a pathway that this is where you can go. And you know, under him are some really senior guys. Charmika Karnaratne, there's Ashen Bandara, there is Avishka Fernando, Binura Fernando. These guys are senior. They played for Sri Lanka before him.
Off the leading edge. Didn't carry, but I think he closed the face of the bat too early there, did Noor Ali Zadran. But Wellalage, not only did he captain that Sri Lanka under-19 team, I think he was part of that team of the tournament that was named as well. He was a part of that team as well.
He's a pretty decent all-rounder. He got 100, I think, in the tournament. He bowled some really useful spells. And then he was immediately brought into the national team. This is that last trip. That was the one that was held back off a leading edge, just closing the face of the bat a little bit.
And like all left-arm spinners, he wants to get through this over very quickly. Oh, just a hint of bat. I think Noor Ali Zadran's very lucky he got bat on ball because he was playing across the line. He's got 4 for his efforts as well. A boundary will end the over. 17 gone at 65 for 1. Eight teams participating in the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Remember, group... Well, don't look at that graphic just yet, because remember, you're talking about the main Asia Cup that's coming up in 2023. That's coming up in the end of August, September, where Group A, India, Pakistan, Nepal, feature in that main Asia Cup 2023 campaign. But the logo, don't go by that. Kicked away for a single.
Now what has he done? He started off, he's stress-pressed. Chamika Karunaratne, he's bowled a no ball. Now they can't afford it at this stage. And a free hit. Well, let's see how big that no ball is. It's that last strike. Oh, I think that's tight. That's a little bit unkind, I think. There's a bit of a drag, but that's a tight one. That's a tight one. That is a tight one. I have seen worse ones being given to the bowler.
Well, I think he'll feel a little hard done for sure, Chamika Karunaratne. But in that previous match against Bangladesh, he did bowl a couple of no balls. So I think it's something that, it's pretty much a touch and go format for him. A free hit ball worked away in the gap, but not for 4. Should be a couple of runs for Nur Ali Zadran.
See, the Sri Lankan seam bowlers need to maintain that length. Horizontal shots are on. You could see that the Afghan batters were looking to run the ball to third man, play square of the wicket. Anytime it's short, this was bowled into the pitch pace of the ball. So that's different, but the batters are looking to play that horizontal shot. They seem to be comfortable playing the horizontal shot rather than when it is really pitched up, because the timing hasn't been easy. So it's a tight line and length that the bowlers need to maintain.
Again, the ground fielding's been very good. It's been very good by the Sri Lankan side today.
This guy, Ashwin Bandara, he's a gun fielder, I'll tell you. He's one of the finest. I mean, he is easily the finest of Sri Lanka, and I'll tell you, he must be ranked along some of the top fielders in the world. He's quick. He just covers so much of ground in the outfield, takes stunning catches, throws himself around. I remember he was noticed as an 18-year-old in a test match in Gaul. I'll come to that. Oh, that's a bad bounce. That's a bad bounce. See, I really can't remember what the test match was. Would have been England, and Sri Lanka wanted a substitute. And we suddenly saw some young guy running around, diving, throwing himself around, stopping balls, and we were all taking notice from the commentary box and wondering who this was. And this was Ashwin Bandara. And that's where he actually made his name. He announced himself. Because fielding to me is the most important thing in the modern game. You can be a good batter, you can be a very good bowler, but fielding is very important. This used to be the policy, the principle 50 years ago. It's still the same. It's got even more important now.
When you look back, and they say Jonty Rhodes revolutionized ground fielding effectively, and you could hold your place in the side on the basis of being a great fielder as well. You've had the Indian sides of the past where players like Ajay Jadeja and even Robin Singh at one point in time being brilliant in the field. Then Mohammad Kaif, again in the covers in that region. Yuvraj standing at backward point, making those positions their own. Slashed away. There is a fielder in the deep, but he won't get there. He was looking for a little bit of width to free his arms, and he's done that now as Nur Ali.
Not good bowling. Not good bowling at all under the circumstances. Look at how many boundaries have been scored. 8 4s and 1 6. So which tells you that boundaries are difficult to come by. This is the 18th over. And I told you that they love the horizontal shot. Anything short and wide, they go after it. Whether it's on the offside or on the leg side. But pitch it up a little bit and straighter. That's where they're going to struggle. But Chamika Karunaratne has fed him. That's a really poor delivery. Needs to be tight. Sri Lanka is now seeing Afghanistan building a solid base. And the only way you can unsettle them is not by dot balls, it's by wickets. You create pressure, but you need to get wickets.
Now he's got an additional fielder on the leg side now, Karunaratne. And that's allowed him to bowl a little straighter and attack the stumps because he feels he's got more protection on the leg side. That'll end the over. 10 runs off it, 18 gone, 75 for 1. 75 for 1. Afghanistan A, remember, after they've been put into bat. And a handy 74-run stand for the second wicket between the opening batsman Riaz Hassan and the number 3 Noor Ali Zadran. Almost contributing equally to this stand of 74 for 102 deliveries. They took their time. Initially, the strike rate was in the 50s or 60s, but you get a feeling here that over the last couple of overs, the scoring rate has been upped. The previous over going for 10. Remember the last over where Lalage bowled, he gave away 7 odd runs. Before that, his previous over, the last ball was hit for 6. So I get a feeling here that the Afghan batsmen look well set and are looking to break loose. But now, you've got the wrist spinner coming on, Hemanta, Dushan Hemanta, who picked up 3 wickets in that previous match, did Hemanta in that game against Bangladesh.
Doesn't start off with the best of deliveries, Dushan Hemanta, but if there is a leg spinner in a side and he's worth his salt, I'll bowl him. Especially on a surface like this, he's your best bet, as far as I'm concerned, to get you wickets. Leg spinner is an attacking option. He can go for a few runs. That's his record. He's going at little less than 5.5. So far, he's had 2 drag downs. Single and a boundary, not the greatest start, but I'll still want to see a leg spinner bowling against right-handers. There is something in the surface. Get him on, unleash him. Let's see what he could do.
Just dragging the ball down into the pitch, into the surface, a half tracker put away comfortably by Noor Ali. With that boundary, he's moved into the 40s as Noor Ali Zadran. He's on 41 now. Eyeing a half century and 2 ranked long hops from Hemanta so far to start his spell. Change in the field immediately. And the captain's under a spot of bother. He's in under the pump, so he's given more protection at mid-wicket to Hemanta.
See, you can't set fields for bad balls. You've got to settle in. You've got to bowl that line first and then settle in. What has happened with Dushan Hemanta was the first 2 deliveries were short and on the leg stump. This is outside the off stump, so he hasn't had a good start to the over. He's gone for 6 of the first 3 balls. Needs to settle in quickly. That's more like it. That's more like it. I wouldn't mind the batter driving on the front foot, playing off the front foot, not cutting. Get on the front foot and play you. That means you're all right. You're reasonable in what you're doing.
That's the biggest challenge as a wrist spinner, isn't it? The ability to be able to land the ball in the right areas consistently.
Much better. He's got to push. He had to push long off to the boundary against bowling to the right-hander. You'll have a long off out as a leg spinner. You'll have mid-on saving 1. But what he needs to have is the rest of the fielders need to be in tight positions, not allowing the single. You can't be pushing them to the boundary as boundary riders early on. It's a much better finish, I'll tell you. It's a much, much better finish. He went for 8 runs in the over, 83 for 1.
Scoring rate's been upped, but tomorrow, of course, is a rest day. Day after is when we have matches again, 17th of July, that is. Pakistan A go up against UAE A, while that's going to be at the Pisara Oval, remember, a day game, while India A go up against Nepal in a day-nighter at the Premadasa. So shift of venues, remember, as I said earlier, tomorrow a rest day, and match action resumes day after, that is on the 17th of July. And get a day-night game as well, with India A taking on Nepal. But Karunaratne to continue meanwhile. So one of those players, you get a feeling that he gives 110%, not 100% in terms of effort, but you're still just looking at him being a little more consistent in terms of the length that he chooses to bowl at.
The Afghan batters have played him off the back foot quite a bit, and he's loved them with, so that's why you see him being hit square of the offside, run down to third man. Lanka needs to come up with a strategy to try and get a wicket here. Again, that's the mistake. Short and wide, he's got the fielder covering it. See, as I said, it's not a pitch that has so much of terrors on it. It's a slowish pitch, but the ball has really not come on. The odd ball has turned, so there is always some interest for a bowling unit. But what the batters have done well is that they have they've taken their time, and they have batted with a lot of discipline. If you look at Hassan, for example, 63 balls over his 37. Very, very clever. And you know, Raman, this surface to me demands such an approach.
What does it look like, Roshan? Looks like a 225 odd wicket to you in terms of a score. Would that be a good score, par for the course?
When I first looked at the surface and not being sure what it might turn out to be when the sun comes out in the second half, I still feel 220 might be a good score. But again, we see the surface improving. So will this improvement carry on, or will it sort of go in the in the reverse when the second half starts?
Try to pitch it up, and it's been driven in the gap, driven firmly, and it will go to the boundary for 4. Just caressed through all along the carpet for 4 there by Hassan.
Full marks for Lairu Samarakon on the boundary for the effort, but he had a lot of ground to cover. He was up against a very quick outfield, a beautifully timed drive. He had a lot of ground to cover, Lairu Samarakon. A despairing dive, but just not good enough. Another boundary. Afghanistan now, that rate of scoring, which was around 3, is almost 4.5.
The moment he's pitched the ball up in the hope of maybe getting some movement, it's just been driven through the line. There's been absolutely no problems whatsoever. He's just pulled a little back of length, and the batsmen have gone deep into the crease and cut him or steered him down to third man for runs.
See, one other thing we see here is that the ball appears to be coming onto the bat a little bit easier now. In the past, when it started, it was getting stuck in the pitch, lots of slower balls, a few cutters, but that seemed to be something of the past. Balls coming on a bit better.
There you have it. There's been no problem whatsoever. What's most important is that the Afghan batters now seem to be milking the bowling, making sure that they're getting about 7 or 8 runs every over, and that ends the over as well. They got 9 off it, 20 gone, 92 for 1. Look at the bowling card. Binura Fernando 6 overs, none for 21. Samarakun has been the most economical of the lot. Those 5 overs bowled up front in the power play. 2 maidens in that, picking up a wicket as well, just going for 11. But Karunaratne has been expensive today. His 3 overs have gone for 27. And that's the problem, going at 9 and over. That's a worrying factor.
Another worry is Velalage gone for 24 of 5. So Sri Lanka will depend a lot on their spinners to try and peg the Afghani batters back. That ball stayed down. Another short delivery, but stayed down. The batter will be disappointed that he missed out.
Wonder if Hemanta's going to look to bowl a little quicker through the air as compared to what he did in the first over. Getting a little more rip on the ball here.
See, that's another thing for a spinner. You need to understand the pace you need to bowl on a surface. There are certain surfaces that you could afford to push it through quick, it will respond. But there are also surfaces that you need a little bit of loop, slightly slower.
Like this one. Like this one. Wasn't pushed through quicker. The batter in a spot of bother.
Well, this over, Dushan Hemanta seems to be looking to push the ball a little bit quicker. The previous over he was looking to loop it, but here he's pushed it quicker. Look to kind of hurry the batter a little bit. And it's also mixing it well. Now that was a nicely flighted loop delivery. But now what I see, Raman, is that this surface has settled down. Nothing really on offer. The ball's not turning. It's coming on quite nicely. It's quite straight.
That's clever as well. Bowl 2 googlies, then follows it up with a leg break. Does Hemanta. So he's mixing things up as well. Got a couple of them to pitch and come back into the right-hander. Then the leg break to go away. So he's just keeping the batter guessing as well. Oh, turn on that occasion. And that'll keep the batsman guessing what's to come. End of the over, 21 gone, 93 for 1.
Over the top. Velalage again tossing it up. I hope and I can feel that something's going to give. Afghanistan A has batted very patiently. These two players, Hassan and Ali, have done the hard work. Now they want to encash on it, and there might be an opportunity for the Sri Lankan spinners to pick up a wicket. Velalage has bowled well. He's into 6th over. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. And slowly he has been milked by these two batsmen. Parviz is still tossing at his wires. Again, that miscued shot. No joy. They've tried their best, Parviz, but they haven't been able to pick up a wicket when they needed the most. They picked up an early wicket, but after that, luck has not favored them.
I think the spinners have bowled decently well, especially Dunith Velalage and Chamik Karunaratne, just bowling 3 overs and given away 27 runs. Whatever pressure was built was released. Dunith Velalage, the captain of the Sri Lanka A team, just 20 years old, had represented in Test and ODIs as well. Played the Test match against Pakistan up in Galle, and he's been playing his part. Anyway, he's got opportunity in the national team, but this platform, playing in the Emerging Trophy and captaining this team, and this is a huge call made by the selectors, a 20-year-old captaining a side like this. Concussion protocol being made since a top edge hit the helmet. And meanwhile, Chamik Karunaratne was talking about Atul. plenty of width outside the off stump, hence the batsman didn't have any issues. And you and I know that slower pitches, and when it's docile, you bowl wicket to wicket. That's the biggest mistake what Charmik Karunaratne made. This is what I'm talking about. The top edge to the helmet. And as all cricket expects, and protocol has to be made.
Well, he's all right. That's the good news. A nice break to get some refreshing cold towel in your face, have a drink, get ready for the next session. Hassan, batting on 42, very patient. He's looked the part. Ali on 48. So excellent recovery by Afghanistan.
Nothing like a cold drink, isn't it, Atul? Especially in this heat, day and night.
Just a drink would do. Yes, it is taxing conditions, but there's no breeze today. That makes it even worse. Yesterday we saw at the SCC, there's a nice gentle breeze across the field. That made things much better. Very pleasant evenings though. And I'm sure when India, Pakistan and India A and Pakistan A play in the day and night fixture, it'll be a superb cricketing conditions.
The picture of Arpinda Stadium. Top edge here with the square leg in place. That's a decent option to have with Dunit Lalage, who's taking the ball away from the right-hander with Bacon mid-wicket area. It's a safe option as far as I'm concerned. Only 3 fielders in the leg side, short fine leg, long on, deep square leg, huge vacant areas around mid-wicket.
Much flatter, faster this time from Lalage. He's trying everything in the book. Somebody with Test and ODI experience, you would feel that he's got plenty of arrows in his bow, but this end of his 6th over, it's 96 for 1 after 22, but we had a small little break, so we'll continue and talk over it.
I spoke about Charmik Karunaratne being away from outside the off. These are the evidence. In a slow pitch, you need to be straighter. A couple of cut shots went for a boundary, and this was full as well through extra cover. Lairu Samarakone at sweeper cover, valiant attempt, but just not good enough. And he knows it. I think lack of cricket the last few months. Had went to the ICC qualifiers up in Zimbabwe, did not play a single game, and all of a sudden he comes to Sri Lanka with a day off, and then straight to the big stage of the Emerging Cup. I think match practice, match awareness is what's lacking with Charmik Karunaratne. This is where the experience of the international cricketer would be. And this time Dushan Hemantha shot again, feeding the cut shot of both these players who are very strong. And the right-hander brings up his 100. Ali, 53 of 60 deliveries.
Fantastic stroke this one, he waited on it. There was a sharp nip on that delivery by Hemantha. Utilized the power and brought the bat down from top to bottom, created that necessary force on the delivery, and once it goes in the gap, it was 4 for sure. And look at that again, stopping. So I mean, you can see that they have done really, really well on these conditions to just be under 4.5 runs and over, in spite of all the problems.
Noor Ali, a magnificent 53, did the hard work in the first few overs, wasn't outside edge, and this time Dushan Hemantha. It was quicker, too close to be cut away towards cover point, and a neat catch by Minod Bhanuka. Just what Sri Lanka needed, a breakthrough.
Well, so many times we have seen in cricket, you know, whenever you just cross a milestone, probably you relax a bit, you become lax, and then the wicket comes. It was a bit casual, it was too close for him to cut the ball, keeping low, and it was a bit skittish. Hemantha is going to check the front foot, but very reluctantly he's walking off the pitch. Oh. Has he been saved by one frame?
Probably need another angle. Probably the this angle will tell us. Oh, close call. I'll leave it to you, Atul.
I think it's a no ball because the line belongs to the umpire. I can see a small shave of white behind his foot. Again, a tough call. Umpires have had a tough day already. Couple of close calls. Again, we'll see. And it's landing on the line. And you can see the heel. And you cannot see any part of the foot behind that white nail. And the line belongs to the umpire. So you've got to be behind that ball.
One tough decision, isn't it? So close, and probably a game-changing moment in this important encounter. Winner most probably will go through to the semi-finals. And these are the moments that might change the game. Man in form, Noor Ali, saying that Dushan Hemantha for a leg spinner. Don't think he should be that close anyway.
Well, that's tragic. Sri Lanka A has waited 22 overs for a wicket, and this is too close to call. I would think that he's been given out. My God, saved by the bell. In boxing parlance. Wry smile on everybody's face, but I think the batsman is a bit unlucky there. Two big decisions by the third umpire today already. Noor Ali, well made 53. Pat on the back for him. And Afghanistan are 100 for 2. So the second wicket falls after a huge gap of 22 overs. Finally, Hemantha getting that breakthrough for his team. Shahidullah Kamal, the captain, walks in the middle. 51 matches, 1784 runs at the strike rate of 78.8. Probably a bit low for my liking, but probably he'll play the sheet anchor role in the middle to string the batting along.
Got to play a captain's knock for Afghanistan here. 100 for 2 in the 23rd over. I mentioned about score of 250-260 in this pitch. Once it eases off and the dampness dries off, it'll be a bat on. Huge appeal. I think it's a good call. I think it's a good call. It turned a lot, and the umpire Buddhi Pradhan from Nepal said not out, and I think it's a decent call.
Yes, it did too much. But went back to a pitched up delivery. That's risky. Would have missed the leg stump for sure. Pretty confident appeal. Off the mark. Skipper with a single. 23 gone. It's 101 for 2.
(101 for 2 after 23 overs. The captain Shahidullah Kamal and the informed Riaz Hassan who opened the batting, doing the job for Afghanistan. Change of bowling for Sri Lanka. The sixth bowler being introduced. The off-spinner, the all-rounder, a new sensation in Sri Lanka cricket, just made his debut up in Zimbabwe with the ICC qualifiers. Coming into the attack, very impressive economic rate, 4.54. This is a good call by Dunit Vellarge. Need to bring his sixth bowler. Just can't rely on 5 bowlers in modern day cricket, and San Arachige bowls really well against the left-hander. So this is a good move by young Vellarge.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Once you get that left-hander in, you had to bring out the off spinners out.
Sri Lankan attack comprises everything, isn't it? Two quicks, then the all-rounder Charmik Karnara, the seeming all-rounder. You've got three spinners, off spinner, left arm spinner, leg spinner. So it's just a matter of how to use, when to use for young Ulith. These are the learning curve for the young man. But for the moment, he has done a good job. That's the last two balls. Believe me, that's Ashen Bandara for you. If I memory serves me right, that's the fourth time he has dived across and saved a single. But more, as you said before, it's not about saving the single, it's about the body language and the message sent to the opposition. It is what is important.
And it breaks the flow, you know, it irritates the batsman. You save 4 runs, but you just create that opportunity for the batsman to make a mistake. Because you've deprived him for that run. He wants to get on the other side. Just rotate the strike, but once you're not able to do that, then you start thinking. Another dot ball goes, the pressure mounts up, then you're trying to do something. And that's where the wicket comes from.
Word is pressure every time. There was a catch by Minod Banuka, who has kept decently well in this game as well as in the last game against Bangladesh at the Singley Sports Club. Scored runs as well, batting at number 3. That'll give the wicketkeeper lots of confidence.
The run rate dropping a bit. 4.28 now. It was up to 4.6 at one point when Hassan and Ali were batting. End of over is 103 for 2 after 24. So this is the fixtures for Group B. India versus UAE. India won by 8 wickets. That was yesterday. Pakistan beat Nepal yesterday. Pakistan A versus UAE. That'll be 17th. And on the 17th, India A takes on Nepal. But the big one, match number 12, on 19th of July. It's a day and night fixture between Pakistan A and India A.
The most anticipated game on the 19th, isn't it? The entire world will be watching. And that too at the picturesque Premdas Stadium. Beautiful pitch. I think it's a game between Pakistani fast bowlers against Indian batting. We saw yesterday how well Indian chased down with the top order being in super form. And that game is going to be a high-scoring one if everything goes well.
Pakistan fast bowlers have already come to the party. 9 wickets picked up by them. Both of them very well experienced. That'll be a good contest. Because Indian contingent has got a couple of prodigious batters in them. We saw the skipper Yashdul score 100. We've got Sai Sudarshan, Abhishek Sharma. It's just packed with the gen future of Indian batting.
Two Pakistani quicks yesterday. Dahani took 5 wickets and Mohammad Wasim Jr. picked up 4 wickets. They're up and running. And yesterday, how Yash, skipper Dole, Abhishek Sharma, Sai Sudarshan, all these players out there batted. Oh, he thought for a second there's a catch towards mid-wicket, but he's negating that field at short mid-wicket. Janit Leelagill, valiant attempt. The substitute fielder. He's been superb form in the domestic setup. Janit Leelagill will be waiting for his opportunity.
I'm sure the team management must be keeping a keen eye already. Indian A batsmen must be working on how to handle Dahani and Wasim Jr. Get a chance, we'll have a look at those wickets, how they bowled, what is the kind of rhythm they're in. And in high pressure game, that is such an important thing. The kind of confidence you bring to the table.
I've seen them in PSL and playing international cricket. Both those bowlers bowl quick. But yesterday, the information we are getting is that it's not only about pace, they move the ball as well. That's impressive. And this pitch provides the bowlers with the new ball. First up in the morning, some assistance, and Nepal found it really difficult. 72 for 8 with the new ball, and then they managed to score 179, which was a great fight back. But the point is, the fast bowlers of Pakistan, we know every time the fast bowlers come through Pakistan are more than 140 plus.
It was similar script across the road yesterday when India A were playing UAE A. They were 66 for 5 at one point, and then they ended up at 178. And Dahani, for me, has got a very good action. You're right. Wasim Jr. was a revelation in the T20 World Cup. We saw him bowl beautifully, and this is Dahani. Gets closest, and look at that pace of the pitch. Just hustling the players, and he's hitting the deck fluently.
That's zip. That's proper gas by Mondani. That's his 5th wicket. Sompal Khan, after scoring a magnificent half century, was caught behind. Impressive, isn't it? Bowling bouncers, picking up wickets, bowling up, caught behind, then a bowl. He has everything. He got pace, he got movement. That's one encounter I don't want to miss on the 19th.
That's a wonderful shot. Rolled his hand, rolled his wrist, kept it down, in the spot. No fielder there.
Placement was key. Deep square fielder was in front of square, close to mid-wicket. Shahidullah Kamal knew it and played very, very square. It's a safe shot in the end. Exactly what the Afghanistan batters need. Rather than just getting bogged down in one end, they need to get a step ahead and try and target one or two bowlers of the Sri Lankan team.
Kamal is doing well here. Actually, he's just come, and what he's doing is ensuring that he gives more strike to Hassan. He's just not playing with a soft hand, dead defense. He's just trying to push the scoring, keep the rotation going.
I just feel that's what this innings needs, some emphasis and someone who's willing to take that risk and get going. Yes, the wicket is slow, it's spinning, but a score of 250 in a small ground is a must as far as I'm concerned. Yes, Afghanistan has a very good bowling attack. But don't take the Sri Lankan batting lineup any lighter, just fresh from 349, and they got experienced players. So I think Shahidullah Kamal will play an important role here. Looks like Riaz Hassan will play the anchor role, and Shahidullah Kamal will take that odd risk.
I think it will be other way around, because Kamal is somebody who actually plays that sheet anchor role. Oh, look at that. How did he miss the stump? So there is plenty of bite and turn there for the spinner still. And I think 250 plus score will be a handful.
Great. Muttai Muralidharan will be watching that and saying, that's a proper snorter. Sweep shot again. And this time Rasud Cruzpulle from being mid-wicket goes across the deep square leg. And this is good running, very good running. Cruzpulle was a bit too late to release the ball in the end. 2 runs being exchanged by these 2 batters. And Dahani, we saw the 5 wickets of the big Pakistani quick, and yesterday Mohammad Wasim Jr. was not second. He was quick, slightly singy action down the leg side. The first one, skipper Rohit Powder was taken. Inside edge, bit of steep bounce. Another drag down, this time by Kushal Malla. And the third man going for the uppercut, holds on to it. One reason I see, they're quick and they're aggressive. They like to use the bouncer.
Well, not as impressive as Dahani. All the 4 wickets Wasim Jr. got were played on, and one down the leg side. But Dahani was very impressive. A bit of luck going Wasim Jr.'s way. But yes, he looks aggressive, you're right. Just running in hard, hitting the deck. Hemanta continues for his 5th over on the trot. Pretty evenly poised at this point, with just 2 wickets down. If they take a next step forward, they increase the scoring rate, put some pressure on Sri Lanka, they can get to 270, 275 also.
It's all about keeping wickets in hand, isn't it? Atul, small ground, and if the batsman is in, come the 44th, 45th over, they could use a long and played officially just a single. And clearly Shahidullah Kamal playing that aggressive role. He's not letting the spinners settle in.
Ball.
Last wicket, well, Ali scored 53 runs. Hemanta picked up that wicket.
That's half century for Riaz Hassan, hard-working one of 80 deliveries, clearly playing the anchor role. This is the start that Afghanistan needs. Someone to bat through at least 45th over and get the rest of the batters to play around him and play those cameos and try and get that 260, 275 you're talking about.
No worries, just easy. They've got plenty of time. Don't want to take extra risks. Another wicket here would actually open the floodgates, and it'll become slightly more difficult for Afghanistan to emphasize their cause in this game. Oh, lovely shot. Great timing. Look at the ball travel.
The value for money in this outfield is maximum as possible. That's not a bad delivery by Dushan Hemant by any means. It wasn't that short, but just the Riaz Hassan has batted for so long. He picked up the length pretty quickly and played that late cut. And Charming Karunaratne, that short third man, had no chance. And take a look at that, how quickly he went across the boundary.
I think he was waiting for that slightly short of good length ball outside off stump. He knows that the leg spinners tend to do that. You know, a couple of deliveries every over are shorter than this is a perfect length again. Again, after that mistake, making amends. And perfect line, just middle of the wicket. If it straightens up from there, then it creates problem. If it turns sharply, that's a problem. 27 gone, it's 126 for 2.
Going well, Afghanistan, 126 for 2 after 27 overs. The change has been bought by Dunit Wellalage. San Arachiki to continue from the media box and just pull the 2 overs. Nicely bowled, just drifting away towards mid wicket, and Riaz Hassan clearly playing that anchor role, isn't it? And the Sri Lankan think tank must be thinking what's the best possible way to get wickets to stay in this game against a team which quite possibly hitting outside the off stump probably. It was a decent shout, but I just felt it was way outside the off stump.
Well, very optimistic shout. Kamal doing well just to pick that ball from outside off stump. Never in danger.
Umpire Rahul Usher straight away said not out from Oman. And San Arachiki politely just inquiring what was that about. He was just trying to make a point where Sri Lanka needs wicket. And I think at the moment it's just computerized. They need to do something out of the ordinary. That's a think tank of Sri Lanka Thilna Kandambi, the assistant coach, along with Avshi Gunawardhan, the head coach. They must be making their plans right now to try and restrict this Afghanistan batting lineup under 260.
Well, they must have made their plans, and also that must have been sent across the whole team. But can the team, can the bowlers, can the person on the spot who's bowling that next delivery can implement that plan? That is the main thing. And the plans have to be very flexible. You can't just have a fixed plan and keep on going along with it.
Catch it,
Oh, what a shot. Just jumping out, getting to the pitch of the ball, being brave. Hassan has been there for a long, long time, and he has had enough. He thinks he can get a move along.
Calculated risk being taken. Off spinner against the right-hander. That's a safer option to play the big stroke. Came to the pitch of the ball and swung through the line, with especially long off being in the circle. It was a safe option.
But you could clearly see that he was not trying to go over the top. He was just trying to hit the ball harder and went straight. The safest place on the pitch is behind the bowler's head. No chance for the long on fielder to just run across and stop that boundary. So the run rate now just inching close to 4.78 now. On the cusp of 5 runs an over, which is very good with 8 wickets in hand. So very solid foundation has been laid by these two batsmen.
Yeah, pass score 250 is what I think as well as you think as well, Atul. Anything more than that is a bonus. 28 gone, Afghanistan 134 for 2.
That's the batting card. Hassan batting on 61, well made 61. He's been there for a long time. 86 deliveries he's faced. Kamal has just joined him, but Ali just perished after making his 50. Very good partnership between Hassan and Ali. Just 3 extras. So Sri Lankan bowling has been very disciplined. Fielding has been good, but they've not been able to take 2 or 3 wickets in a short period of time. Partnerships is the key.
Especially with the new ball, I thought Sri Lanka could have bowled much better. And after winning the toss and bowling first, you expect at least a couple of wickets in the first 10 overs. But unfortunately for Sri Lanka, it was a decent start by the Afghanistan top order batsman. Charmi Karunaratne switching ends, coming back for his second spell from the club end, or the city end. This is an important spell for Charmi Karunaratne. First 3 overs went for 27 runs. He needs to deliver. He needs to deliver to this team right now. As a senior player, the captain looks up to him.
Yes, you're right. Almost 9 runs an over is given when the other bowlers are going for less than 3. So that's pressure situation. He's been moved around to the new end. And you're right. I think once you won the toss on this kind of a moisture-laden pitch, the intent was not very aggressive, and that's what cost them.
When you said about the intent, I completely agree with you, Atul. I thought the 2 fast bowlers started proceeding. Yes, they did bowl well. Did they bend their back and they let them off by not being consistent and not being aggressive? That's something that I like to pick your brain up.
Well, I think, you know, when the situation is such, this is his pace, his innings well, actually. You should see that first 20 deliveries, he faced 38 runs. And then in the next batches, he's moved up nicely. And now he's looking set. Actually, he should, the plan should be, and the skipper, Kamal, should make sure that you keep him, encouraging him just to sting along the innings. Because another 5-10 overs, if they keep together, there's going to be pressure situation for Sri Lanka. And you're right. What I meant was that you should be more aggressive in taking the ball away from the right-hander. You know, if you keep on bowling the in-duckers, the batsmen also shut shop. They were just defending it. And then to get them out, you got to play some aggressive fielding just to incite false shots. His innings, you can see, very crisp on the leg side. This was a good shot. Samrakun was very steady up front, but that delivery that leaves the right-hander was missing.
He looks a good player. Riaz Hassan, technically correct, has plenty of time, played the fast bowlers. And against spinners as well. That was a slow ball by Charmi Karunaratne, beaten outside the off stump. The length was the difference. Right throughout the day, I just felt with the new ball, both the fast bowlers of Sri Lanka, Lahiru and Binra, were a bit too short, and that's a much better length in this slower pitch.
I think his non-bowling arm falls away too soon for him to get that leg cutter going. You've got to keep that up. As Maruf, you know better. You know, on these kind of placid pitches, if you're hitting the deck, you've got to use your fingers, and you've got to keep your front part of the body, the non-bowling arm, stiff enough. That's much better. probably listen to us.
That's much better. The two deliveries before, beaten outside the off stump. The bounce wasn't that much, but this one, they shoot up a bit and completely surprised the batsman. That's all about the length, Atul. Slower the pitch, you hit the right area, it's still difficult to do.
And you got to put in the hard yards, you know. The length is fine, but you got to be in that position where you can put the momentum of your body action, your follow through, your run up behind that ball. Unless that happens, and suddenly, and even an angle is off, that power is not behind the ball.
Just to add one more point, the wrist position is very important for a fast bowler. Second time in this over, beaten outside the off stump. First one was the right-hander, now the left-hander Shahidullah Kamal. This is a good comeback by Chamika. First 3 overs we mentioned went for 27 runs, and this over just given away 2 runs. Just what skipper Dunitha Lalage wanted from his experienced bowler, to get through 2-3 overs economically, and a wicket here is a bonus.
Just 2 runs from that over. Good comeback by Karun Ratne. After 29, it's 136 for 2.
Those are the two groups that these 8 teams have been divided into, 4 each. Sri Lanka A, Bangladesh A, Afghanistan A, and Oman A in Group A. And today, at the Colombo Cricket Club ground, we've got the 2 unbeaten sides up against each other. Afghanistan A up against Sri Lanka A. Both of them registered wins in their opening encounters. It's been a good comeback by Afghanistan in this match. The A team lost the first wicket with just 1 run on the board. Then came that big partnership for the second wicket between Noor Ali Zadran and Riaz Hassan. Looking to stitch together another partnership here. The captain, Shahid Kamal, along with Hassan. Meanwhile, there's another match that's on in progress. 93 for 4. After 32 overs is the score for Oman A against Bangladesh A. That's a must-win match for Bangladesh A, remember. They've got to try and win that to get their first points of this competition. Roshan, just get a feeling here that the start for Sri Lanka has been against the 2 toughest opponents in the group.
Yeah, it has been. But it's always good to shoot the stars first. Then you're a bit relaxed. Yeah, but having said that, it's not easy. But just getting back to what Afghanistan has done here, I think they've done brilliantly. And I'm quite willing now to change my assessment. I thought 220 might be a good score, but this surface seemed to have settled down. Yes, the odd ball spinning. We've seen it spinning off a straight, but generally there is a little bit more freedom for batting on this surface. The ball's coming on a little bit better. Timing has been easier or better, and the Afghan batters have found plenty of areas to work with in terms of their runs. They've been opening up areas on both on the offside and leg side, and that run rate is closing in now, 4.69. I won't be surprised if they get to 5.
Healthy partnership worth 40 between these two now, developing for the 3rd wicket. Make it 41 now with that single that's been taken. And Afghanistan are 141 for 2. Look at the partnerships there. 99 for that second wicket. Now, how important was that between Noor Ali Sadran and Riaz Hassan? They lost that first wicket with just 1 run on the board. Then those two weathered the storm, played out a lot of dot deliveries, made sure that they saw this pitch get better for batting, opened up, started playing their shots. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring up the 100-run stand for the second wicket partnership, but they've definitely steadied the ship.
4 runs to deep mid-wicket. But they've done well. They're coming back for 2. This is brilliant running, really brilliant running. This is good cricket by Afghanistan. I just referred it. That's a polite inquiry from the third umpire. I think the batter is well in. Cruz pulled on the boundary, rushed around. But look at the intent in the running. Straight away they knew. They seized the opportunity. They knew there was 2. Oh, he's well in. He's well in. He's past the stumps. Now the wicket keepers now these days, they look to ask the umpire. There's nothing wrong in asking. But I've been impressed with the way the Afghan batters, particularly the way they have played the spinners. Where there's a decision pending, so let's finish that. But to me, Raman, batter is well in and quite safe.
Well, absolutely. Not too much in it because he was grounding his bat when he was running towards the safety of the crease. So he's grounded the bat, albeit even though it's a direct hit from the deep, it doesn't really matter. He's well past. He's well past the wicket keeper as well.
I know the umpires don't take any chances. I know that. I mean, if there is a possibility, they will always go upstairs. But there are times I sometimes wonder why. It's quite plain for everybody to see.
And at times I do agree with you, Roshan, because it slows the game down as well.
They're asking for another angle. To me, it was straightforward, unless...
He's played it in the air, but wide of the fielder, and he'll get 4 for it as well. Again, it's that fast outfield with the ball. A lot of times, you tend to see the ball bouncing in the outfield and just stopping a little. Doesn't happen here at the Colombo Cricket Ground Club.
Well, Charmika Karunaratne had his hands on hips, possibly quizzically looking at the fielder. I won't blame the fielder at all. It was a poor delivery. It was a drag down. And Charmika is not the quickest going. So just allow the batter. Look at where he's hitting it. He's hitting it to mid-wicket. Bounced a bit on him, but he's hitting it to mid-wicket. So it tells you that he saw it early and he had time to play the shot.
Overcompensates by pitching it up, and it's been flicked away, well fielded by Crosspulle. He stopped what could have been a boundary and keeps them down to 2.
Impressive, very, very impressive batting. Hassan 71 of 94. Kamal moving quickly, 19 of 24. He's already got 8 runs in this over. They need to take a look. That's a boundary check. Got the feeling that Cruz Pulle did extremely well. He managed to get rid of the ball. I think he's fine. I don't think there is any point where there is a contact between the ball and the body as he rolls over. I think it's fine. He's fine.
Absolutely, releasing the ball well before he made contact with the boundary cushion. Great effort by Crosspulle. .73, that's what Riaz Hassan has moved up to. Missed out in the previous innings that he missed out. He's made a 26 odd. Here he's making it count. Oh, pulled beautifully. Beautifully struck for 4. And the 150 comes up on the board for Afghanistan A.
This guy is a powerful striker. Very, very strong forearms and hit it very, very hard. This is not quick pace by any means. Charmika Karunaratne has been taken apart. This is one of his forgettable spells. He's gone for 41 runs in his 5th over. Had a lot to do with the lengths he's bowled. I mean, if you go back and take a look at the wagon wheel or the pitch map of the bowler, you would see that he's basically banged it halfway down the pitch. Runs have been scored horizontally, mostly on the leg side. So it has a lot to do with the length the bowler's bowling.
Absolutely spot on. Now, the other thing, Roshan, was his first spell of 3 overs where he went for about, what, 27 and thereabouts. He was bowling from the other end and got taken apart. Changed ends, came back for his second spell, bowled 1 over which was economical where he gave away just 2 runs. And now this over he's been taken apart for 12 already.
Much better length. That's more like the length, just back of a length, wicket to wicket seems to be the line here. Don't give him width, don't drag it down.
Well, the 50 of the partnership also came up with a boundary that was struck a couple of deliveries ago. So they moved up to 153. The score 53 for the partnership for the third wicket. And at this rate, they get to about 250 and thereabouts. So I think the worry is getting compounded here for the Sri Lanka A team. We know they have a good batting unit. We saw them post about 350 and thereabouts, 349 in that first match. But as they say, every day is not a Sunday. 12 off the over, 153 for 2, and it's time for the drinks break. What do the fixtures look like in Group A? Remember, 4 teams there in Group A. Sri Lanka A and Afghanistan A have already registered a win apiece. Afghanistan getting the better of the Oman A team. Sri Lanka beating Bangladesh A. This looks, on paper at least, a tougher group to be in. And that match where Bangladesh A take on Afghanistan A, that's going to be match number 9 on the 18th of July at the Pisara Oval. That's going to be very, very important for the fortunes of both teams as to which one of the two, Afghanistan A or Bangladesh, can actually finish in the top two and make it to the semis.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh needs to win today just to be in contention. Now that game becomes important even if Bangladesh have to win. Now this is the other one, India versus UAE, Pakistan, Nepal already played. Everyone's waiting for the 19th, the day-night game. That's what we're looking at, India versus Pakistan. But just getting back to the other group, so if Bangladesh wins today, and let's say if Afghanistan wins today over Sri Lanka, I mean that next game between Bangladesh and Afghanistan becomes so important because Sri Lanka will be hoping that Afghanistan loses. If they lose, if they win here, so lots of permutations, you know. So first things first, Bangladesh needs to win today. So then they're in contention.
Correct. And in this contest that's going on at the CCC, it's about which one of these two teams gets the bragging rights of, going top of the table. Arachege, 4 overs, none for 23. When you look at the bowling card for Sri Lanka A today, there's disappointment there. 6 bowlers used. Karunaratne, 5 overs, going for 41. He's been expensive. You look at Willalage, his 6 overs have gone for 27.
See, the key for the skipper will be to decide on his bowling combination going forward from here. Sri Lanka's problem has been that, oh, good work, very good commitment from Sahan Arachige. This is brilliant work. He not only ran, but he also had to cover and dive. See, what Sri Lanka needs to look at this stage in the middle overs, especially before they go into the last 10, is some penetration. You can't. That's a look at the bowling. Now, Binura Fernando's bowled 6, Samarakone 5 at the top. The worry is Karunaratne, 41 of 5. Arachige is also going at near 6 runs and over. Well bowled. See, they need wickets before they get to the 40th over. The danger for Sri Lanka is you can't let, well, definitely not two, not even one set batter going into the last 10 overs with wickets in hand. That's going to be a massive, massive challenge for the bowling unit. Afghanistan will be looking to run away with the game. But what has worried me, Raman, is that we haven't seen, out of the resources available to Sri Lanka, someone who could give you the confidence of getting a wicket or two.
Agree with you, Roshan. Somebody who can force the issue. It was played in the air, but short of Dushan Hemanta. So no real problems there. The other thing that you've got to keep in mind is that, till the 40th over, Sri Lanka A can only have 4 boundary riders. So when you head into the final 10, you get the extra man at the boundary rope. So I think Afghanistan A might want to force the issue right from here and now. Maybe get a couple of odd shots in the air over the infield. Not only milk the singles, but look for a couple of boundaries as well. End of the over. Just 2 from it, a quiet over. 155 for 2. So the upcoming contest on the 19th of July in this emerging Asia Cup, India A and Pakistan A. Remember, that's a big match, but you're looking at India versus Pakistan upcoming meetings overall, and you've got lots of stuff even in the Asia Cup that starts end of August to September. Oh, 4 more. That's smacked away by Riaz Hassan. Karunaratne continuing, and he's being taken to the cleaners.
See, I don't understand this. I'm really at a loss to understand this. Because Shamika Karunaratne has had an off day with the ball. And why is Willalage persisting with him? Because, see, you need to make up the 5th bowler. He's not a 5th bowler, but if you look at the available resources, Binura Fernando has 4 and Lahiru Samarakone has 5. So you'll expect them to finish it. So that's 9 overs. So you add 32 and 9, it's 41. You got to make another 9. Vilalage has 3 overs left, 4 overs left. Dushan Hemanta has 5 overs left. Sahan Arachigi has 5 overs left. So options are there. Maybe that's the reason. That is the reason. That is the reason. I don't mind. I honestly don't mind questioning that bowling because he's got a wicket for Sri Lanka. Well done, Chamika Karunaratne, and well done, Dunit Wellalage. He seemed to know something that we didn't know from here.
Well, he just rolled his fingers over the seam there. Did Karunaratne. Take a look at that. It's just, and that's darted in a little after hitting the deck and taken the inside edge.
I think the key was the length. The line was closer to the off stump. Rian hasn't gone for 82. It's 159 for 3.
The 59-run partnership for the third wicket finally broken. 59-run stand between Shahid Kamal and the batsman who's just been dismissed, Riaz Hassan. Bowled by Shamika Karunaratne. In fact, chopping one back onto his stumps, Riaz Hassan. And this is how it happened.
Again, I think this is not the best angle to try and understand the length, but he chopped it on. The reason was he was a touch fuller and tighter line close to the off stump. Didn't give him the space to play that shot.
Oh, once again, Bahir Shah, the new batsman, in a spot of bother there with that delivery that just, I think, even deviated a little off the deck, came back in.
Rushed him. That ball darted back, rushed him definitely as he pushed forward. That was a very good first ball to the new batter. Got him playing. Well, Shamika Karunaratne is the type of player that the wholehearted player. He'll give you not 100, but he'll give you 110. So let's hope he can have a good finish to this spell.
The length has changed, hasn't it? It was different for Riaz Hassan till the time he got the wicket, and now the next couple of deliveries that Karunaratne has bowled, they've been up to the bat.
And more importantly, he's bowling wicket to wicket. He's not giving width. Shamika Karunaratne is someone who is really pressing his claim to get into the national side. Lots of cricket coming up for Sri Lanka. The Asia Cup's coming up. The World Cup is coming up. Shamika Karunaratne is considered a white ball specialist. Unfortunately, he's been out of the side. So this tournament is a wonderful opportunity for him to let the selectors know that he's around and what he could do. He's a more than capable all-rounder, useful with the ball, very good low-order hitter.
It's just the commitment as well that he brings to the table. Get one and they'll settle for that. End of a wicket taking over from Karunaratne, where he gave away 7 runs as well. 162 for 3. Now, It's up to the captain, Shahid Kamal, to get a move on. He's been out there for a while. 28 deliveries faced for 21. So how does he go about his task? With 162 on the board, you'd expect them to get to about at least 250, 260. But on the 17th of July, after the rest day tomorrow, on the 17th, you have Pakistan A taking on UAE A. Shift of venue. It's going to be at the Pisara Oval. Dashan Hemanta, he's been extracting turn off this surface today.
Sri Lanka can still come back. Now, how do they do that? They've got a new batter in Shah. They need to try and dismiss Kamal, who's the next player who's reasonably set. They need to try and have new batters all the time, especially going into the last 10 overs, where you could get in some dot balls, create pressure. That's why little phases of games of cricket should be won. In T20 cricket, games can be decided in a matter of 1 or 2 balls. The best example is the last India-Pakistan in the Asia Cup. Virat Kohli hit 2 sixes. Until that time, it was delicately balanced. It could have gone either way. And that was the decisive moment. And it was decided with just 2 balls. That's my opinion. So, it's about winning little moments.
Well, yes, it's also about who dominates certain phases of play as well. Dashan Hemanta picked up 3 wickets against Bangladesh A couple of days ago. That was, of course, at the other venue, at the SSC.
That, to me, was the spell that turned the game for Sri Lanka, because Bangladesh was looking very comfortable. A swing and a miss. 349 was a tough task, but they were making good ground, Bangladesh. And these are the 3 wickets. He started off, Cruz pulled at the catcher. Now, this was a very good catch. We'll come back to that. Now, what has he done? He's cleared the boundary. These guys, when they hit it, the Afghan batters, I'll tell you, they stay hit.
Bahir Shah with a maximum. Just while we were showing you the replay of wickets picked up by Dashan Hemanta in that game a couple of days ago, he had a lot of batters caught in that deep mid-wicket region. Almost a similar ploy, but the only difference was that Bahir Shah really made solid contact with the ball. Bowler Googly here. Binura Fernando somehow prevents the ball from going past him. 34 gone, 171 for 3. Well, Binura Fernando pulled off a stop off the last ball of the previous over. And I think he might have just hurt himself on the hand because he's gone off the field.
I hope it's only bruising. Right, Chamika Karunaratne. He's all pumped up. Well bowled, very well bowled. That's the length, that's what you'll be aiming for. Go full, try and tail it back if you can. Find some reverse if that's happening.
That's the other aspect. We're in the 35th over, but effectively, we've got the ball that's just about 17 odd overs old. Remember, using a different ball at either end, so it's just about 17 odd overs old, but still managing to get some sort of reverse. Could be a tight single. Did they choose the wrong end to throw at? Could that have been a throw at the striker's end?
You could see that Karunaratne is bowling with a little bit more confidence. He was confident enough to try and take pace off the ball. That was a slower delivery. His length has definitely improved, no doubt. There you are, you could see that pace of the ball. Hit really hard. Got a hand to it. This has to be a good spell. Has to be this little phase for Sri Lanka.
Width on offer this time, but not capitalized upon by Shah. Just go back to that run-out opportunity a couple of deliveries ago. I had a feeling that the non-striker was keen to see whether the ball had crossed the bowler, so he turned around and put his bat in the crease, then turned and took off for a single, which is why maybe the throw at the striker's end might have just put Bahir Shah in trouble.
A dot ball. Now the run rate is over 5 runs and over.
Just take a look at what happened a couple of deliveries ago and keep an eye out on the non-striker. Now when it's been struck back at the bowler, look at what Bahir's doing. He's trying to get back to the safety of his crease. Then with the deflection, he turns around and tries to go for a single. The striker's anyway running. He's got a couple of yards heads up already, and he's got to the safety of the crease.
Oh, dragged him on. Played on. Lack of pace. Didn't come on. I like that reaction. Really like that reaction of Chamika Karunaratne. He's got another wicket. He's got 2 in 2. He's all pumped up. Sri Lanka would welcome this breakthrough yet again.
It's the other set batsman. It's the captain, Shahid Kamal, who's again dragged the ball back onto his stumps. Quite like what happened earlier to Riaz Hassan. Kamal now plays himself out after getting played on. He's gone for 23, and Afghanistan are 174 for 4. 2 wickets for Karunaratne in his second spell. He's come back and taken 2 crucial wickets of 2 set batters. And that talk about taking the pace off the ball, forcing the batsmen to readjust their timing, readjust the bat flow. That didn't happen. Ikram Alikhil is the new batsman who's walking out into the middle, the wicketkeeper bat for Afghanistan. But great reactions from Chamika Karunaratne. He's always pumped up. He's giving 100% as far as his bowling effort is concerned when he bowls in the middle overs. Look at some of the reactions that he gives. Quite impressive. But Ikram Alikhil, the wicketkeeper bat, is out there, close to 1,000 runs in his List A career. Strike rate of about 70. I think that strike rate's got to be very important as well when you're coming into bat with about 14, 15 overs to go in the innings. Whether you can have the strike rate in the high 80s, because this is the time when you're looking to also step on the gas, score runs quickly.
I think there are specific roles that players have been assigned. Karunaratne is hitting that bat a little bit harder. Now this is a much better situation. 174 for 4 off 35.
How quickly can things change in cricket? Of course, in life as well. But that's what's happened in this match. From a very healthy position of 159 for 2, Afghanistan now 174 for 4.
See, what's in Sri Lanka's favour is that they've got one batsman who's just in 12 of 10 and a new batter. So that's an ideal position for Sri Lanka to be in. This is the time they can bowl a few dot balls, look to attack and get another wicket if they can.
Lusna there really too far wide outside off stump. It's not been capitalized on by Shah, but Chamika Karunaratne has struck two crucial blows for Sri Lanka.
You know what I like? I love the reaction. I love the reaction. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the reaction. Look at that reaction. I love it. Just love it. What does it tell you? He's all pumped up. He's all very passionate about what he does.
All heart. All heart. Also a lot of fire and passion and intensity that he brings to the game. I think it's infectious because it lifts the morale of the team.
He does, especially when there is a partnership that's brewing or when there is something that's going against you. You need that kind of effort. That's why teams look for half chances to be taken, an outstanding run out, outstanding piece of fielding. Just looks for something to lift that entire team, the morale, and to have those heads that are drooping to try and lift them up, the shoulders.
Suddenly what's happened is with the fall of wickets at regular intervals, suddenly you'll see the scoring rate dipping. This over itself, just two singles. So where they were getting about 8 or 9 runs an over at one point in time, suddenly that's dipped. Dot ball will in the over. 36 gone, 176 for 4.
No. That's the bowling card. Sri Lanka A just managing to pick up 2 wickets in the last 7 overs. Just pecking one back for the team. Hemanta has taken 1 wicket. Samrakun has taken 1 wicket. And then 2 wickets. Karunaratne making kind of a comeback after being taken to the cleaners.
Ball in! Well call.
Arachige in his 6th over. It's a decent spell. He's kept, whenever the left-handers have been out, he's been given a chance.
The skipper Vellalage bringing in the changes. Certainly, Punit Vellalage, the trust he kept on Chamik Karunaratne did pay off. As Karunaratne was taken to the cleaners in the first power play, didn't have the greatest of day with the ball. This is what good players do. They never let the opportunity go. Mentioned before, this is a huge opportunity for players like Chamik Karunaratne and few others to fight for a spot in the Asia Cup squad, the World Cup squad coming up. As they say in cricket, when the opportunity arises, grab it with both hands.
Well, the problem with the 2 new batsmen on the crease is that they have to start from scratch again. You know, then you lose 2 players who are well set. It puts a break with the scoring rate, first of all. Then you have to rebuild. And then the risk is if you lose another wicket or so, and then you don't have enough tank in the fuel to encash the last 10 overs. The last power plays are very important. Good running, 2 runs taken. When you're not getting the boundary, this is the way to progress.
Best way to dent the scoring rate is picking up wickets. That's Sri Lanka got it with courtesy of Chamik Karunaratne. This is great enough running, great intensity shown by the 2 Afghans in the middle. Dushan Hemanta from square leg, spinner across, but just not quick enough to cut
Goal,
off the
Macha.
second run. And this is the moment of the game where spinners will get through the overs as soon as possible without batsmen identifying that much, especially both the batters are new to the crease.
The best thing about Karan Arjune was that he got both the players, well set
Goal,
players.
Macha.
Hassan was batting on 82 and then Kamal was batting on 23. Ball cleaned out. That's the end of the over. It's 180 for 4 after 37. So the current run rate is 4.86, 19 deliveries since the last boundary. The thing's cooling off a bit for Afghanistan A. They were milking the bowlers pretty nicely when Hassan and Kamal were batting. Now what or where can they go from here? Hemanta has got 3 more overs to go. Binura will come back soon.
Just a quick score update in this other game, Group A game at Singhri Sports Club, Oman against Bangladesh. At the moment, Oman just lost their 7th wicket at 115. It's going to be a very interesting group, isn't it, Azul? You got 2 teams who are unbeaten playing in this game, and you have Bangladesh who are beaten by Sri Lanka playing at Singhri Sports Club. They have to win, and they have to win it in a big margin, because the last game against Bangladesh, against Afghanistan, will be a closely encountered important game.
And they'll hope that Afghanistan wins this game as well. And they'll throw open the pool. That'll make it very interesting. And this was the way wickets were taken. This is the catch, and this is another wicket. Trying to play across the line, was not at the pitch of the delivery, and pays the price.
Now the length wasn't there. And you correctly said he was trying to probably go over long on, but better off would have gone with the turn and target the long off, especially in a pitch which is not coming on to the bat, which is gripping. And in there, an important wicket's been taken by Sri Lanka in the middle overs. Avishka Fernando at cow point takes a simple catch. Bahir Shah, after scoring 15, is gone. Afghanistan 182 for 5 wickets.
So 5 down for 182 now. Sri Lanka right on top, and this one was a rank bad ball. Oh, just bouncing 6 inches inside for a boundary. So Sharaf getting a bonus boundary first up.
Rank long hop to start the proceedings. It's exactly what Sharafuddin Ashraf would have dreamt last night. The first ball, a half tracker, dealt with ease.
Two bad balls preceding the wicket-taking delivery, which was very good delivery. Just pitching on middle and leg, turning enough, enticing that wrong shot, false shot from Bashir. But then a half tracker and a full toss, almost a full toss. So 5 runs to the new player Ashraf already.
full outside the yaw stump. Played easy towards Carpine Valley for a single. 38 gone, 188 for 5. Two new players in the middle. Sarafdin Ashraf just came into the crease last over, a boundary and a single. And the wicket-keeper Ikram Ali Keel, left-hander, trying to rebuild this innings. Afghanistan, they were going very nicely until Chami Karunaratne picked up 2 wickets in that spell. Very important ones too.
Well, essentially, you know, in our times, and maybe you would remember this, that the last 10 overs used to be called slog overs. Not anymore, because last 10 overs you got the luxury of keeping 5 players outside the circle. So essentially, what the teams actually look for, to have two well-set batsmen at the start of the 30th over, and then you can use that period of 30th to the 40th over as a slog over. And probably that's where they've lost wickets. And they'll miss out now, because they've got 2 new batsmen in the crease. And the last power play is about to start in about over and a half.
I reckon the modern game is very important for the spinners or the fast bowlers, whoever is bowling in the middle overs from 11 to 40th over, to pick up wickets. If you don't pick up wickets, you keep wickets in, and as you said, 30th to 40th over is going to be crucial for bowling lineup. That was the last wicket of Bahir Shah, beg your pardon, easily taken by Avishka Fernando of Dushan Hemantha. So modern day cricket demands wickets in the middle overs. I've seen many good teams in the middle overs. Those picked up wickets are always in the game. When you don't, good teams will make you pay.
Exactly. Good teams have got a very conscious, collective game awareness. And that is why Australian culture is something where I find all the teams, all the members of the team collectively have got that game awareness. When they know immediately a chink in the armour, a slight gap in the door, and everybody barges in. That game awareness has to be there across the board. Not a couple of people understanding and other people faltering.
Bolden!
Especially with the World Cup looming in India. We all know how good pitchers are in the neighbouring country. It's all about getting that start, isn't it?
And also, being day-night games, the dew is going to play a big factor. That's the early winters, October time. You know, when the evenings get cooler, the difference between day and night temperature is huge. And that's where toss is going to be such an important factor. But I would just feel that somehow the rules should be tweaked. Somehow, if you have to find a way that such a big impact of toss is not there on a game. Well, we'll discuss more about that. 39 gone is 192 for 5.
Dushan Hemantha to continue. All 8 overs so far. Picked up 2 wickets for 48 runs. Nicely bowled. That's nice. Good length, good pace. Inviting the batsman for the big stroke, especially with Punit Lalage placing himself up in the circle and mid-nod. So invitation being given to the big Afghan hitter.
Hemantha's into his 9th over. 48 for 2, these figures. No ball, no ball. He's been lucky to get a wicket earlier on with a very close call. And again, this is cardinal sin for a spinner to bowl a no ball.
A crime. Free hit coming up. Outside edge. It won't be out, won't be out. It's a free hit. Decent comeback by Dushan Hemantha for a free hit delivery.
Yeah, brilliant comeback. Must be a big sigh of relief, because could have gone anywhere. A lazy approach by Ashraf at that time. Just stood in his crease. Could have been more proactive. Wasted a wonderful opportunity to get maximum. More clear, faster. by Hemanta, just trying to rush through his over, not giving enough chance for the batsman to settle down.
Shamim Ashraf is no stranger for big strokes. Seen him playing some franchise cricket. Decent left-arm spinner comes in handy in the middle overs, comes and use a long handle. I think in this pitch it's not easy to straight away go out there and hit those massive sixes. So what getting in? That was a massive no ball, massive one.
Yeah, missing it by a couple of inches there, which is massive in cricket parlance. But Hemanta would actually do well. I'm sure the coaches must be working on it. Just slight gather and release of a leg spinner can actually give a bigger tweak and actually control. He can have a better control. If you rush through your bowling momentum, you don't spend that fraction of a second on the drag, you tend to lose control at times.
Beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled. Nice loop, guile. And Ali Keel had the presence of mind to tap it to extra car for a single. That's end of the second power play. 40 gone, 195 for 5.
We've got a bowling change. The captain is back in the attack. Hemanta has finished his 9 over, 2 for 51. And Velalage has got 4 remaining. So he wants to utilize his overs in the last power play when he's got the luxury of 5 fielders in the outfield. That's the sign of the third power play starting. He's still looking good for 250.
Definitely. I think even 270, if these two batters at least bats for the next 5 overs and milk those singles and not boundary, that will put enough pressure on this young Sri Lankan bowling lineup. Plenty of options still open for Dunit Velalage. Pretty sure Hemanta will finish off. And Brindo Fernando is a decent dead bowler. He uses his height and bowls those slow ball into the pitch, which is hard work. We've seen how Charming Karunaratne picked up his 2 wickets, bowling those slow deliveries into the pitch, and two of the batsmen dragged it on the stumps.
Samar Koon has got 5 overs remaining. He's been very economical, just gave away 11 runs, picked up that first wicket. And Binura also has got 4 overs remaining. So it will be interesting to see who will get to finish off the overs. 6 bowlers being employed by the skipper so far. Oh, well fielded in the end.
It's a good bit of fielding by Charming Karunaratne. Saved 2 runs there, valiant attempt. And applauded by the captain and the wicket keeper Minod Bhanuka. Definitely saved 2 runs there. Boundary check will happen, I think. From distance, it looked a good effort and had the presence of mind not to touch the rope with the ball in hand. Yeah, certainly saved 2 runs. That's a good effort by the big fast bowler.
Was trying to flick it back, but the ball didn't eventually was in the palm before flicking it back, so it made it look more difficult than it was. Ashraf is looking like 360 degrees. Where is the gap? What shot to bring on? What kind of area to target?
I mentioned about Lairu Samarkar in the toes. That's a good option to have. He uses the slow ball as well, and decent death bowler. Feeling a short third man at the moment. So bowlers who have enough overs for Dunit Velalage.
Oh,
it's interesting to see how he's going to use them. That's another big rank turner by Velalage, who has bowled really well today.
Just tossing it out up nicely outside off stump. Just trying to tempt. It's a good ploy. Oh, lovely, lovely. This one was just angled and drifting and then just pitching and leaving. So now this will create a problem in Ashraf's mind. If it was any plans of a planned shot.
There's absolute 2 jaffers to finish that over. The last ball was a dot. 41 gone, 198 for 5. Right, Dushan Hemantha comes into his last over. Picked up 2 wickets for 51 runs.
Easy.
So Hemantha will bowl right through. Ball is good of 10 overs. If you can pick up a wicket here, it'll be a bonus. Both the batsmen know that this is the last over for the lefty. Oh, again a short pitch delivery. Straight to the fielder. Missed out.
Yeah, 100% missed out a golden opportunity for a maximum, especially the deep mid-wicket, deep square leg area. It's a shorter hit to the left-hander. Attempted googly gone wrong for Dushan. Pretty lucky, he just got away with 1 run.
In a shortish delivery, but faster, and it's very close to the stumps. So batsman not having the opportunity to open up the arms. But you're right, at this level, you have to be ready. You have to transfer the weight fast enough to get that more power on that pull shot. If you get late, then you cannot pick the spot where you want to hit it. Sharp turn. Again, rushing through the overs, not giving time. A good strategy by Sri Lanka.
Last 2 overs, there was plenty of turn for Vellalage, and now Dushan Hemantha. Take a look at that. There was loop, there was some drift. It's impressive stuff by this young man.
Call for 2. Some misfield there, but not taking the chance. So sloppy running. Hemantha just been given the comfort to finish off his spell nicely. There's 2 runs coming off the first 5 deliveries. This is what exactly the captain ordered.
Finishes off his spell with a single. A well-bowled spell of 10 overs for 54 for 2 for Dushan Hemantha. Afghanistan picks up the 200 as well for 5 wickets.
One, near Malik.
Again, the ball squatting low. Afghanistan wouldn't be disappointed with this kind of behavior of the pitch.
Also, Vellalage doing the right thing, giving the left-hander a single. Probably wanting to bowl more deliveries to the right-hander. That should be the ploy going forward. Try and squeeze in those cheap dot deliveries and try and restrict the score into under 260. Definitely the Afghan spinners will be licking their lips to have a ball in this pitch.
But 28 deliveries since last boundary, so it's a good little session for Sri Lanka. They have squeezed Afghanistan into a corner. They picked up crucial wickets at the right juncture, thanks to Karunaratne, and then Hemantha picking up that wicket. And that has made sure that 2 set batsmen were back in the pavilion. The new players will have to spend some time before they can emphasize their stay on the pitch. Nobody can come on this pitch and start hammering straight away. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so as well. 6 runs from over from there onwards will get Afghanistan at 250, which I think is a good score in this pitch.
One.
Sweep shot attempted and just a single towards square leg. Anything more than that, this poor fielding. This is poor fielding by Dushan Hemantha. Should have been a second run there. And Vellalage letting his frustration know.
Well, Vellalage, I think, is more prone to think that the spinners are going to be better off than the seamers on this pitch. Again, you're right, just that odd fumble. But this time, they were looking for the second. So if both the batsmen are in tandem and they agree to the call, then very rare that you can find a run out been happening. This was a loose delivery. Will be a wide as well, plus 2 runs.
All of a sudden, the wheels are coming off from the Sri Lankan attack. They had a brief period where they were dominating, but now looks like the two Afghan players has got the hang of the pace of the pitch and putting enough pressure. And Lalage misfiring down the leg side.
Oh!
Again, the arm ball just going on with the arm flatter, skidding through. Good delivery to finish this 43rd over. Is 208 for 5.
.208 on the board for Afghanistan A. You just get a feeling they set themselves up to go hard at the Sri Lankan bowling in the last 15 overs, then lost those two crucial wickets at the set batters, then losing the wicket of Shah as well, along with Shahid Kamal, the captain, who probably had played himself in, out for 23. And now it's again that rebuilding act that's carrying on for the last 6 or 7 overs. You see them rebuilding a partnership, try and get things together before they can maybe mount another attack, another challenge over the last 5 odd overs, and maybe try and push to get the score to 250. Samar Rakoon's come back for his second spell. Starts off with a Yorkish length delivery. Very first delivery of his 6th over. The problem is 182 was what the score was when they lost that 5th wicket. They've added another 27 runs to that now with the single being taken. Again, it's the time that's been taken. They lost that wicket in the 38th over. Now we're in the 44th, so they've again just had to peg back on the scoring rate to ensure they don't lose too many more wickets and then look to mount a challenge in the last 5.
Well, look at when the last boundary was scored 35 balls ago, and that's what tells you that is exactly the impact of what wickets could do. And that's exactly what Sri Lanka should be looking at. Always, I believe, from the 11th to the 40th over, it's a crucial phase. Good fielding. It's a very, very crucial phase in a game where teams need to keep knocking at wickets, not letting batters get to the 40th over well established. Ali Khil 15 and Ashraf 13 are taking their time. The projected score at the current rate is 240. Sri Lanka will be pleased if they can keep Afghanistan. That's a bad ball, that's a wide. They'll be pleased if they can keep them under 250 from here. That will be a massive effort, Raman, considering where the Afghan A batters were.
Absolutely. Look at the number of extras conceded as well. That's going to be a cause of worry. 5 wides and 2 no balls. So 7 extra runs due to wides and no balls. And that at times tends to hurt a lot more. You get the odd leg by, that's all right. But you'd like to keep the number of wides bowled, especially the number of no balls, because they result in those free hit deliveries. You want to keep them down to a bare minimum.
A third man comes into the circle, point goes down to the boundary, so it will be pace off. Might see a bit of cutters, long off also goes out. Yeah, the fine leg fielder comes up, so pace will be off. The lengths might be slightly fuller. Might even go wider on the off stump. So there is a cover on the boundary. There you are. That's exactly the plan. Go full and wide to the left-hander, and you have a lot of cover on the boundary on the offside.
You've also got to be very sure about the lines that you keep. You've got fine leg up, can't afford to spray down the leg side at all.
Lairu Samarakon has had a very impressive performance so far. His first spell was good, got the first wicket. He's come back for his second spell. Full toss. Oh, very nearly, very nearly. That's Dushan Hemanta. He made a good effort, got his hands underneath it. Would have hoped to hold on to it. It was a good effort.
Well, he's been stationed there specifically for this. It's in the end turned out to be a low full toss. Didn't get the kind of contact you would have wanted from the sweet spot of the bat. And having said that, I think Dushan Hemanta got both hands to the ball. Just couldn't, look at that, he's just got both hands to the ball. Couldn't keep them together, couldn't clasp them together to hold on to the catch.
More runs here. 2 is the call. They'll be happy with 1. $213 for 5. 44 overs gone.
Look at that. Look at that. He's got there. The ball's dipping on him.
See, catches are never easy. They're never easy. You'll never have a thing called an easy catch. But you would expect at this level that even a half chance should be taken. See, that's the point I want to make. Dushan Hemanta will be the first to admit it, that he should have taken that catch.
Again, Roshan, the other aspect is you've got to the ball, you've got your hands underneath the ball, so you've actually done most of the hard work. Then it's about clasping it, holding on to it, and I don't think he got both his hands together to complete that clasp hold.
You're right. It was a tough call, really tough, but again you expect them to be taken. Now this is interesting. Left arm spinner to a left-hander.
1-1.
Now he's got the luxury of Binura Fernando if he wants to in the death. The good work. Couple of runs. Now these square boundaries aren't the biggest. I think they're about 65 meters. And Dunit Velalage is spinning it into the left-hander. Very interesting duel here.
Dushan Hemanta's almost getting a feeling that the ball's following him, because he was the man who was pressed into surface to field that ball. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is a great effort by Bandara this time around.
He's a gun fielder, I'll tell you. He's a fantastic fielder, Ashwin Bandara. He is an exciting prospect. You watch him running around, watch him throwing himself around, covering a lot of ground, taking outstanding catches. Take a look at this. Any day of the week, I'll go and watch him for his fielding. A brilliant fielder.
1-1.
Again, you know, Dunit Velalage is pushing the ball through quicker. Doing that, he's dragged it a little bit short, letting the batter get on the back foot. Now this, I wouldn't mind bowling to the right-hander, but to the left-hander, he has to be very tight.
It was 9th over. He's waiting on the ball there, Ashraf. Playing it late and playing it well.
Sri Lanka has Binura Fernando. He's got 4 overs left. Samarakon has 4 left. Velalage is into his 9th over. Arachige I don't think will bowl. Karuna Ratna has 3 overs left.
1.
The ball's gone to Binura Fernando. We're just talking about him. He's got 4 overs to go. He's standing at short third for the left-hander.
How?
That was pitching outside leg. single will end the over. Binura Fernando went off the field because he probably had injured his left hand. He's got some taping on it, all right. Let's hope he can actually come back and bowl. Because remember, you're talking about a left arm seamer. And he's got that taping on his left hand.
Does he have taping on his fingers? That's the question. If it's
No.
on his wrist, I think it's fine. But if it's on his fingers, that's where the problem is, because the umpires wouldn't let him bowl with tape on his fingers.
I think it's on the outer side of the hand, the left hand, not on the fingers. Back of the palm, really, effectively, if you look at it, rather than the fingers. So that won't impact his him bowling as far as the umpires are concerned. Whether it's something that's going to hurt him while bowling, that's a different question altogether.
What Dhoni Lalage is looking to do here is looking to push it through quickly, and then he just touches on to that groin of his. I hope he's all right. He seems to be in some trouble. He's getting a lot of attention straight away. The last few steps he was in trouble. He just touched on to that groin. It could, I mean, players today pick up injuries from nowhere, whether it's the groin or the muscle or the hamstring. Just an amazing number of injuries that players tend to pick up. Right, let's try and remind you what's happening in Group B. Pakistan versus UAE on the 17th of July, India, Nepal on the 17th of July. That's at different venues. Pakistan goes to Sara Oval. RPS, or the R. Premadas International Stadium, is where India will be. But the big game, 19th of July, India A versus Pakistan, day-night game at the R. Premadas International Stadium. Incidentally, the Sara Oval, just to remind our viewers and you, was the venue that Sri Lanka played their first test match in 1982. Right, take a look at this India A squad. Tell us about it, Raman.
Well, you got Yash Dole, the World Cup winning captain for the under-19 side. He's captaining this team as well. There's Abhishek Sharma, his deputy. Plays a lot of his domestic cricket for Punjab. Very handy all-rounder, left-handed bat. Very capable with the left-arm spin as well. Sai Sudarshan, remember his exploits from IPL 2023, and what a knock he played in that final of the IPL for Gujarat Titans. Got a 96 in that innings. Unfortunately ended up on the losing side, but bright prospect indeed. Meanwhile, back to live action in the 46th over now. Samarakun, he's been very economical.
Samarakun's line will have to be outside the off stump, full and wide. That's the perfect line that's looking to go across the left-hander. He's got a leg side area, he's got a deep mid-wicket, he's got a long on and a man at short square leg. The deep mid-wicket and long on is for the length he's going to bowl, because the batters will look to try and swing from outside the off stump. Single here, but now with the right-hander on strike. Let's see what the plan is. Clearly to the left-hander, go across him, go full and bowl wide of the off stump.
They'll have to step on the gas here. 5 wickets still left in hand. Have to try and have a get-go at the bowlers. Try and move on the scoring rate. Maybe score at about 7 and over from here on. For the next 5, they get about 35. They'll go past 250. Sliced away, and that'll be 4. That's exactly what I was talking about. The idea is to get a move on from here.
That's not the length nor the line, because mid-off is inside the circle. He is expected to bowl straighter with a tight leg side field, so many boundary runners. And he looks to pitch it up on the off stump and becomes a fairly easy option. Extra cover saving 1, mid-off inside the circle. So on that length, look where he's going. On the off stump, full, becomes easy because he picks his spot. He needs to bowl straight and get the ball coming back into the right-hander, because it's a leg side field.
Well, I'll tell you what he did before that previous delivery was that he pushed the long off back at the fence. Just kind of, a lot of times you get a feeling that the bowler needs to feel a sense of security about the line that he's going to bowl when he knows he has the field for it.
That last delivery I thought was a good change-up. Took pace off the ball, just slightly short. dot balls at this stage for Sri Lanka is coal dust. They need to bowl as many dot balls as possible.
Sliced away, but there is a man back at long off. He will take that catch. 2 deliveries ago, this was the fielder I referred to, that they'd taken him back to the boundary rope. They'd put a man there, and Ashraf going for a big shot, slices it and finds the man in the deep, and the captain has taken that catch. I think it's going to be referred to the third umpire, just a check, a mandatory check, and a no-ball check as well.
The catch looked clean to me, but let's see. They need to tick some boxes. First is the front foot. That seemed to be fine. He's well in. He's got enough behind the line, so that box is ticked. So let's see how the catch looks. It looked clean to me, to my naked eye. But when things are slowed down and when you look at it through an electronic angle, that's a good catch. I think that's a clean catch. Well, Alage came in, he dipped on him, had those hands underneath it. Looks clean to me.
The important part was that he needed to get the fingers under the ball as it was dipping on him. The captain, Will Alage.
Yeah, but I think it's just a little bit off frame, but I think he's got his hands, his fingers underneath it. Then he rolls over. He hits those elbows a bit hard on this hard surface. Let's see. Let's see. I think he's got it covered. He's got it covered. He's clasped it. I think, don't you think that's enough evidence, conclusive evidence, Raman, for the third umpire to decide?
We've seen lesser earlier today, haven't we, Roshan? Great effort, though, by the captain, and good field setting as well. Again, coming back to that point, they'd moved the third man up inside the 30-yard circle so they could drop the long off back. And that's when the bowler comes up with the change of pace. Waiting for the official confirmation, which has been given now. There you go. So Ashraf will have to head back to the hut. He's gone for 19, and Afghanistan have lost their 6th wicket. The A team are 225 for 6. So another wicket going down. Just when Afghanistan look to get those quick runs, they lose a wicket. But I think from here on, you're now just with 4 overs to go. There's no point in holding back the reserves.
You see, this is where Sri Lanka need to come in very strongly in the last 10 overs. How do they do that? You get wickets. When you get wickets, you restrict the opponents. I think that middle session, the middle phase, 11th to the 40th over, Afghanistan was doing very well. They were setting themselves up. But wickets can be so vital. Oh, lucky, lucky. Outside edge, you can't set a field for that. Third man inside the circle. He was attempting to play a different shot. It went to no man's land, but still a good over for Samarakon, 229 for 6.
Ah.
229 for 6. That's the score for Afghanistan A. 46 overs gone. It's now just 24 deliveries that remain. Well, Alage, the captain, chooses spin as an option, and he's bringing himself on from the pavilion end. Going to bowl his last over in his quota of 10. 9 overs, none for 44. Ali Khil is not going to hold back. He wants to have a go at Will Alage.
Will Alage has that area very well covered. He understands how to bowl to the left-hander. He's pushing it through a little bit quicker. He's not looking to loop it, not don't think he's really trying to dismiss the left-hander. He's preferring to give him a single and get him off strike, bowl to the right-hander, and he's pushing it through, bowling wide, and the left-hander is obliging by dragging it from wide of the off stump.
Yeah!
Oh, ball, they're asking for a catch, it's gone. See, to the right-hander, he was looping it, bowling it slower, searching for turn, found the outside edge. To the left-hander, it was different. That's the plan. That's why they wanted the right hand on strike.
2 deliveries faced by Akbar in his short stay at the crease. On both occasions, he got the outside edge. The first time he got an outside edge in the previous over, he got 4. This time around, he gets the outside edge. It goes straight to the hands of Bhanuka. He's gone for 4. The score is 230 for 7. First wicket of the match for Villalage, and it's come in his final over of the spell that he's bowling. His 10th over, getting the wicket of Akbar out caught behind. Bhanuka taking a catch. And that was that sliding down the leg side. The new batsman, Ibrahim, can heave a sigh of relief.
It was pushed through a bit quicker, much straighter. This is Ibrahim.
Catch.
Villalage is searching for some turn from this surface, searching for some assistance as he's going against the right-hander. This is what happened. This was just sliding down the leg side, I think. That's why the umpire didn't rule him out. 2 balls to go in his spell.
No run.
Just a little bit of width.
Now, take a look at the wicket. Look at where it starts to turn from. It virtually started to turn from almost the middle. Now that will encourage the Afghan spinners if they can find a bit more purchase. Right, 47 overs gone, 232 for 7.
So Villalage has bowled out his quota of 10, 1 for 47 for him. But take a look at the turn that Roshan was talking about.
This is what will encourage the Afghan spinners. If they can find that more regularly, then what they have on the board will be a score, a challenging score that they think they can defend. See, the odd ball has turned from there. But is it now starting to increase? This is my concern. That's why I said as the sun comes out, how would the surface react?
Will 250 be a very competitive score? Afghanistan can make it a competitive score. Well, one question's been answered. Vinura Fernando can bowl despite that injury to his hand. Starts off with a slow one.
He bowls it into the pitch, which is good. He's trying to mix it up. You need a lot of skill as you go into the last 10 overs or the last few overs, because it's about, if you talk to bowlers bowling at death, their first priority is try bowl a dot ball. Dot ball, especially you talk to a lot of bowlers playing T20 cricket, they would want to get in a dot ball. I mean, you get a wicket, it will be great, it will be a real bonus. But dot balls at this stage are so important.
It would be interesting to see the grip that he's got on the ball, because in the previous delivery you thought he was holding the ball across seam. This time around I think probably going seam up. Slower one again, but too far wide.
Where did it start? Did it cut the tram lines? That's the question. I thought it started outside the leg stump. Let's see. That's harsh. I don't think that's a wide at all.
I think it was within the hitting arc of the batsman. Yes, it pitched outside leg stump and then went all the way across.
Absolutely.
Oh, once again, it's an interesting line that he picks up, pitches it outside leg and then gets it to almost rip off the deck.
Yeah, and also this is worrying. This is an indication that the pitch is slowing down. That's why he's bowling a lot of cutters. He's not trusting or not wanting to bowl quickly. He's bowling it into the pitch, cutters into the pitch. Tells you that it is starting to slow down. So that's what I said. That's why I felt first 225, 230 will be a good score. Again, pace of the ball. 4 deliveries, pace of the ball. The Sri Lankan batters will be mindful of what to expect on the surface. The sun has come out. It started to dry out the surface. How will this surface react? My initial thoughts. And now it is confirming that it is slowing down.
Which means that maybe 250, if they get there, Afghanistan, could be quite nasty. But to get to 250, you need more shots like this. That's what's required, a boundary. Finally, welcome boundary off the blade of Ibrahim.
Just look how long he had to wait for it. Pedro Fernando banged it into the pitch. It was a cutter. Ibrahim was committed, then checked his shot, waited, and then picked his gap at mid-wicket.
So what you're trying to say is Binura Fernando almost completed his follow-through. By that time, the ball reached the batter, and he could just place it wherever he wanted to. That's better, that's better, that's better.
This is a very good over, barring that boundary. Excellent over. Again, pace of the ball going across the right-hander. I thought the one that was called a wide almost was similar.
Completely agree with you. That's why I think that was a harsh call. The extra delivery that he'll have to bowl now. Otherwise, he's had a good over. Oh, and Ibrahim has absolutely no idea what to do with that. 48 gone to 38 for 7. Hint of cloud cover here at Colombo, but that's the batting card for Afghanistan A. Riaz Hassan, a magnificent 82, a half century by Noor Ali Zadran as well, who made 53. And then you've had a feeling that a couple of batters played themselves in, but couldn't carry on. 23 for Shahid Kamal, the captain. Shah making 15. Ali Khil still out there, unbeaten on 27. I think he's got a role to play here. The last 12 deliveries that remain in the innings, he's got to try and make sure that he maximizes what Afghanistan can get from here. They're just 12 away from 250. Even at a run of ball from here, they get to at least 250 from here. Shamika Karunaratne, the comeback man. Picked up 2 wickets in his second spell. He's now back for the third.
Let's see what he does. Now the first ball was pace of the ball. So will Karunaratne take the Binra Fernando route, taking pace of the ball, bowling into the pitch? He certainly, I don't think he's looking to give pace to the batters. Pace and width are a no-no at this stage. Needs to be straight, maybe just back of a length. And he will certainly look at trying to take pace of the ball.
When you look at third man and fine leg up, it is the back of the hand, slower, and that could get him a wicket. Yes, he takes the catch himself, gleefully accepting that catch, Shamika Karunaratne. That's wicket number 3 for him. And Ibrahim's short stay at the crease has come to an end.
Again, the pace. Pace of the ball, just back of a length. The ball didn't arrive. And eventually, a very simple catch to the bowler. Take another look. See, it hardly arrived. Just back of a length. Again, not an easy catch, always falling over your shoulder. Ibrahim out for 5. It's 239 for 8.
Leg stump. Ball to go.
Salim Safi is out there in the middle. And he's going to be on strike, remember, according to the new rules. Even if the batsman who got out caught crossed, it doesn't matter. The new batter has to be on strike. So Safi is going to open his account with that single, though.
He's got a single of the first ball. That was pushed through quicker. See the difference? When the ball has a bit of pace, it comes onto the bat quite nicely. Batters enjoy themselves. Take pace of the ball, they struggle. They struggle to time.
So I wonder what the ploy would be. Would the Sri Lankan A team be thinking about it? The think tank would be saying, maybe, do we go hard in the first 10 overs when the ball is new and it's going to come onto the bat? So they'd be thinking about how they're going to chase this 240, 250 target that they're going to get. Do they go hard in the first 10 overs? Another slower one. Another slower ball. And there's no chance of timing that for Ali Khil.
Well, newer ball, harder seam, maybe quicker bowling would find the ball coming onto the bat. The batters might enjoy that little phase a little bit more, but this is not the type of pitch that you look to blast. Again, short, just an edge, an under edge. It's a pitch that you need a very measured approach. You need that real workman-like approach where you work with singles and twos.
So hit down the ground and hit well, but there is a fielder there, so just a single. Not much return for the effort into that shot.
So Karnaratne so far has had a very good over, just 3 runs. He's got a wicket, so he will be hoping to try and finish things off well. Preferably with a dot ball if he could. With that run rate, just under 5 runs an over. Last ball of the over. That's a wide. That's a wide. He spoiled it, so he's got to re-bowl it.
The other thing, as I said before, that even if they get a runner ball in this over, if they get 6 in this over and 6 in the next, they'd still get to 250. They're just trying to maximize it by hitting those big shots. That's what the plan seems to be. But 7 wides today and 2 no balls. So those 9 extras with wides and no balls, something that Sri Lanka might want to look at. Another slower delivery. They look for 2 here. No, they'll settle for 1. Avishka Fernando was very quick with the throw. 49 got, 243 for 8. Suddenly, over the last couple of overs, you get a feeling that the sun's gone behind the clouds. Maybe making things just a little better for the fielding side out there in the field. Temperatures were pretty high in the afternoon, so this just provides some respite.
I think the humidity is the problem, more than the sun really. The humidity is a worry. It's not very comfortable, I'll tell you, when it's humid. And Colombo is one of the most humid places in the country, and you really struggle.
243 on the board. 5 deliveries remain in the innings. How many can Afghanistan get? Well, for now, they've got to get bat on ball. A chance of a run out there. Minod Bhanuka probably feeling that he could have done better with that throw.
Again, it didn't come to him, and there was a plan to run that by, so they were off. And Minod Bhanuka had to wait for a while for the ball to arrive. It's still coming. Well, he could have still had it hit, he would have been in trouble, but then that's a chance the batters are going to take. Now what they wanted was, with Binura bowling left arm over the wicket, get the left hand on strike. Binura is angling it back into the left-hander. So he's hoping that he might be able to strike it over mid-wicket, try and pick that mid-wicket gap on the leg side. So Binura will have to be smart here.
He bowls too far wide outside off. That's a wide. But the batsman did shuffle across, and I think that's what Minod Bhanuka is talking about with the umpire. He's saying the batsman moved before I bowled that delivery, and therefore that shouldn't be called a wide. The umpire says, come on mate, get on with it, boy.
Yeah, fair call. I think it's a fair question that the bowler is asking. Look where the batter is. So he went wide, but he definitely cut that tram line. For sure he cut the wide line. So it's the umpire. It's umpire's discretion. So he's just sticking to the rule.
No harm in inquiring. That'll be wide as well, and no questions asked here. But I'll go back to that run-out opportunity a couple of deliveries ago. The wicket-keeper gathered the ball, and a lot of times you feel that the keeper, when he anticipates the bowlers bowling the slower ones, the batsmen are going to miss and run a by. You see them taking off the glove of the right hand or throwing hand to try and throw the stumps down. You've seen Mahendra Singh Dhoni do it time and time again. When we're into the final overs, you see the bowlers bowling the change of pace. He tends to take that glove off, looking to take that throw.
He didn't arrive. He had to wait and wait, but they'll come back for 2. See, this is what the Afghan batters wanted. They wanted the left-hander on strike because Binur is angling it into the left-hander. And when you found that the left-hander was moving, he was going wide.
I was talking about the wicket-keeper taking that glove off the right hand. You look at Minod Bhanuka right now, and the batsman's lining up to face the ball. He actually took the glove off the right hand. I think I just think he's trying to prepare for it. It's something that he missed out on earlier. He's got it at the back of his mind now.
Couple of runs here. This is very good running. Very, very good running indeed. Great intent. They ran the second run straight away. These are precious runs for Afghanistan. 250s up. The top edge. Look at how he's running. The batter on strike wants to come back. The throw should have been to the striker's end. That's not smart cricket by the Sri Lankans, but loves those precious runs. Ali Khil now 33 or 43, and more importantly, for the last 2 balls, he's on strike.
And more, yes, that's the most important aspect, because it cancels out the advantage of the angle that Binura had against Safi. Wide again. And that's what I was talking about. The moment the left-hander's on strike, as you were saying earlier, Roshan, Binura seems to be struggling about what line to pick.
Yeah, he was going wide of the off stump, but he just got his radar wrong. See, the left-hander, the batter was shaping to shuffle across, so Binura was not going to bowl into his arc. He was going to go wide. He was a little bit too wide.
Giving the charge this time around. Ali Khil will settle for a single. 1 ball remaining in the innings now.
9 runs in the over. Afghanistan will be pleased. There have been a few wides, some very good running as well. Well, ideally a single off the last ball for Afghanistan rather than a wild swing, but I get the feeling that they'll run anyway. Whether you connect or not, whether it goes to the keeper or otherwise, they will look to run.
I'd like to keep an eye out on the wicketkeeper, Vinod Bhanuka. Oh, he's gone for it. Safi takes the aerial route. Could that be a chance? It is, and it's been taken. Cleanly taken by Bandara. Makes no mistake, and Binura Fernando gets a wicket. His first wicket of the match, of the last ball of the innings.
Well, he couldn't have asked for a better fielder than Ashwin Bandara to be underneath it. Of the last ball, one of the safest Sri Lankan fielders got there quickly. It was well short of Ashwin Bandara because again, well, they're just going to check the no ball. Well, let's see, let's hope. I think Binura Fernando will be hoping it's not a no ball, but the umpires is wanting to make sure. Let's see. He's got a long stride. Oh my goodness. My goodness, he's gone over the line. He's well over the line. Has he landed? Has he landed on the line? Has he landed on the line? Does he have anything behind the line? It's out, yes, it's out. Because I think it was a drag. He had something behind the line. Now, my first impression, but as you slowed down, you could see that he lands having something behind the line and then he drags. Well, he'll be pleased. But take a look at this catch. Ashwin Bandara made a lot of good ground, got underneath it, settled quite beautifully, and at the point he took the catch, he was very stable.
Absolutely, Roshan. The height at which he was able to take that catch was because he made that move early to try and get to the ball. A lot of fielders end up diving forward because they haven't gotten to the ball. But he reached there and took a clean catch. So Afghanistan A, after they were put into bat in their 50 overs, getting 252 for 9. The highlight of the innings was Riaz Hassan's 82. That's Noor Ali Zadran making 53 as well. A handy contribution from him. Ali Khil unbeaten on 34.
Well, the Sri Lankan bowling, they bowled in patches. Binura was good, so was Samarakon. Velalage finished well. Karunaratne went for a few, but finished well. Dushan Hemanta getting 2 for 54, and Sahana Ratchige going at less than 5 runs and over.
Look at that second wicket partnership. It was worth 99 runs. Afghanistan set themselves up for a big score. Maybe, in hindsight, they'd say they were able to get to maybe 275, but they've got 252, which means 253 is the target now for Sri Lanka A to get in 50 overs. Let's take a look and see what happened. This is how the first wicket fell. Fantastic catch by Surya Bandara to give Samarakun his first wicket of the match.
And then that second wicket partnership, some lovely drive. The ball was doing a little bit. It wasn't the easiest time to bat, but some really good shots. And then the horizontal shots started to come. Anything short, the Afghan batters were willing to take them on, either behind point or in front of square, on either side of the pitch. And some outstanding batting. And then the catch, the vital wicket.
Yes, Dushan Hemanta getting that crucial breakthrough. But again, you're looking at not just Noor Ali Zadran getting a half century, Hassan also getting a half century, and an important knock from him.
Well, the Afghan batters just kept going, and they were looking for something big. At one stage, they looked like getting something big with shots like that. Short deliveries punished, Karunaratne in particular, and then this happened. That was the wicket. That was what they wanted. And Chamika Karunaratne providing it, and it did get 2 in 2. That pushed the Afghan batting back a bit.
Then Sri Lanka tried to tighten the screws, picked up those wickets at regular intervals. Afghanistan were again forced into go into damage control. But as the sun came out, it just gave you the feeling that the ball was gripping the surface a lot more. This was a catch that was put down by Hemanta.
And then Dunit Velalage came up with an absolute beauty, coming forward, diving. And then it was his chance to get a wicket. The turn and bounce for the captain.
Chamika Karunaratne redeemed himself in his second and third spell, picking up wickets in the end, claiming 3. This was the wicket of the last ball of the innings. Binura Fernando claiming 1. So now 252 on the board. Sri Lanka A have to chase down 253. We'll take a short break. Be back with the run chase pretty soon.
So that's the bowling card for Sri Lanka A. Binura bowled 8 overs, got 1 wicket, but the comeback man was Karuna Ratne. 3 wickets for 56 runs. Just managing to keep Afghanistan A below that 270, 275, which was looking very gettable at one point. 252, 253 is the target. We're ready to rumble here at Colombo Cricket Club. 253 and 50 overs is the target for Sri Lanka A. It's not going to be easy, let me tell you, as the wicket we saw was increasingly getting slower and slower, and in the last 4-5 overs, the slower ones were the standout point. The openers are ready for Sri Lanka. Avishka, the last match centurion, Fernando, 74 matches, huge experience he's got. Bowlers off. Coming in slightly on his window. Burst delivery, what an anticlimax. For my liking, it was looking to dart sharply in and probably just missing leg stump, but doesn't really matter what I think. Is the umpire in the middle.
What a start for Afghanistan. The man who scored 100 for Sri Lanka in the first game gets a snort of first delivery. Close call, close call. Could have gone either way, but the umpire thought it should go the bowler's way, and Avishka Fernando gone. The first ball itself, Sri Lanka, no runs, 1 wicket down.
Bruce Pulle and Bhanuka now. Bhanuka comes out to bat at number 3. Minod, 95 matches of experience he's got. Strike rate below 90. Nice. Nice kind of hustling, bustling action, you know. Reminds me of Pat Cummins.
And also in the attack, the captain of Afghanistan, 2 slips in a gully, vacant square leg area. He will enjoy bowling against the left-hander going across. Economy of 2.69. Still early doors in his List career. But looks like a bowler who relies a lot on swing. And as you correctly said, Atul, he looks the hustly busty bowler who comes bang onto the pitch. And he'll enjoy bowling against the left-handed Minod Bhanuka.
Well, he's getting a lot of lateral movement, especially more after pitching. So a bit of hint of swing and then seam bowling. And this is the wicket. First ball coming in sharply, slightly low, and Avishka was stuck in the crease. Could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way. The length was crucial. It was full. I don't think Avishka Fernando was committed 100% to the front foot and paid the price in the end.
That's a poor delivery, just getting excited, getting carried away. Good shot by Minod. Finally was way square. There's no chance for him to cut it off. Some easing of nerves.
Minod Bhanuka plays his domestic cricket at the same venue. He plays for CCC, Colombo Cricket Club, and he'll know the conditions very well. Similarly, Lasit Cruz Pulle made a shift to Colombo Cricket Club this year as well. So these 2 players in the middle is the 2 players that Sri Lanka will be looking and banking heavily, especially knowing the conditions. See, the wicket has not been the easiest for the stroke making.
That's a good start, I must say. Very intentful start by Ibrahim. Bowled well in the last game as well. Just charges in. Saw him bowl in a second spell. The last game also, same kind of intent, same kind of intensity. Very nice balanced approach. Look at that. Again, bang on target. Just pitching on middle and leg, ending up on the off stump. Very good first over by him. 4 for 1, Sri Lanka. Group F fixtures, Sri Lanka versus Afghanistan A in progress, then Bangladesh A versus Afghanistan A on the 18th of July, and then on 18th, the second game will be Sri Lanka A playing on Oman A. By that time, I think the semi-final spots will be declared, will be pretty clear.
Particularly with Sinhalese Sports Club game, which is Bangladesh against Oman. Looks like Bangladesh are sweeping it through. The net run rate will be a crucial point, and Bangladesh is making sure that they'll knock those runs pretty quickly. Kuldasit Kruspule playing his 62nd game. A very good strike rate, 96.1. He's a player who likes to get going from the first over itself. And the too quick of Afghanistan won't be the easiest to do so.
Starting with a wide. Sami.
Bilal Sami, again just 3 games, very early days in his young career. Looks like a bowler who likes to predominantly bowl the outswingers, 2 slips and a gully in place.
He didn't play the last game. It's his first outing in Sri Lanka. And you can see that not much experience between the 2 bowlers compared to depth of experience in the Sri Lankan A lineup. Avishka Fernando, a veteran of over 100 games, and these 2 players put together have played over 150 games. They're up against this pair who total is not in double figures.
What Afghanistan is blessed with is natural talent, isn't it? So many bowlers coming through. In the national setup, the under-19 setup, now the emerging team, which is the A team. Playing on the up this time, Lasit Kruspale is a player who likes to feel bat on ball every delivery. Doesn't waste any time. In the last game against Bangladesh, he's got going and had a brain freeze and got caught at long on. And today's his day, playing at home conditions, and missed out in the first game. Ideal scenario for the young man to win a game for Sri Lanka.
You mentioned a very interesting word, natural talent. Isn't it that sometimes this catchphrase is overrated? Because talent is everywhere. What you do with the talent, how it's nurtured, and how you come along with your experiences is what really matters.
Absolutely. When I meant by natural talent, this young man has just started his career where he's getting highlighted. All this time he's been playing lots of club cricket. 2 is a call, easily made with vacant Swalek area. And it's a natural talent. He's a player, sort of, he sees the ball and he goes after it. Last game was the classical example. He just wanted to go and hammer and tong every delivery, which you cannot do that. Natural talent will get you a certain position, and from there, once you reach, is where you end up. It's all about your hard work, as you said.
And where the selectors take you.
Selectors can only offer the opportunity for us to go out there. Met a couple of them in the crowd today. And they've rated this young man very highly, especially with the ability to play those strokes.
Oh, what a shot. Such a pleasing stroke off the back foot, just a punch through extra covers. And you're right, cross puller seems to be in the state of mind where he means business. You're right, you know. I mean, some players definitely over the period of their careers tend to get more opportunities than the other players. But look at that shot. So it's good that they let the new ball count, and the main forte. Oh, again a good shot. But the main forte of Afghanistan team is the spinners. So if the seamers can pick up a couple of wickets, it makes things much easier for the spinners.
the other way around for Sri Lanka. It's the best time to bat is with the new ball. I just feel once the ball loses the hardness and the shine, it'll be tough work with the amount of spinners, but Afghanistan have them himself. So I reckon getting a good start and from there to build the innings from the 11th over till about the 40th over is where the game depends. If Afghanistan can manage to pick up wickets in the middle overs, they'll be having a firm foot in those areas. But for Sri Lanka, gets a good start here and manage the middle overs and plays well, calm and collective, I think Sri Lanka will be the favourites.
I tell you, this game can turn the standings in this group over its head. That's the end of the over. We'll discuss it more. It's 12 for 1 after 2 overs.
This is a wicket of the first delivery. Avishka Fernando was trapped in front. 50-50 call, and the umpire Raul Asher from Oman thought it should go the bowler's way. A centurion from the first game, Avishka Fernando. Sri Lanka is heavily banking on the experience of Fernando. Unfortunately, this one again. This one I was talking about, playing fire with fire, and Cruz Pulle pays the price.
That's a very, very optimistic shot, but not in the interest of the team. A loose shot. The ball was up there. Cruz Pulle's job was to just stem the rot, be there, but this was a very loose stroke. The foot was not to the pitch of the ball. The head was up in the air, and he's paid the price. Lasit Cruz Pulle departs at 7, and now Sri Lanka in a bit of bother with 12 for 2.
Spot from there, you 12 for 2, Sri Lanka into early trouble. Passing the Surya Bandar at number 4 for Sri Lanka. Did a nice little cameo in the last game against Bangladesh. And today the circumstances are totally different. Now to build the innings, resurrect the innings against a top quality Afghanistan attack. Surya Bandar playing his 30th game. In his early days, runs 820. He's a far better player than that. The striker is close to 85. Predominantly a player who likes to drag the innings longer, likes to play those big innings. Exactly what Sri Lanka need at this juncture.
You're right, that's what the doctors ordered for Sri Lanka, just to stem the rot, just to keep the game, just to take it deep. Runs don't matter. Once the batsman is set, we have seen how easily you can bump up the scoring rate. We saw Afghanistan struggle a bit earlier on, but their number 2 and 3 kept that inning together. They lost the first wicket in the first over, and then they made Sri Lankan bowlers toil for next 27 overs before they gave the wicket away. And eventually they've got more than 250 runs, which is pretty apparent that you stick around on this pitch and you will find a way to score.
All what Sri Lanka need is someone to be the anchor and back close to 45, 45th or till the end. For Afghanistan, it was Riaz Hassan. Puri Surya Bandar is here because Lasit Kruspulle just lost the plot again. The second opportunity for him in the last game too. Went for a big stroke, was caught at long on this occasion. The situation demanded for a steady knock, but in the end paid the price for going up big, trying to go over long on. Huge appeal, and this time, second time in this innings, Ibrahim traps the batsman right in front, and this looks much more closer than Avishka Fernando's.
I'm loving this spell. Look at him charging. Looks like Pat Cummins, you know, just comes in and is hitting the deck. He is prized out the top order. He's keeping a bit low, but this is the kind of pitch where you have to adjust your technique. And not troubling the scorers at all. 2 deliveries, and he has to walk with the duck against his name. And Sri Lanka in big trouble. Look at that ball coming in. The inducker looks like a action replay of the first wicket when he got Avishka.
Surya Bandara gone for no doubt scoring. Sri Lanka 12 for 3. Sri Lanka in deep trouble. 12 for 3. Never easy. Sana Arachige, national cap, playing his 72nd list A game. Along with Minod Banuga, got to steady the ship now for Sri Lanka. 2 left-handers. Mohammad Ibrahim, 3 for 4. Great figures. He has bowled good lengths, had the ball moving across the left hand into the right hand. Has been in devastating form. A slip, a gully, coming round the wicket straight away to the left-hander.
He is virtually unplayable. This was a bad mistake. Just letting the batsman off the strike. But it's up to Banuka now. He was a half century in the last game also. Ibrahim has sent 3 of the top 4 batsmen back in the pavilion. What a spell.
A dream spell for the young man. Prize wicket for Afghanistan would be the man on screen now. Minod Banuka, who's in decent form, scored a half century against Bangladesh at Singhali Sports Club.
Oh, that's very well played. Solidly behind that ball. Watchful. I think you have to counter this induckers. End of 3 overs, 15 for 3.
Yeah, 15 for 3 after 3 overs. Mohammad Ibrahim has demolished the top part of Sri Lanka. Avishka Fernando, Lasit Kruspulle and Surya Bandara, all 3 right-handers. This was Avishka Fernando, first delivery of the innings. 50-50 call going to the bowler Sen. And Mohammad Ibrahim cleaning up Kruspulle and passing Surya Bandara. Got to be in the front foot and look plumb in front. Elated, and he's definitely has given a torrid time for the openers.
And he picked up 3 wickets in the last game. So he's got 6 already under his belt. And he's just bowled his 2 overs in this innings. Sami can pick up a wicket here. That'll be a cat among the dogs.
Looks like wanting to have a day off, early day off. Sana Arachige did play a similar inning in the final of the qualifiers against Netherlands. When the chips were down, was promoted at number 4, scored a half century. So he's used to this situation. How Minod Banuka plays determines whether Sri Lanka will get any closer. Because when it comes to facing the new ball and building a big innings, Minod Banuka has that experience along with Sana Arachige.
Yes, I'm sure of that, because somebody will actually stand up and take responsibility. This match is far from over. People might feel that, okay, Afghanistan A is in the driver's seat, but cricket has a funny way of surprising everybody. And that's the beauty of the game. And I would love to have a fight back from Sri Lanka A in this game. put some pressure back on Afghanistan because it's not a very big total. One good partnership, good 15-20 overs, solid partnership together can actually bring the parity back in this game.
Sri Lanka just need 2 players to steady the ship and calm those nerves in the dressing room. Afghanistan, we all know, always have had some brilliant bowlers, come the fast bowlers, spinners. They have got some mystery as well in their spinners rankings. Building a partnership. Cricket is all about partnership. Bowling while batting. It's important that these two left-handers put a partnership in and calm those nerves in the dressing room.
But for my liking, I would like to bring a spinner on, just to actually throw that curve ball. And we have seen that new ball on this crumbling pitch can hold to the surface, can create problems for the batsman, and will make them think, you know, what is the strategy.
Yeah, good option to have, Atul. Definitely, I agree with you. The skipper of Afghanistan will be thinking of the same lines to bring the off-spinner in. And across the road at Singley Sports Club, Bangladesh chasing 127, 94 for no loss in 11.1 overs. In fact, 95 for no loss. So the net run rate is shooting up for Bangladesh. And the team who loses today this game will be struggling and will have to play the last game with net run rate back of their minds.
Yes, they'll have to win it and win it big. Bangladesh has encashed this opportunity versus Oman. Afghanistan failed to do that in the first game.
Pull shot attempted by Vinod Bhanuka. Just get the inner side of the bat for a single. 4 overs gone, Sri Lanka 8, 19 for 3. Group B fixtures for you. Yesterday was the first day. India beat UAE, Pakistan beat Nepal. We've got Pakistan A playing UAE tomorrow and India A Nepal at beg your pardon, on Monday, and the big one on the 19th. That's everyone is looking forward to. India versus Pakistan, the two A teams going against each other. For me, Atul, it's going to be the India's batting against Pakistan's fast bowling.
That has been a historical combination. We've all been talking about it for ages. And traditionally, that has been always Tendulkar's, the Mizrakers up against Wasim and Bakar. Gavaskar, Mohinder Banat up against Imran Khan and Sarfraz Nawaz. And this is a huge shot. Clean hit. So easily picked up by Bhanuka. Good counter punch.
By Mohammad Ibrahim this time, dragging the lead down. And Vinod Bhanuka right in front of mid-wicket. Plenty of time. Man in form. Off you go. It's the first maximum of the Sri Lankan innings.
The first of the boundaries coming in a 6. Bhanuka was waiting for this. He knows that the standard delivery for Ibrahim is a 3/4 hit in the deck kind of delivery. This one was slightly shorter than that, and he was ready. Ibrahim would do well just to pitch the ball further up, let Bhanuka drive. This pitch is not conducive for driving the ball. You never know, it might go in there.
And also, especially when you have a slip and a gully, it's always important that the fast bowler brings the batsman to the front foot.
Quick delivery, but misdirected. Totally down the line, even the wicket-keeper missed it. So expensive, wide and a boundary.
Misdirected this time by Mohammad Ibrahim, predominantly bringing into the right hand, but away from the left hand. But this occasion, which is holding its line, and the wicketkeeper had no chance. All of a sudden, the momentum is shifting slightly towards the Sri Lankan side. I like to see Mohammad Ibrahim round the wicket to the left-handers. I think when it doesn't swing that much against the left-hander, if he can create that angle and bring slip and the gully into play, he'll be dangerous, especially with Vinod Bhanuka looking to be positive, looking to bat on ball every delivery. That's a good option to have.
Yes, generally because his action is such that you think that from over the stumps, he brings the ball into the right-hander. So when he goes down the stumps, the reception, oh, he's gone. Fourth wicket down. This is what you were planning for him to do around the stumps, and he's done it over the stumps.
Great captaincy, brilliant bowling, and brilliant Afghanistan. 4 wickets in the first 5 overs, just what the captain, the fast bowler needed to defend this moderate score. And take a look at that for a catch, easy as it likes. And Bashir at gully position, Bahir, beg your pardon. Looked it so simple. Sana Arachiki, the experienced player, gone for 3. Sri Lanka in trouble, 31 for 4.
And what a anti-climax happening at CCC. Sri Lanka A, 31 for 4. Bandara walks in, and number 6. Who would have thought they'll have the number 6 batsman walking in the 5th over? Ibrahim has wreaked havoc. He's been through the Sri Lankan top order like a hot knife through butter.
Ashwin Bandara, decent numbers at the moment. Strike rate doesn't matter for Sri Lanka. It's all about steadying the ship. Sana Arachiki, the latest victim for Mohammad Ibrahim. A bit tough work for Ashwin Bandara. Early on, he's a player batting at number 6. Usually in domestic setup, bats late order. Very good against spinners, but this is a different test. Ball is moving, seam and swing.
It's a no ball, but the ball ducking sharply. He's having a wonderful spell. He's in rhythm, charging in. He's got 4 wickets under his belt, and he's going all out.
He was striving for pace there. And that was a close call, wasn't it? Beat for pace in time. Ashwin Bandara brought the bat down. And this was Sana Arachiki's wicket, going across, squaring him up. And the gully fielder, Bahir Shah, a simple catch. Free hit coming up for Ashwin Bandara. He'll be targeting the long on mid-wicket area.
Another no ball, again a free hit. And this one was a funny yes. It was a free hit. So Bandara misses out.
Christmas comes early for Ashwin Bandara. Yeah, good call by the umpire, Rahul Asha. It's time for pace. This is where the young man got to be within himself. Bowl well so far. Do not stride for extra pace. Your entire climax will go and will be mixed up, and that's where most of the time fast bowlers you'll see overstep and lose the rhythm. Keeps bowling the length and the pace what he was doing before, just put off in this pitch.
What a yorker. What a comeback. Brilliant. Free hit has not yielded many runs. That's a good approach. I'm impressed. He thought of that Yorker and perfectly delivered. Could have been another wicket if this was not a free hit.
That was missing leg, missing off, hitting purely middle. It's a good delivery again. Swing, encouraging. With pace. Unfortunately, we do not have this speed meter. I think possibly about close to 135, 140. And when a fast bowler is bowling 135 and 140, swings and seams, that's tough work.
You can immediately see that the wicket is supporting this kind of bowling. The ball pitches and darts. The seam movement, look at that. The ball came in sharply to the first wicket. Avishka, the last match centurion, goes for a duck. Again, this was a very loose shot by cross puller. Then similar kind of a delivery for Surya Bandara, and then finally Arachige. What a great spell, what a great spell. 5 gone is 33 for 4. This is the betting card, a sad story for Sri Lanka A supporters, Sri Lankan fans. Top 4 have been sent back to the pavilion by Ibrahim. 33 for 4, chasing down 253. So that total they need looks far, far away in the future. Somebody will have to play out of the skin if they have to get close to that.
Yeah, the core of the batting lineup of Sri Lanka being blown away by Mohammad Ibrahim's pace and swing. Down the leg side, and then fine leg is up. Easy pickings from Vinod Bhanuka. A welcome boundary after a while.
This is where I think lack of experience has come. This is where a spinner could have come on. The pressure created by Ibrahim, and then a spinner coming on from the other end. An off spinner, because Bhanuka is batting, would have made that kind of a pressure situation for Bhanuka to either go big or just at least get away from the strike.
Keeping them honest, simple as that. The fast ball is bowling very well and threatening, with all you want from the other end is to keep things quiet. The spinners in this pitch we saw in the first innings, it's not easiest to get along. This is where I think Afghanistan is losing the plot. They could add even more pressure. As you correctly said, Atul, have a spinner from the other end if nothing is happening from the opposite end.
Bhanuka is finding Sami much easier to handle. Good approach. This one was a gift from Sami. Fine leg is in, drifting down the leg side is a cardinal sin. Just a 4 runs gifted away.
After that boundary, short fine leg drops down to deep fine leg, and that deep square leg comes into the circle. It should be a wide, and it is. It's going across. Don't think Bilal Sami has hit the straps. He usually do.
The run rate is way up, 7.13. The current run rate. Required run rate is below 5. But the problem area has been the wickets. They have to first navigate this first 10 over the power plays. They have to forget every thought about encashing the power plays now. The main thought should be to self-preserve, not give any more wickets. Sami is struggling, so this is making things easier. The amount of short deliveries, if you bowl outside off stump, it helps the batsman because it gauges the pace and bounce of the pitch also.
Yeah, Vinod Bhanuk in the last game against Bangladesh at Singley Sports Club was very good. Massive 6 over mid-wicket. Batted really well against pace, against Spin was very, very strong through the mid-wicket. That was the second six against the off-spinner, straight down the ground as well. Very impressive. Bhanuka getting his opportunity in the bigger stage.
Much better. Back on track. Sami, his job should be just to keep things tight, not give away easy runs. Because the pressure created by Ibrahim, if from the other end, he just gives away runs, will take all the pressure away. And I think that's why a spinner should have come on. Ibrahim should continue because the way he is running in, the way he is into his rhythm, if he gets one more wicket, game over.
All-rounders to follow. Dunit Vellalage, Chami Karnaratna, Dushan Hemanta, the all-rounders, Lairu Samarkand as well. At the moment, as you correctly said, these two batters got to steady the ship, and no more damage should be done if the Sri Lanka to win this game.
Bad stroke, casual. Cannot afford to do that, Bhanuka. Bhanuka is the now man they should be looking at just to give things time.
They're flirting with danger just outside the off stump. The line was fuller. There's two wides outside the off stump by Bilal, but this occasion getting it closer to the Vinod Bhanuka. But the important fact is the length. We found out even in the first innings, especially Chami Karnaratna, when pitching his shot was very easy for the batters to play the horizontal shots. As soon as it's fuller, it's not so easy. This time again, width, and the length was short, and Vinod Bhanuka, the form is in, he just carries us through for another boundary.
Yeah, this is erratic bowling by Sami. Two good deliveries and suddenly that room again outside the off stump. This is easy picking. Only two players outside the circle. Big open gaps all over the field. Just keep things tight would be better for his team.
Mohammad Ibrahim just need a partner who's going to build dot deliveries from the other end. At the moment, Bilal Sami, unfortunately for Afghanistan, is leaking runs. Already 43 runs in 6 overs. First 6 overs have shown us everything. Wickets, runs, fantastic batting as well as bowling. 6 gone, 43 for 4. Lots of things happening in the first 6 overs. Wicket, runs, good bowling, and these are the Group A fixtures. Bangladesh just needing 80 more runs to win, cruising for the first win in the Emerging Asia Cup. Sri Lanka, Afghanistan in progress at the moment. Afghanistan doing really well. And the 2 matches coming up, Bangladesh versus Afghanistan at the Pisara Oval, and the Sri Lanka A versus Oman Gay is a day-nighter at the Rana Singha Premdasa International Cricket Stadium.
Ibrahim is on fire. He is making things difficult. He's asking questions. 4 for 21 is analysis. So far he's into his 4th over. Brilliant bowling. All genuine dismissals.
And the last delivery is slice off the bat. Shows some bounce and pace as well. You were treated to a great spell of fast bowling, isn't it? Fantastic stuff, especially in the afternoon in Sri Lanka, swinging the ball that much and seaming it. It's never easy, but this young man has found a nice little rhythm. Ashen Bandara, man in form in the Major League one-day tournament, 3-day tournament, which is happening at the moment, playing for Police Sports Club, have scored some runs, so there is runs behind his back at the moment. It's all about steadying this ship, being calm. He's back through a few overs.
Yeah, just bat deep. Just take the game deeper without losing a wicket. Runs don't matter. Just steady the nerves. Slow down proceedings. Oh, again the ball darting in. Look to play forward. Don't go back.
That's what Ashen Bandar indicated. He indicated he kept low. Oh, yeah, probably a cross-seamer by Mohammad Ibrahim. But in the end, Ashen Bandar did well to get some bat there, because it looked like it's skidded to the stumps.
Again, that stock delivery in Dhaka by Ibrahim. He's clever enough to realize, Parvez, that this pitch is better to bowl slightly cross seam because it'll grip the pitch better.
Something that I picked up the last two deliveries. We'll have a closer look at the grip of Mohammad Ibrahim. With the new ball, he was holding it seam up, and there was plenty of seam and swing. The last two deliveries, Atula just picked up ball releasing in his wrist with a cross seamer. Yeah, he's going cross seamer, probably because of the two pace and the lower bounce of this pitch. He's exploiting that option now.
There was a slight sound, had to be brushing the pads. Last delivery got away, that it wasn't wide, just drifting down the leg side. Appeal from the slip wicket keeper and the bowler, but that sound was clearly off the pads.
Last ball coming up of Mohammad Ibrahim's fourth over. Beautifully played by Ashen Barar, finds that gap and extra cover. The field at mid-off in pursuit and saves a couple of runs here. Good cricket all round, decent delivery, good shot, great piece of fielding. And the 7 was gone, 45 for 4.
Conversation on between the captain and Sami about the possible line of attack, because for now the 4 wickets that have fallen have all been claimed by Ibrahim, while Sami's 3 overs have gone for 21. He's been a tad expensive. Now, what does Sri Lanka play for here? They're 4 down, a lot resting on Minod Bhanuka's shoulders. Oh, he's gone for it. Short ball picked up early.
Well done, well done, well done.
The plan was, because there was a fielder in the deep, I think this was a ploy to try and get Minod Bhanuka to play the pull.
Well, the early burst of Ibrahim has been brilliant, 4 for 23. I thought that Avishka Fernando's dismissal was a line call, but then that's the umpire's decision. But still, it's an outstanding bowling, really quick, seaming back into the right-handers, finding the outside edge of the left-hander. He's been aggressive, and he's really looked to dismiss batters, and that's exactly what he's done. Now, I thought Sri Lanka might enjoy the newer ball, the harder ball coming onto the bat.
Now a shot again. Beautiful shot. You can just pause, rewind, and play that again and again and again.
See, that's what I mean. You know, with the harder ball, pronounced seam, the ball coming onto the bat, batting is a little bit easier. The batters will enjoy it a bit more. The real challenge to me, when we see the Afghan spinners coming on later, the problem for Sri Lanka is at that point, they need to be reasonably secure. They need to have enough runs in the bank to try and dictate terms. So at the moment, the 50 is up for Sri Lanka in the 8th over. At the moment, they need a massive effort.
Driven again. The runs on this occasion. There's been a constant clamour from the comms before us, Atul Vasan and Parvez Maroof, that probably there should have been a spinner introduced from this end, the pavilion end, from where Sami is bowled, because he hasn't really looked very, very effective, as Bilal Sami.
He's been taken apart a little bit. He's been driven. He hasn't really had the pace or the movement that Ibrahim has had. He hasn't looked as threatening as his partner.
Steered away, and the angle's been worked fine. It's going to be 4 more. The third man was a little straighter, and the ball played wide of him. 4 more.
See, the saving grace for Ashin Bandara is the quick outfield. Third man was fine, but not very fine. But he just couldn't get across because it raced away to the boundary. Sri Lanka scoring at a decent click, going at 7+ in the 8th over. Not that the run rate really matters at this stage, but it's good to try and exploit a newish ball when it's coming onto the bat. But unfortunately, 4 wickets have been lost.
Now chooses the short ball option. It's not working out well for Sami. Bilal Sami, who's come in for this match. He's come in place of Israul Haq, and he hasn't had a great game. This over, he's gone for what, 3 boundaries in a single, so he's been creamed around the park. But now, I'm sure the Sri Lankan A team, their camps, keeping in mind the fact that Bangladesh in the other contest that they're playing, the A side against Oman A, are on the cusp of victory. And how that affects the group dynamics is something we'll talk about in the next over. 8 gone, 54 for 4. $54 for 4, Sri Lanka A trying to recover after being struck some early blows. Now remember, tomorrow is a rest day, day after, that's 17th of July. Match action resumes, of course, from Group B. It's Pakistan A who go up against the A side of UAE, and India A go up against Nepal in a day-nighter at the Premadasa Stadium that starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. But I was talking about how the dynamics of Group A can change, because Bangladesh have registered an 8-wicket win over Oman's A side, a comprehensive win, target of just about 126 odd to chase down, getting to the victory target in just the 17th over. That's going to give a massive boost to their net run rate, which means Sri Lanka have more to bother about.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka's first objective or concern will be to try and get over the line here. So that is the objective. I don't think they will be thinking too much about any other game. They just want to win. That's outside the leg stump. And what do they do to try and win it? Obviously partnerships, bat deep, get as close as possible. So once that is out of the way, or if they lose here, that's where the focus will be on the next game and what should be done. But you're right about the net run rate. Bangladesh's win today by a massive margin, 17th over, it would by 8 wickets will truly propel their net run rate to a plus, I think. I haven't done my math, so I don't know exactly what the net run rate would be, but you can be positive that it will be a +1.
Skittled out the Oman A team for just about 126 in 46 overs. And then Mohammad Naeem getting a half century, an unbeaten 51. Tanzid Hassan once again amongst runs, getting another half century in the tournament. Cut away, and this will be 4 more. Suddenly, Bandara and Bhanuka together breaking the shackles over the last 8 or 9 deliveries.
Short and wide, no real movement of that delivery. We did see Ibrahim getting a lot of movement earlier on, but this one was straighter and enough width. Well, the fielders didn't have to move. It was perfect in the gap and raced away to the boundary. Sri Lanka has had a few good blows in this partnership. 7 fours and 1 6 already in a score of 59 into the 9th over. The run rate's fine. The worry is on the wickets.
It's important that you mix caution with aggression. Ashin Bandara keeping that in mind. Again, coming back to that point of dynamics in Group A, if Afghanistan A were to win this match, Sri Lanka A would be definitely under the pump when they play that final match. This is the last delivery. Again, good seam position, but a little too far wide outside off. I'll come back to that point that Sri Lanka A, if they were to lose, they would like to minimize the margin of defeat here because they wouldn't want the net run rate to head south. They had a 48-run win against Bangladesh A couple of days ago. So they'd want to make sure that they don't lose here. And if they lose, they don't lose by a big margin because they'll have to make up for that when they play that last group game against Oman A.
Afghanistan too must be having a decent run rate because they won that game against Oman by 70+ runs. If Bangladesh beats Afghanistan, then they are definitely through. Then it is Sri Lanka's game. Sri Lanka versus Oman. That will be a big game where the net run rate will come into play. More runs. Really good looking shot. Pitched up. The ball coming onto the bat and Ashin Bandara enjoying the pace. 63 for 4, 9 gone.
Bangladesh A registering their first win of this tournament, beating Oman A by 8 wickets. And really, it wasn't a big score that they were chasing down. It restricted Oman to just 126, getting the target in the 17th over. Handy half centuries by the two openers. In fact, they had a opening wicket stand of 109 runs, did the Bangladesh A side between Mohammad Naim and Tanzid Hassan. So that makes action in Group A interesting. But in Group B, what's the situation like? India A have registered a win. Pakistan A starting their campaign with a win against Nepal. And on the 17th, it's Pakistan A who go up against the UAE A side, while India A take on Nepal in a contest that's a day-nighter at the Premadasa Stadium. But 19th of July, it's going to be Pakistan A versus India A. Oh, I think the umpire coming into play here. The deflection hitting the umpire. Always in the firing line, isn't it?
Well, the good thing is he can have a laugh about it. It deflected off the bowler's hand. The umpires today are very fit. Let's take a look. They got quick reflexes. Yeah, had to get out of the way. Had to get out of the way. Not so lucky.
I wonder if Minod Bhanuka is asking the umpire or telling him, maybe you got in the way, I could have got another couple of runs there. Ooh, that's an interesting delivery. Salim Safi, who's come on to bowl, a bowling change being effected from the pavilion end. He's come on as first change.
Yeah, that straightened down the line. I thought Ashin Bandara played for some inward movement. That held its line. You see that he just indicated that it left him, but I thought it held its line. Could have easily nicked it. Sri Lanka lucky that they didn't find the outside edge.
Tipped away. A misfield may allow the batsman to. No, in the end they settle for one. But what's heartening, Roshan, when you look at the Afghanistan team and their A side, of course, that's playing here. Salim Safi, who's come on to bowl 18 matches, playing his 18th list A career match. You look back at Afghanistan, they had the the Zadrans bowling for them, Shapur and Daulat Zadran at one point of time. You look at the current crop, you've got a bowler like Fazle Haq Faruqi, you've got Naveenul Haq, and then you've got someone like Ibrahim coming through the ranks. Just get a feeling that it's not just the spin department, but even the pacers, they seem to be coming through the ranks for Afghanistan.
Yes, they've started producing some outstanding talent, even in the batting department. I think the number 3 is Ibrahim Zadran. He looks very good. He looks so solid. You spoke about the wicket keeper, Gurbas. Yeah, there is Najibullah Zadran. I mean, they are producing some quality white ball players, and they're just winning the world. And they're so much in demand around the world, especially in the T20 formats.
So the way, oh, that's a good delivery. Asking a polite question. Salim Safi, more in hope and plea from the umpire.
Just a bit of bounce. Bhanuka was looking to go square. He doesn't really have too much of protection on the offside, so you needed a little bit of meat on that. It would have been 4. Just getting close to the stumps and pushing it across the left-hander. Just missing out on an opportunity for sure because it was short and wide. But Sri Lanka, yes, you're scoring well, you're going at a good rate, but it's important that you bat deep. Now a change in the field, the offside. One more fielder that gets brought to the offside, the slip comes in. Squalik comes in to save one, so it's a more beefed up offside field. The last ball of the over.
It gives you a clear idea of the line that Safi is going to be bowling. Just round off stump. They're looking for a quick single here. Oh, a direct hit, and I get a feeling that Minod Bhanuka would have been running back to the dugout. Very risky single to take. 10 gone. 66 for 4. The power play has ended, the first 10 overs, 66 for 4, and now the second phase, the second power play begins. Now this is the phase for the next 30 overs when the fielding side can have 4 fielders, a maximum of 4 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. So a little more protection for the spinners who probably will be pressed into action now. And as we speak, yes, there will be Zia Akbar who probably will come on to bowl now.
This is going to be a very interesting contest. I've always been very interested to see how the Afghan spinners will bowl at this stage. There wasn't a great amount of purchase that the Sri Lankan spinners had. There was the odd ball that turned and bounced. But how will the Afghan spinners bowl? Left arm orthodox from over the wicket. Let's look at the field. He's got a short fine leg and 3 other boundary riders on the leg side. Short mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover and cover saving one with a fieldsman on the boundary.
This is what happened to the last ball of the previous over. And take a look at Minod Bhanuka. Now he's deep in his crease, then he takes off for a single. I think he would have struggled to make his ground. Chance of another run out here. Have Afghanistan got their man? Ashan Bandara was running towards the danger end. The keeper looks confident. I think I get a feeling here that Sami, the fielder who sent the throw in, is looking confident as well.
I think Ashan Bandara is in trouble. It was a very good throw. He's in trouble in terms of the dismissal, and also he seemed to be struggling. Let's see. Great piece of fielding. The dive, the pickup, the recovery. Oh, he was diving. Well, that could be a really tight call. You need to slow it down. Now this will be better. This will be better. Where is Ashan Bandara? Where is he? He's gone. He's gone. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was quick, but just a few centimeters short of the crease. Sri Lanka couldn't have afforded this. They could ill afford a run out. Now half of the side out for 66. Ashin Bandara looking good. Another look at it.
Just flirting with danger, the Sri Lanka A team. No real need to run these risky singles. Having said that, fantastic fielding effort by Sami. Great to stop the ball, and the throw was good. Ashin Bandara gone for 19. It's 66 for 5. Half the side back in the hut for Sri Lanka A. Into the 11th over, 66 for 5. The captain is walking out into the middle. And I just get a feeling here, were the Sri Lanka A side thinking it's a T20 game where they have to chase down 250 in 20 overs? Because you look at the scoring rate, it's well over 6 and over.
Turit Velalage. Strike rate is just under 85. Early days in his career, coming in at a difficult time. Sri Lanka needing 187 runs to be precise. We've got yet another left-hander in, so this will allow the Afghanistan spinners to bring a little bit more control, bring in an off spinner, attack the two left-handers, and they brought in a slip. Let's look at the field, Raman. It's got a long on in the mid-wicket and a backward squarely, but everyone else, they got a man at extra cover mid-off. They're all within the 30-yard circle.
Come on, boys!
Roshan, I get a feeling that they missed a trick here, the Sri Lanka A side. They lost 4 wickets. You needed a partnership which was being strung by Bhanuka along with Bandara. Why was there a need to take these risky singles?
I had no problem in the rate of scoring. They were looking to punish anything loose, and they were doing it well. But yes, I agree that those risky runs were not necessary, because that was something that they could have done without. Because at the moment, Sri Lanka has lost half of their side. And Ashin Bandara was the last of the recognized batters that was available to them. Runs through extra cover. That will run away to the boundary. Velalage up and running.
He's a capable bat, the captain of this Sri Lanka A side. He's shown it before as well. More than capable in the middle order. And this was struck beautifully. Look at that. Just checking the bat flow towards the end so that he makes sure he doesn't play it in the air. Plays it all along the carpet for 4. And that's my point. It's a 50-over game. It's not about taking a single every ball. You can play out a couple of dot deliveries. Why go for those risky singles? Single taken to end the over. 11 gone. 71 for 5. Safi, his first over just went for 3. A tidy start for him. If you compare that with what Sami was doing from this end when he was bowling earlier, his 4 overs went for 30. Short ball. Welcome to Velalage.
This is that last delivery, banged in short, nicely moving inside the line, weaving and letting it go. Yeah, you need a concerted effort. You need a really, really good effort by this pair of batters. They need to bat deep. They got time, as you said. Still the 12th over, plenty of time, 38 overs to come. Now that has to be a wide. They're in no danger of being short of overs. All they need is, they need to set themselves little targets. Now maybe Velalage and Bhanuka would want to bat up to the 20th over without risks. And then assess at that point, then are we going to bat another 10 overs or what are we going to do? But then the next 8 to 9 overs has to be risk-free. Need to have wickets in hand. Try and survive.
A different game plan in a 50-over game. Punched away, punched well. And that is going to be a tough ask for the fielder. Teasing boundary really, where the fielder's forced to chase it right till the end. But 4 more for Velalage.
Really good looking shot. Just look at how he punches it. He was up on his toes. Just a bit of extra bounce. Look at that elbow. Look at that elbow. The right hand really punched it. Was up on his toes. Right up there. And with that high elbow, just punching it. Extremely well done.
Slashed away, and this will be 4. No two ways about it. He's got 6 fielders on the offside, and therefore the line that the bowler's keeping, Safi, is outside off stump, and it's giving an opportunity to Velalage to flay his arms.
Well, this approach is good as long as it's risk-free. What Sri Lanka is doing is that they're trying to score as much as they can with anything loose. They're not going to get bogged down. They're going to go after the Afghan bowling. They're going to counter punch, but as I said, it has to be risk-free. Now these shots played by Velalage so far are risk-free, so that's fine. He's just punishing loose deliveries.
Look at the comparison. Afghanistan A were 30 for 1. It's a totally contrasting approach.
No, I think in fairness, Raman, the surface was very different when Afghanistan was putting to bat. Now this is the approach I like. You get a boundary, then you don't need to go after every ball. You just leave deliveries that are not in your zone. So that's the kind of approach you would expect this pair to try and adopt. But in the meanwhile, if you get loose deliveries, just maximize, punish it. So that you just keep scoring runs. You just don't let Afghanistan create too much of pressure with dot balls.
Absolutely, mixing caution with aggression. That's the name of the game here. And cut out those run-outs effectively, because that's something that's one thing you can ill afford. This is a great fielding effort though, from Sami. Great pickup and a good throw. Not a direct hit, but the keeper did well to gather and whip the bails off.
I think the key was the speed he recovered. He dived, he stopped it, but he had to recover and throw. That was the key, and that was done so quickly.
Velalage is on 13 at the moment, having faced just 9 deliveries, the captain. End of the over there. So 12 gone, it's 80 for 5. Bangladesh, you remember, have already beaten Oman A today in the match that was being played right next door at the SSC. And because of that, here's a look at the updated points table.
Well, I'll tell you that 1.7 and 1.4 is massive. Now, this game, assuming, right, now at this stage, Afghanistan on top. Look at India's net run rate, 3.2. Pakistan very nearly 2. See, if Sri Lanka loses this game, that net run rate reduces, which means Afghanistan will get close to Bangladesh in that run rate. So it all depends on the margin of victory. But that has given Bangladesh a massive boost, isn't it? 1.7. That's a very, very healthy net run rate.
Absolutely. which is why could be a possibility if Afghanistan were to win today, and if they beat Bangladesh, they could end up topping the table.
Yeah, but on the other hand, even if Bangladesh loses to Afghanistan, I think they'll still have a very healthy net run rate. I think close to 1.5. Unless, of course, it's a massive win where Bangladesh gets all out for very little and Afghanistan wins by a massive margin. Unless something like that happens.
But then remember, Sri Lanka A have to play Oman, whom they're expected to beat. So that'll give them 2 wins. So then net run rate for Bangladesh goes out of the picture because they'll fall behind in points. They would need to win against Afghanistan then.
I agree. I agree. So what Sri Lanka will be hoping is that Afghanistan to beat Bangladesh, and that will make them feel very comfortable. But we are talking of a scenario if teams end up with 2 points, where Bangladesh goes on and beats Afghanistan.
For the moment, the idea here for Sri Lanka is to try and get out of this situation of jeopardy. Half the side back in the hut. 172 still required. There's lots of time to get these runs in. Look at the number of overs left. 37.2 overs left. It's just that they've lost half the side. That's the problem. And the key is about what these two can do from here. And then what's the kind of batting that you have to follow. There's Chamika Karunaratne, remember, who's still to come.
That delivery just going past the outside edge. I thought he played for some turn. I'm wondering whether he took the outside edge. He played at it. Just straighten down the line. Now this is what will create that doubt in the mind of the batter. Oh, goes for the big one. Has he cleared it? He has. He may be a small man in stature, but he can definitely hit the long ball, Dunit Velalage.
That's a solid shot that from Velalage. Connects that well, cleanly. Hits it as clean as a whistle. Over wide-ish long on for 6. That's the first 6 of his blade. And that will end the over as well. So it's 87 for 5 at the end of 13 overs, and it's time for a drinks break.
Right, now that's a look at the Sri Lankan batting card. Let's look at the batters to come. Now, Karunaratne, Hemanta and Samarakon, they're all-rounders. But it's their approach. Hemanta is a more solid kind of batter. Karunaratne and Samarakon are a little bit more aggressive. Samarakon is somebody in particular who likes to take on the bowling, likes to attack the bowling. I get the feeling that Karunaratne might approach this game differently. So this partnership between Minod Bhanuka and Dunit Wellalage is going to be critical, absolutely critical in the overall context of this game.
Also, it'll be important to see how they face up to more spin that is to follow in this match from the Afghanistan A side. Safi to continue. Salim Safi is bowled 2 overs, none for 12. His first over was very economical. Just gave away 3 runs. The second more expensive. Does tend to hit that back of length area and get the ball to cork up. With the plan being that initially when he was bowling, he had a little more protection on the offside. He was bowling with a 6-3 field, now a little more balanced. It's now a 5-4 field for Salim Safi. I think that'll affect the line that he'll keep as well, because earlier he was being forced to bowl a little more outside the off stump. Now he can afford to attack the stumps a little more, and he does get that lift off the deck.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce, isn't it? Was it close, too close to Minod Bhanuka to play that shot? Definitely bounced. Very nearly hit it down the throat of the man at gully or point. But if you look at the Afghanistan field, I mean, they've spread their field. They got, what, 6 fielders? 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, which is the minimum requirement. And 4 outside the 30-yard circle.
Most importantly, you look at the difference that the extra fielder on the leg side has made. It's given a little more reassurance to Safi. He's not focusing on bowling too far wide outside off stump that he was doing with the 6-3 field. When he had 6 on the off, the line had to be outside off stump.
Now, Minod Bhanuka has been off strike for a while. It's been all Dunit Wellalage. Now he needs to settle in a little bit. He needs to leave balls. He needs to try and once again start feeling that ball on the bat. Start pushing it around for singles. Now the slip comes in. They're going to keep that mid-wicket area open because Bhanuka has this liking to play away on the leg side. So let's see what the line is going to attack. Obviously, it has to be outside the off stump.
Wideish slip comes into play. Punched away for a single. So finally, Bhanuka will be happy to get off strike because he's been tested in this over.
No, you need to. See, it's not about hitting boundaries. If there are the opportunity, you hit the boundary. But you need to keep rotating the strike. You need to try and just keep chipping away at this target. You suddenly realize you're at 100. Then if you can carry on, maybe try and get to 120, things like that. You just start reducing that gap. But the key, as we have been trying to emphasize or overemphasize, is wickets in hand.
Short ball, that'll be called a wide, going down leg to Wellalage.
Yeah, every run matters. Every run matters. Now Sri Lanka need a further 164 runs, is it? Yeah, 64 runs, and they got plenty of time. The current rate is over 6.5, so that asking rate is just over 4.5. So that's not frightening. That is not at all even a challenge.
Look at the number of extras. 10 wides and 2 no balls from the Afghanistan A bowlers, and we're just in the 14th over. 10 wides. That's sacrilege at the moment. Gotta be careful.
You're saying very, very big words. You're saying sacrilege.
But then, you know, 12 runs given away.
No, I understand. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. You're very passionate about Afghanistan, aren't you?
Covered a lot of their cricket.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's good. So you should have good knowledge of the Afghan cricketers.
A fair bit, Roshan. Earlier this year, they played that one-day series against Pakistan, where they went on to beat Pakistan 2-1.
But where were you when Afghanistan toured Sri Lanka?
Probably somewhere else, in another part of the world.
Good, very good. Good leave. Important that Velalage settles down. 89 for 5.
Yeah, 89 for 5. Vinod Bhanuka has represented Sri Lanka in all three formats and scored a 57 in the last game against Bangladesh at the Sinhalese Sports Club. He's fighting hard for Sri Lanka along with Dunit Bellalage. 89 for 5 after 14 overs. Tough work ahead. And all marks for Afghanistan with the bowling display they have dished out so far.
Well, Bhanuka for me holds the key to this game. If Sri Lanka has to progress with a victory here, he'll have to play for another 15-20 overs. And Bellalage looks comfortable giving him support. A bit of harakiri in the middle has given Afghanistan that bonus wicket through run out. But they will have to make amends. There are 23 runs these two batsmen have added now. It's not as much the runs, it's the time they have to spend together in the middle. We're only into the 15th over. It's a long way to go. And we have seen how things turn. Riaz Hassan has come to bowl the left-hander. You can see the puff of dust coming now. Wicket is crumbling, look at that.
This is a good option taken by the skipper of Afghanistan. Riaz Hassan scored runs for Afghanistan. That confidence will be handy. Nice played, Dunit Bellalage. Very impressed with his mentality when he came into bat. Anything loose, he was quickly to bounce on. The rest of the players wanted to be busy. For Sri Lanka to win this game, they've got to be busy. When I say busy, it's not about hitting boundaries every delivery. It's about picking up singles and not getting bogged. Not getting bogged down in one end for extra cover. I thought extra cover is in play, but Vinod Bhanuka takes the aerial route and clears extra cover to bring up a boundary.
Well, nicely tossed up delivery by Hassan. Just inviting Bhanuka for that stroke. Bhanuka doing the right thing. The elevation was just right. You have to keep on making the scoreboard move as well. You can't just put the shutters down and hope to win, because you have to reach to the score. You're still about 155 runs away.
Absolutely. Keep busy, get those singles, keep the scoreboard rotating. When the opportunity arises just like that, when it's full and when it's your arc in your strong position, go for it. I think that should be the way forward for Sri Lanka. Looking down the barrel, all rounders to follow. Chamika, Karnaratna, Lairu Samarakon, Dushan Hemanta. And the batsmen to follow, but bulk of the runs got to come from this end. Reverse sweep attempt at this time. Bilal Sami being chased, and a good call no by Vinod Bhanuka. If not, the sixth wicket would have been imminent.
Yeah, it was a good call. You cannot take any more chances. One extra run is not worth it. I will emphasize again, we're only in the 15th over. You still got more than 34 overs to go.
Absolutely, the first 15 overs has dished out so many in this game, bat and ball. 15 overs gone, Sri Lanka 97 for 5.
There you go, that's the big one everybody has got their eyes on. 2 p.m. start, day and night encounter. Greatest rivalry on this planet. July 19th, Pakistan A versus India A. So spare up your schedule, whatever you're doing, just put it on the side and get ready for this big one.
Emotions are high already. We have the Indian commentators, Pakistani commentators in the box. Emotions running out of the hills. A big one, as you said, at the R. Premdashi Stadium, a day-night game. And usually, speed to pace, brilliant length, and the Dunit Large was late fraction of a second.
Safi generating some pace there. Good delivery. Just cut him in half. So the odd patches where there's hardness still, the ball just scoots through, carries on, and on other occasions it just stops and comes. So difficult situation for the batters, and in hindsight, Maroof, what about the decision of winning the toss and fielding first today?
Outside edge, this time Dunit Lalage flirting outside the off-stump. 6 wicket for Sri Lanka losers. Lalage was batting so well, had to get a brilliant delivery to dismiss him, and in the end, Afghanistan being rewarded for being persistent and consistent with their lengths.
Good captaincy by keeping that tandem of fast bowler and spinner going collectively. Off spinner bowling from one end to the two left-handers, but what a great delivery. This one also similar to the first one. This time, Lalage not managing to keep the bat away from the ball. Departs on 21, tried his best, and now Sri Lanka in bigger trouble, 97 for 6.
Sri Lanka in deeper trouble, 97 for 6, chasing 253. Lalage and Vinod Bhanuka was building a decent partnership, and they are separated by an absolute brilliant delivery by Bilal. Going across the left hand, brings in charming Karunaratne, the new batsman, the all-rounder at number 8, with huge responsibility on those broad shoulders. Experienced man, and the all-rounder will have his work cut out, playing his 86th game, 5 half-centuries and a good striker of 88. Won't Sri Lanka like if Chamika Karunaratne gets his 6th listed half-century today?
Well, you know, there's an old saying in cricket, you know, chasing down any score is never easy. We mentioned in the morning that looking at the conditions, looking at the pitch, it was looking very brown, with some dark patches. When they dried out, it's just become very puffy. Not easy for the batsman.
It's almost like a tricky decision of asking to, or beg your pardon, of winning the toss and opting to bowl for this. You know that he's going to slow down in the latter part of the game. And you see Moishe in the morning, and the captain backs your bowlers to pick up wickets. And this is Lalage's scalp. Mohammad Salim, brilliant length, going across the left-hander. Jubilation, elation. That's what you play for. Lalage was looking $1 million. But in the end, undone by absolute snorter just outside the off-stump.
Afghanistan is looking red hot, I'm telling you. Such passion, you know, that's why it's so great to see these guys play at any level, in any format. T20, of course, it's harsh to judge them in Test cricket as yet. But this is the second layer of the cricket, and the way they have performed here. Sri Lanka, the hosts, have got a pretty decent team, and they've got them on the run.
Spot on there about Afghanistan. I think the emotions runs big, isn't it, when they come out of the field. And these guys hardly get big opportunities. When they do, maximize those opportunities. And the amount of fast bowlers coming through the system as well is very impressive, with those mystery spinners who are already in the international arena. But Sri Lanka is all about hard work now. Talent don't, as we spoke about in our previous thing, talent will only take you to a certain position. From there onwards, it's all about the hard work. Charlie Karunaratne, it's a single towards square leg.
I would like to see some innovative, some challenging field setting from the captain now. Looking at the pitch, looking at how the seamers are hustling, and now Sri Lanka is into the tail now. So just a normal kind of field setting probably might not be what the doctor orders for the tailenders.
The conventional, isn't it? Both the teams were sitting conventional field. Nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary. Beautifully played by Vinod Baran. Slight misfield at short extra cover, allowing the batsman to come back for the second run. A successful over ends for Afghanistan and brings up the 100 as well in this over. Sri Lanka 102 for 6. Zia Akbar to continue from, beg your pardon, a bit replace Riaz Hassan. Zia Akbar into the attack, especially with Chamik Karunaratne being the right-hander. Captain changes his bowling lineup. Shahid Kamal has been quite impressive with his captaincy, bringing in those changes, horses for courses sort of decision. Slip in place, short fine leg, short mid-wicket, deep long on, square leg. You said about changes in the field. I like to see against the left-arm spinner to have mid-on up in the circle, tempt Chamik Karunaratne to go against the turn.
And also maybe a short covers. I would like to see a short covers in place. With anything that is pitched up, if you don't hit it cleanly, you just normal drive. Slightly pops. Look at that. Oh, again that not covering that turn, hitting on the gloves.
Oh, nicely. But I like this pace bowled by Zia. He's not pushing it through. He's giving a lot of reps to the ball, slowing things down. Slower you bowl in these kind of pitches, it's going to be tough work for a batter, especially when you're new to the crease.
This one was the arm ball. Not very easy for a number 8.
Oh, is that outside edge? Is that outside edge? The reaction says it.
Well, it looks that there was a sound to it, but that ball just popped. Look at that bite Akbar was getting. I don't think so there was an edge to it, but beaten fair and square. Totally.
Ikram Ali Keel, the wicket keeper. That was a huge appeal. Maybe just slanting down the leg side. Looks very close, didn't it? We could see the leg stump from here.
Yes, I could see that. Wrong shot selection there. And number 8 batsman, that's the issue. Karunaratne is a decent lower middle order batsman, so he should know better.
I guess he misread the line and the length. No mark with the bat. Karunaratne certainly can bat. Pressure can do wonders for batters in these situations. It's not an easy pitch to get along there. It takes a little hard work. This is where Chamik Karunaratne's experience will be handy as well. Just weather the storm. It's going to be tough for the first few hours, and then it gets easier as long as you stay there for a while. Huge appeal, and given. This time it looked very, very close. Again, the leg stump was seen.
And he has just walked across the stumps as well, giving a view of all the 3 stumps, making easier for the umpire to give him out. Not happy. and I think he's done it because of his lack of experience on these kind of pitches against quality spin.
The wrong technique. That's probably crashing to the leg stump. He's trying to indicate to the umpire, but the umpire wasn't taking it. Karunaratne gone for 2. Sri Lanka in trouble. 102 for 7. Sri Lanka in deep trouble. Chasing 253 are reeling at 102 for 7. Batting card, not much to speak about. The top order was blown away by Mohammad Imran with those fiery spell. Ashane Bandara was promising, was run out. Will Lalage was promising too, was caught behind of Safi. And Charming Karunaratne, the latest victim, coming at number 9. Afghanistan attack have blossomed so well. It looks very good batting lineup of Sri Lanka, but on the day, how do you perform?
It becomes so easy for the captain when any bowler he calls on gets him a wicket. You know, Akbar got him a wicket. Safi got him a wicket. Ibrahim has been tremendous. He broke the back earlier on, and in hindsight, they say is a perfect vision. But Maroof, I think they must be ruining the fact that the bowlers couldn't pick up wickets early in the morning with a new ball. Meanwhile, on a boundary, Bhanuka is holding one end steady, but he'll need support from the other end. He can't do it on his own.
Especially Dushan Hemantala, Rusamarako and Bruno Fernando, renowned for their hard hitting rather than building those innings. But Vinod Bhanuka looks like he's batting in a different surface. It was Mohammad Salim this time was short outside the yaw stump, but he timed it so well, beating that cow point field. We expect Vinod Bhanuka to bat well in his home grounds, and he has not disappointed us. 40 of 40 delivery. The bulk of the scoring has been done. Villalage looked really good. Unfortunately, was nicked behind. Just to see what other tactics Dushan Hemant is going to use. Probably for me, got to be positive.
But positive doesn't mean just losing your head. I think what positive means is just stand around here and try and get the strike back to Bhanuka. And Bhanuka should start thinking about farming the strike now. He can't just leave it on its own. So he's got a big task in front of him. How long can he keep this up?
147 runs needed for Sri Lanka. 3 wickets for Afghanistan. Finds that gap at short extra cover. Comes back for the second run. That's not good fielding at mid-off. Thought for a second it just was a single, but the intensity in running from Sri Lanka was really good.
This was the over. Probing. Every ball on the money. Look at that. Beating him, and then this was where he got away with it. Then this was confident forward prod, and then again showing the umpire that he might be going down the leg side. Umpires don't like that. The umpire said, okay, yeah, I know where you're going, to the pavilion.
Slightly short. And Vinod Bhanuka, the way he's been batting, he's reading the length very soon. And bounces out in front of mid-wicket.
That's the wrong length, I think, Bhanuka. We've seen that on the front foot, he's been harder. And I think short, it's a free hit. He's expecting that shot of good length delivery, Vinod. The body weight was just on the back foot.
Hanging in the back foot, isn't he? He's expecting the ball to be short or back of the length so that he can use those horizontal strokes to his advantage. Shot again. This time happy to get a single. Possibly get the strike in the next over. This good batting by Vinod Bhanuka. Taking control in the middle.
That's right. Now the Afghan captain must think about those lines of keeping him away from strike. Don't give him easy singles in the last 2-3 deliveries. Target Hemanta, 64 matches, more than 1,000 runs. Yes, strike rate is okay, but has he got the temperament to stick in there with Bhanuka?
He certainly has the talent to bat. Dushan Hemanta has a first-class 100 for himself. But under pressure, when the country needs you the most, important game. Bangladesh won today. That will add more pressure on these teams, especially Sri Lanka. On the leg side, the wicket-keeper does a good job to save that single. 18 gone, 113 for 7. Lovely evening in Colombo, not so lovely in Sri Lanka dressing room. Chasing down 253 at the moment, in trouble. 113 for 7. Sri Lanka need 140 runs in 32 overs. Plenty of overs remaining, but the wickets column has been the problem. Afghanistan fast bowlers, spinners have been top-notch today. Looks like Zia Akbar, the left-arm spinner, to continue from the media box end. And this was Chamik Karnaratna being adjudged LPW against Zia Akbar. Take a look at that. He's trying to indicate to the umpire from the wrist. It's going down the leg side. And as you correctly said, most of the umpires do not like it. But saying that, I think it was quite Jason. It was going to crash to the leg stump.
Well, because it was the second time in that over he tried to take cross. Right, he played across. First time he was tolerated by the umpire by giving him not out. This time it was pretty hitting the stumps.
Afghanistan is happy to give a single to Vinod Banu and create pressure on the newcomer Dushan Hemanta. Pretty sure once he comes to the field, we have a no ball call by the square leg umpire. I think probably there was no enough fielders in the ring. Probably they would have had 5 fielders outside the circle, which is not permitted. Remember, from 11th over till the 40th over, only 4 fielders were permitted. We can have the luxury of getting that replay. We could get it, but I think the umpires are indicating there was 5 fielders outside the circle. Hence, it's going to be a free hit for Dushan Hemanta.
In hindsight, if Bhanuka wouldn't have taken that single, he would have been on strike. I could have reached his 50 also.
Dushan Hemanta, it's the first delivery phase, and now he's having a free hit. Where is he targeting? Mid-wicket, long on, long off. The 3 areas I could think of. That's a single. Didn't get the timing right there, totally. But in there, no damage, much done for Afghanistan.
Well, they had a good position when they had Hemanta on strike, but now Bhanuka is back on strike to the left-hander. Where is he targeting? Will he go for the big one? Is he looking? He has to maybe counter-attack a little bit and then see where it goes. You can't just keep hanging back.
Mid-wicket is inviting a shorter hit towards the mid-wicket. Two is the call. Oh, that's boundary. That's a bonus for Sri Lanka. And brings up the 50 for Vinod Banu, who batted really well. From the other end, wickets are falling in heaps, and Vinod Banu is fighting a lone battle.
Well, they say don't count your chickens before they hatch. And this is the way easy runs are being given. You never know when the things change. Suddenly the match, its complexion can change. Never take it so casually. That's the lesson. Afghanistan players should get together. Captain should think about it. Keep it tight. Even if you don't pick a wicket, just let 3-4 overs go by without any runs coming.
Soak in the pressure. That's what I don't think Sri Lankan middle order or the top order has done. But as you said, cricket is a funny game. We have seen many times from nowhere teams chasing have won games. The most famous one for my memory is when Sri Lanka beat Australia up in Melbourne. Another 4. This is what Sri Lanka needs. Short delivery. I think Zia is trying to get the batsman get a single and rotate the strike and get the right hand in. Doing that, he's just delivering some freebies from Vinod Bhanuka.
That's poor bowling that you're letting the pressure release itself. 2 boundaries in a row, plus that free hit, plus that no ball in the over, and from an over where he got a wicket last over, got a departure.
Just want to finish up the story. In Melbourne one day against Australia, Sri Lanka lost the first 8 wickets for nothing, and all of a sudden Angelo Matthews and Nasid Maliga built a partnership. Nasid Maliga scored a half century in that, and Mutta Murlan comes at number 11 to finish off the game. It was the most miraculous game I've seen in my life. So you never know. As you said, Dushan Hemantha gets in. Still a game to be taken, but at the moment they got to soak in the pressure. Don't think they've been doing it enough.
Outside edge will fetch a couple of runs at least. Current scoring rate is 6.75 now. Very comfortable. The issue is the wickets column. Required run rate only 4.04.
Sri Lanka will ruin the fact not seeing up that new ball, trying to be too aggressive and paying the price in the first 10 overs. And 19 gone, Sri Lanka A, 127 for 7.
Top run getters of the tournament, Avishka Fernando getting that 100 and getting that duck today. So this is what cricket can do to you. One day you can be hero. Vinod Bhanuka is 2 good innings back to back. He's still out there. Riaz Hassan and Jash Dul's 1 game. He's got 100 as well. Noor Ali's 88 stood out.
It's a big series for Avishka Fernando, trying to make a comeback to the national colours. He's got a magnificent 100. Unfortunately today was gone in the first delivery itself. This is Vinod Bhanuka's innings so far. As I said before, he looked a player batting in a different surface. Timed it well, anything short, he has pounced anything down the leg side as well. Through the offside, very square. Bread and butter for him, he likes it when it's short and wide. That was the 50 moment. Bit of a misfield at Deep Square Leg and gifted him a boundary. 8 boundaries and a 6. And a strike rate more than 100 runs. And I think he has to keep going, he has to be busy, he has to get the bulk of the deliveries and try and win this game for Sri Lanka.
Safi is back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, just given away 30 runs. Very important wicket he picked up of Valalage. His partnership is 25 in just 14 deliveries. The sprinting slower one. So now Safi will have a shot at Hemantha. 4 deliveries left in the over.
It's coming day after. We have a day off tomorrow. Pakistan A playing UAE at the Pisara Oval at 10 AM start, and India A playing the Nepal team at R. Premdas International Stadium. It's a 2 o'clock start, a day-night game. 2 big games coming up in Group B. Bounce attempt at Dushan Hemantha. Oh, for a moment I thought it found the gap. There's no bug with the bat, as I said. It's somebody who can hold the bat, has the temperament, is all about applying himself in the middle.
Well, just to remind our viewers, we're only in the 20th over of the innings. Looks like a lot has happened so far. And in 20th over, they've 129 for 7. 129 is a good score, considering they're chasing only 252. But the problem area is that they've lost maybe 4 wickets for my liking. 4 wickets too many.
In the air. Nobody's there, no man's land, and one bounce 4 for Vinod Bhanuka. A slow ball attempted by Salim. It was a sit up in the, and Vinod Bhanuka, easy pickings for him.
Just falling about a few feet in the under, about 6 feet before the boundary. It's a boundary. But this is how the cookie crumbles sometimes when you take it too easy. Now this is a good period for Sri Lanka. Suddenly, once you are below that 100-run target mark, when you get into double figures and this partnership is thriving, then they could be under pressure. So they have to watch it now.
Psychologically, those things, the little things, matters the most. Those are the little targets the batsman should have. Target every 15, 20 runs. And then from there, build on. We've seen in today's game that 2 batsmen gets in. It's not that easy for the bowlers to broke those partnership. And as you correctly said, with the required runs below and goes to double digits, I think even Afghanistan will be a bit under pressure and nervy.
They have to close the tap, stop giving easy runs. I think we need a bowling change. Safi should come off. End of 20 overs is 134 for 7.
The 20 overs gone in the Sri Lanka A innings, 134 for 7. Looks like a lot of things happen in that 20 overs. 7 wickets down, plenty of stroke making. And still 119 runs needed to Sri Lanka to be unbeaten at the moment. I think Afghanistan is bossing this game. Remember, across the road at SSC, Bangladesh has already beaten Oman. So they have had their first win. And whoever loses this game will be under pressure. Got to look out for the next run rate as well.
Some kind of meeting going on in the middle. So, some kind of discord there. That now they've gone back to their hero of the day, Ibrahim. These are the standings. Bangladesh clearly with 2 points. And look at that net run rate. Way ahead. Afghanistan A looking very good at this point. If they win, then they'll go top of the table. Sri Lanka will have to do a lot of work.
The final round of the Group A fixtures are going to be very, very interesting. Bangladesh A will be playing Afghanistan A, Sri Lanka A will be playing Oman A. So all 3 top teams are in contention still. And the team who's going to win this game will have, or not will have, they will be going through, as Oman has lost both the games. It's a virtual quarter-final happening at the Colombo Cricket Club.
I think it's a good move by Afghanistan's skipper to bring back Ibrahim. Sometimes when it's your day, you've already broken the back, you've taken 4 wickets, you've had a rest. 5 wickets. Ibrahim. So Ibrahim has been brought back. He's got 5 more overs to go. And sometimes when you're in trouble, and this was a period where it was a bit confusing, who should he bring it on? He's gone back to his hero.
Oh, beaten again. Shahid Kamal, the skipper of Afghanistan, going for the kill, bringing in ace bowler who did the damage with the new ball, picked up 4 wickets. moving across, still some seam movement there. That's impressive.
You could see that immediately where the ball pitched up, there was a puff of dust. Shows that it's flaky and it's deteriorating fast. So if you put the ball just in the right area, it's not easy to score off. The problem has been that they have given away easy runs by short pitch deliveries. Ibrahim is fresh. He's just bowled 5 overs. It's a good ploy to bring him for at least 2 or 3 overs now. If he can get one more wicket, it'll make things easier for the team.
Yeah, certainly the top player looks very fragile, isn't it, in this pitch? The first delivery saw a puff of dust and beaten outside the yaw stump. As you correctly said, hit that back of the length. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Mid-off was up. Took the aerial route. Safe option. That brings up another boundary for Minod Bhanuka.
Well, he kept the shape. Look at that. Just the ball was there. It's always risky, but the mid-off and mid-on fielder were inside the circle, so it was always on the shot. And just teed off from there. Backed himself and backed the pace of the ball coming onto the bat.
Again, proves my point. Minod Bhanuka looks like he's batting in a different pitch altogether. Playing through the line, looks confident. That too against the most successful bowler today for Afghanistan. He's doing the right thing, control aggression. When he's in his area, he's not afraid to go after. Decent number of spectators just around the grounds, outside the grounds I should say, have gathered to watch the Minod Bhanuka show.
Well, if he can turn it around and take his team home, he'll be a hero. And I think this will actually spur them on. It'll be deflating for Afghanistan. So this is a very interesting little period of the game in the middle.
That'll be a great story to win a game on your home ground. Remember, Minod Bhanuka plays for Colombo Cricket Club in club cricket in Sri Lanka. He knows the conditions well. He knows the angles well. He knows where the pockets are. Got himself in 67 or 56 deliveries. Tossed in the cross seam, Mohammad Ibrahim. First ball, he went with the seam. Probably second one as well. And ever since the boundary, he gone across the seam.
Most wickets, Ibrahim has got 7. Dahani has got 5 in one game. Hemanta has got 5. Harshit Rana yesterday picked up 4 wickets and Zia Akbar. Plenty of cricket left. This will change as we go along, for sure. Nicely stirred to third man for a single, and he keeps the strike. 21 gone, it's 139 for 7.
.21 overs gone, 139 for 7. Minod Bhanuka is leading this fight back. 68 of 58 deliveries. Now, Sharafuddin Ashraf is another spin bowling option that the Afghan A side have. The left-arm orthodox spinner is coming on to bowl. Now, the key, I think, why he was held back was because they had the left-handed Minod Bhanuka batting out there, and they didn't want 2 left-arm spinners bowling in tandem. But I think Afghan A's hand has been forced by just the way Minod Bhanuka has been attacking the pacers.
Yeah, Bhanuka has been good. He's played a very fine innings. But actually, Raman, if you're playing at the highest level, I mean, you should not be worried about whether it's a left-hander or a right-hander. You're a left-arm spinner, worthy your salt. You should be able to bowl to either. I mean, we saw Dunit Velalage earlier on bowling, and we were questioning with a left hand on strike. I thought he bowled extremely well. Used his skill, used the pace. That's what you would expect.
Completely agree with you, Roshan. But if you're worth your salt to hold your place on the side, then you need to be able to bowl to the left-hander or the right-hander irrespective.
See, on that same logic, then an off-spinner can't bowl to a right-hander.
Absolutely, but we've seen quality of spinners make mincemeat out of batsmen, haven't they? With the kind of variations that they'll have, the variety that they bring in. A lot of times the kind of dip and control that you'll get when you're bowling. Not the single. Hemanta's doing the right thing. He's just looking to milk the bowling, take the single, give the strike back to Bhanuka, who's the man holding all the cards here for Sri Lanka A.
See, I'll tell you, Dushan Hemanta batting quite late in the order, but he is a more than solid batter. He's got a decent first-class record.
Yeah.
And he is more than capable of supporting Vinod Bhanuka. I'm a bit surprised that he's batting at number 9. I would have actually looked at batting him ahead of Chamika Karunaratne because of his record. But Sri Lanka will have to make sure that this pair bats deep and Bhanuka bats to the end if they have to win. Has to be that way.
Absolutely. With that single, they're now just about 110 runs away from victory. So 110, if you look at it as an absolute number, seems like a lot. But you look at the time left in this match, they've got another 28 odd overs to come after this. That's a lot of time. The only problem is wickets in hand. They've milked the bowling in this over. Denied a single on the last ball. And that will end the over. 4 runs coming off it. It's 143 for 7. Let's take a look at the standings in Group A. Remember, Bangladesh A, with a win today and a big win today over Oman A, where they thrashed them by 8 wickets, have got that net run rate up to a plus 1.73. And Afghanistan, if they were to win today, they would go top of the table by virtue of having 4 points from 2 matches. And therefore, the last match of the group stage that Bangladesh A will play against Afghanistan A would be important not only for Bangladesh, but important for Sri Lanka A as well, who will play their last group match against Oman A and look to win that first to take themselves to 4 points, and then hope that Afghanistan beat Bangladesh A so that both Sri Lanka and Afghanistan make it through.
See, for Sri Lanka, if they lose here, the best solution is for Afghanistan to beat Bangladesh. And then they hope they beat Oman. Then it becomes a very straightforward qualification. But if Bangladesh is able to beat Afghanistan, and then the net run rates will come into play, which means Sri Lanka will need a massive effort, because if they lose here, they're on plus 970 or something like that, that net run rate. It's plus 9, so plus 0.9, I beg your pardon, so it will drop. So when it drops, the catching up will be really tough, so they'll have to win by, say, a net run rate of at least 2, plus 2 against Afghanistan, against Oman.
But all that will come into play if Sri Lanka A lose here today, because Vinod Bhanuka seems to be having other plans, and if he gets support from Hemanta, who's right now on strike, they could very well script the Houdini act here. Sri Lanka A, they could pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Well, they'll be hoping, and this is very good for somebody like Vinod Bhanuka, because he did play for Sri Lanka and then lost his place. That's a wide. Every run will support Sri Lanka. Well, Ibrahim has been impressive. He's got 4 wickets. He had the wicket of Avishka Fernando very early. That stayed down. I thought Avishka was done on the length. Then this was unnecessary. Lasit through Spulle. Again the length, playing back. And then this was Sahanara Chige just guiding it to slip. So 4 very good wickets earlier on. He bowls that in-swinger, he does that quite well, brings it back into the right hander. We haven't really seen him bowl the delivery that holds his line or goes away from the right hander. He's bowled some really good in-swingers.
And he'd be eyeing a 5-wicket haul here, Ibrahim. He's bowled well in that first spell. The second spell is going to be crucial now. He broke the back of the Sri Lankan top order. Now there's a resistance that's there from the lower middle order. Especially if he gets Bhanuka's wicket, then it could very well be game, set and match. Beautifully driven. The reason I'm saying that is there's still so much time left in this game that even if Sri Lanka A score at just 4 runs and over, not take too many risks, not look for a boundary every over, but maybe just rotate the strike, they'll still get there. Yes. The run out could have been avoided.
Dunipelala too was looking really good. This was Shamika that looked out. Well, I don't know whether he's indicating that there was an inside edge, but he definitely looked out. If it wasn't even a feather, it was heading in the direction of the stumps. 145 for 7.
What's happened for Afghanistan as far as their bowling is concerned? Ibrahim's been outstanding. The most successful bowler today, 4 wickets for 38 in his 7 overs. But there's support that's lacking at the other end. Safi, I thought, bowled well in patches, picked up that 1 wicket as well. And Zia Akbar, the left armer, with 1 wicket. I think they're missing a quality wrist spinner here, Afghanistan A, in this lineup. But 108 required from 27 overs. The asking rate is just 4 runs and over. So if they can milk the spinners, they could pretty much get the job done. But what happened at the SSC, you know, the match that was played across the road at the Sinhalese Sports Club, that's where Bangladesh A were up against Oman A. And Bangladesh A making short work of Oman A in that match. Restricted them to just 126 and then chased the target down in under 17 overs. Half century from Tanzid. Sheikh chipping in with an unbeaten 47. A handy knock went on to register a good win. Now, would you want the right-hander on strike for a little longer against the left-arm spinner, just because the ball's turning away?
He will enjoy it because he's looking for the outside edge. He's having a forward short leg. But he's also looking to slow it down. He's looking for some loop. Against the left-hander, I thought he was firing the ball in, bowling a little bit quicker. But against the right-hander, he's searching for some turn. He's hoping that they might pitch in line and find some turn and bounce and find the outside edge. A little bit too full on the leg stump. So what Dushan Hemanta does well is he covers the line, doesn't allow the ball to turn because he gets so close to it. Otherwise, he's playing, in theory, playing across the line because that's a leg break that would be expected to turn across, but he gets very close. Now the slip goes away with the left hand on strike. Field disperses to different parts of the ground.
And Bhanuka's done the right thing. He's just milked the left arm spinner. He's not tried to play too many flashy shots against him. Just get the single. My point is, can Afghanistan A bring an extra fielder in to the 30-yard circle against the right-handed Hemanta and prevent that single? Maybe get that mid-on up.
Well, they certainly can if they want to. It's where they are as far as the mindset is concerned. Just a bit uppish. I would have thought that Afghanistan should really look to try and break this partnership, and the man they should look to aim to do that is Dushan Hemanta, because the left-hander is well set. So yeah, you need to think differently, maybe even a forward short leg, just to create a little bit of anxiety in the mind of the batter.
Won't be a bad idea. Dot ball to end the over. A quiet one from Ashraf. 24 gone, 148 for 7. We've got Group A action unfolding right now. Sri Lanka A taking on Afghanistan A. As that big match of Group B lined up on the 19th of July. That epic rivalry between India and Pakistan. It's Pakistan's A team that go up against India's A side in a day-nighter at the Premadasa. It's well played, but only for a single by Hemanta. You're talking about that epic clash coming up on the 19th. There's just so much to look at when you look at the India A batting lineup. They've got some very talented youngsters in that lineup. Yash Dhol, who's started this tournament with 100 and unbeaten 108 yesterday. Sai Sudarshan's been in good touch. Nick Joe's got an unbeaten knock-in of about 40 odd in that match-winning effort yesterday.
The single. In fact, they want to come back for 2. Couple of runs. Sri Lanka 150, I think. Yes, 151 for 7, which means they're down now to 102 runs. So they're chipping at their target, and they're doing it quite well. And see, this is the danger that Afghanistan faces, because Sri Lanka is scoring runs without being tied down. Say 10 years if they survive, just played behind point, and if this pair could go at 4 runs and over, they get close to 200. So that would make sure that Afghanistan now will have to start thinking, and they'll have to try and do things differently. At that point, you can always play into the hands of the batting side. Nicely played, nice deflection. That read 4, using the pace, using the width. Third man very, very wide. Now the target is under 100. You were talking about double digits. Now it's down to 98.
And that's the key. The fact that you require under 4 runs and over without having taken too many risks. You're just getting about that task. Change of angle from Ibrahim. He came round the wicket, trying to change the angle, maybe attack the stumps a little more, but cleverly using the pace and opening the face of the bat for 4. It's very clever batting by Minod Bhanuka.
Ball's getting softer. The bowlers are not really getting that movement that Ibrahim got earlier on.
Yeah, this is going to be 4 more. Again, working the angle well. The moment he beat the fielder at point, you knew that there were 4 runs for the taking, because the third man from a wide-ish position had moved a little straighter after that previous boundary.
He's hitting boundaries for fun. He's just picking his spots. Pushed one behind point for 2, ran another one down to third man, and this one a punch off the back foot. Well, he's certainly picking his spots. This is really good batting now. He is into his 80s, Minod Bhanuka. The job is only half done. He has a long, long way to go, because now Sri Lanka are needing 94 more runs.
Pulled away. This is played well. It's a fast outfield. Very good effort. Appeal for a run out at the non-strikers end. Get a feeling that Hemanta might have made his ground quite comfortably.
I got the feeling that he was well in.
I think they're asking for a review from the third umpire. Now look at what's happened here. And they've taken the first. I think the man who's pressing for the second. Look at the turn. Hemanta's the one who's running towards the danger end, and he's made his ground. Is there too much bounce on that throw? It was too high above the stumps. By the time the bowler could bring it down to clip the bails off, I think he's made his ground there as Hemanta, albeit the third umpire's decision is pending. The decision will be not out because he made his ground quite clearly. You could see that happening. But your thoughts on that, the second run there, Roshan?
Well, really good running in terms of Dushan Hemanta. But what I would like to see, if he can, is Minod Bhanuka's approach, running that second run. I thought he was rather slow. He was looking at the non-striker. Another single. So 162 for 7, 25 overs gone.
Just 91 required from here. 25 overs remains. The time is not an issue. Number of deliveries left in the innings is not an issue. It's the 3 wickets that Sri Lanka have in hand. That is something that Afghanistan A need to play on. 3 good deliveries, 3 wicket-taking deliveries. That's the story.
Right, let's take a look at this, the running. Now, I want you to keep an eye on Minod Bhanuka, the second run in particular. I mean, look how he ambles. He's even stopping and looking at the non-striker's end. It was Dushan Hemanta who was struggling, or at least rushing. And luckily, the throw had come to the non-striker's end. He was pretty languid.
Little uppish. Well shot there by Minod Bhanuka. He'd like to be a little more careful.
Settle down. He needs to settle down. He played and missed. Just pushed the other one on the bounce. I think Dushan Hemanta needs to have a word to him. Just have a chat. Just tell him to settle down a little bit. Calm down. Singles. Not got a run still. So far it's been good. He's bowled dot balls. But he can afford to play it. He can afford to play dot balls. He should not rush. Should not really look to play a rash stroke or manufacture a shot.
Punch down the ground. He'll get the single now. Ashraf, the last couple of deliveries that he bowled, he pushed them through quicker rather than giving too much air. Those last 2 deliveries that he's bowled. But now Hemanta, 1 ball to go in the over. And they get a slip fielder in to Afghanistan A. Switching the field a bit. Getting a fielder at short fine. Fielder at first slip. And therefore, no short third man. Wide-ish. But they're allowing that single at long on. That's where probably they could get a mid-on. Needs to be within the 30-yard circle to cut that single off. That's what we've been talking about. 26 gone, 164 for 7. Minod Bhanuka, let's take a look at how he's paced his innings. Went hard initially as well, then checked his scoring rate because he realized the wickets had fallen.
See, one thing that he's done well, that he's not curbed his aggressive nature. And the good thing is that he's gone after anything loose. He's respected some good deliveries, but every time there's an opportunity, he's pounced on it. And that's what has got Sri Lanka to 164 for 7, getting close to Afghanistan. And they're also making Afghanistan think now. Now, what the requirement is 89 runs.
Well bowling, Zia.
Zia Akbar's come on in place of Ibrahim. And again, for the right-hander, long on stays back. They don't have mid-on to cut off a single.
That has baffled me a little bit. Why have they, with Dushan Hemanta on strike, why is the long on out on the boundary against the left-arm spinner? Try and force an error. Get mid-on up. Try to get Hemanta to go over the top. That type of delivery with mid-on up can entice him to look for that shot and maybe lure him into a false stroke.
Looking for a single, and they'll get it this time around. Bilal, by the time he can pick the ball up and throw it, Bilal Safi conceding a single. Yeah, that'll also mean that you get 6 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. That's all right. You give the batsman the incentive to try and hit over the top. Running between the wickets for you.
They need to look at dismissing this partnership, and one area or one batter that they're obviously going to target is the right hand against the left-arm spinners. Vinod Bhanuka is quite happy to knock it around, do it in singles, score boundaries. Dushan Hemanta is quite willing to rotate the strike. So what Afghanistan should look to do is be a little bit different, not be predictable with Dushan Hemanta on strike. Just try and think out of the box. Just change your fielders around.
Again, they get another single of the last ball of the over. 27 gone, and it's going to be 166 for 7. 87 runs required, 23 overs remain, so there's loads of time left. The asking rate under 4, in fact it's 3.78. And the current run rate a very healthy 6.15. This partnership that's developed worth 64 between Minod Bhanuka and Dushan Hemanta. The major contributor in that is Bhanuka. He scored at a brisk clip as well. He's looked confident when he's played his shots. He's been very reassured as far as his selection of shots is concerned and the execution as well. Well, Ashraf continuing from the pavilion end. Wonder if Afghanistan are ruining the absence of a quality off spinner that they could have unleashed against Bhanuka.
It's very important that Bhanuka remains composed. We've seen him play a few rash shots in the last 2 overs, attempting shots that he didn't in the past. A little chip that fell in front of short mid-wicket to play and a miss outside the off stump. He's got to be very, very focused because there is still a long, long way to go. 86 runs is a lot of runs in the context of the game.
Wanted to play it late and he's got it fine. Hemanta gets 4. Remember earlier when he was on strike against the left arm spinner, they had a fielder at first slip. Not anymore, and he's used that to get 4.
It's very good. It's very, very good to do that. Again, a risk-free shot. He saw the opportunity, and every run that Dushan Hemanta starts scoring will put Afghanistan under a lot of pressure, because that's the wicket they're aiming for. But they're not backing their bowlers. Now the slip comes in. It's more like closing the stable's door after the horses have bolted. They need to have catching fielders against the right-hander. That's their best hope.
Oh, they'll still give that single. That's the other part we've been talking about. Just allowing Hemanta to rotate the strike.
See, when the mindset of Afghanistan changes from wanting to win to being slightly worried and then getting into that worried situation, there's every chance that they can panic. Now, you could see fumbles are coming into play. I'm not saying it's because of the pressure, but all these things could add up. When they start thinking, when they start worrying, that's where they can actually panic. So the Sri Lankan pair of batters need to make sure that they don't throw this opportunity away, because they've got things under control by the looks of it.
Well ball, well ball.
I remember what started happening in the last 15 overs when Afghanistan were batting. The ball was turning. Same thing's happening now. 28 gone. 173 for 7. Zia Akbar is going to come on from the far end to come on and bowl. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 28. Left arm spin from both ends. The appeal for a leg before. The umpire says not out, and Zia Akbar can't believe it.
Well, the point of impact will be the interesting point. Did it hit him outside the off stump? He was very, very confident, the bowler. Let's see. Was it outside the line? Was it outside the line? Oh, goodness. That's very, very close. That's very, very close indeed. It pitched and turned. Get the feeling that That looked quite good, honestly.
Very, very lucky reprieve there for Minod Bhanuka. Again, question the choice of shot that he wanted to play. Trying to play the reverse against the left arm spinner. What happened on that occasion? Let's take another look at this. The selection of shot here. And what's the point of impact? It just seemed as if the point of impact was just around off stump. Above the knee roll, albeit.
See, the point of impact appeared to be in front of the stumps because it pitched outside the off stump and turned back. He was attempting the shot and it struck the pad in the process when it was turning back. So that's where the point of impact is. But you win some, you lose some.
Well, turning down of that appeal might just cost Afghanistan the match because Bhanuka is the one who's leading this fight back.
Cricket is a great leveler. You have your good days, you have your bad days. You take both.
Off the inside edge for a single, which means with that single he'll retain strike. Will Hemanta, 29 gone, 175 for 7.
At 29 gone, 175 for 7. Sri Lanka fighting back with Dushan Hemant and Minod Bhanuka. Huge appeal. Is it pad first? Is it pad first? Umpire was not interested. Bowler Ashraf was very confident. And Minod Bhanuka at the non-strikers end just letting Dushan Hemant know to use the straight bat instead of the horizontal.
Came in. That was pad and bat. So 2 reprieves in 2 overs. Luck finally favoring Sri Lanka. In the long run, everything evens out. But oh, this could have gone anywhere. Afghanistan players now getting a bit edgy.
That looked plump for me. Now, to be honest here, it's not this, the previous one. Sharafuddin Ashraf was very, very unlucky. Umpire Buddhi Pradhan ruled against Sharafuddin Ashraf, but Dushan Hemanta's heart would have been his mouth when this hit the pad first.
Oh, that was hitting middle of middle. But anyway, you live and survive, and then sometimes luck favors you. But things are happening. I think this will put worry in the mind of Bhanuka, because he knows that Hemanta has been given a reprieve twice in 2 overs. This is a very crucial period of time. It looks from where they were, they've done very well, but there's still a long way to go. 77 runs still required. The run rate required is not the issue at all. It's below 4. It's how to survive for the next 5 or 10 overs.
2 close calls in 2 overs. Minod Bhanuka, the previous over, attempting a reverse sweep, but a very close call went against the bowler. And this over, Dushan Hemant again, very, very lucky to be remained out there.
Wonderful artistic batting. Another boundary for Bhanuka. He is milking this attack. He is taking his team closer to a very improbable victory, if ever that happens. End of 30th over is 180 for 7. These are the little things in a match that actually you think back. Where did we go wrong? Nicely bowled. Akbar has bowled 6 overs already. He's picked up 1 wicket. He's trying to toss it up, trying to tempt Hemanta. Here you go. That's what he was trying to go. Just tempting, keeping a slip. Hemanta feels that probably he has to break the shackles.
Good bowling, Zia.
Two more runs in the kitty. Afghanistan A looking a bit panicky out there in the middle. They know that the cookie has crumbled. Slowly the wheels have turned in this game and they are on even keel now. 71 runs required. It's a long way still, but at one point they were really up against this when they had lost 7 wickets.
Action-packed 31 overs, 182 for 7.
Salima.
Banu got 93 of 82 deliveries, fighting back for Sri Lanka along with Dushan Hemanta, who's on 21 of 40 deliveries. Oh, couple of feet either side of the car point fielder would have been another boundary.
Well, Afghanistani captain just now looking around, seeing who is the player who can give them the breakthrough. Akbari has been brought in. Left armour didn't do much with the bat today. Was the hero of the victory in the first game. But 81 runs this pair have added. Remarkable. What a recovery. And I'm just wondering why Karuna Rathre came in before Hemanta to bat. He looks much sorted. Looks like a proper batsman. So Bhanuka has found an ideal foil in Hemanta.
No, absolutely. I think he's been very sensible. He's been really good defensively. And when the opportunity arises to be attacking, he has done it perfectly. Afghanistan captain is bringing in the changes. He's desperate for wickets. One thing is for sure, this game might not go to 50 overs. And this time a vacant mid-wicket area, and it takes the aerial route and brings up another bound for Sri Lanka. It's brilliant batting by Dushan Hemanta.
Well, Hemanta knows that there's not much turn in Akbari's hand. He was targeting that area. As soon as he saw that ball was middle and leg and knows that there's nobody manning the boundary deep mid-wicket, it was a safe shot. Just had to cross the short mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, good option taken. Was vacant, and all of a sudden the 30-yard circle the mid-wicket drops into. He was there to cut off the single. It's good batting. Very good batting. Looks very well sorted. As I mentioned, he is no mug with the bat. Decent first-class career, and he's showing it why he's good.
One thing is for sure, Maroof, that they cannot be thinking that they can defend this total. They have to get them out to win. The required run rate is around 3.67. End of 32, it's 187 for 7. Well, tomorrow's a rest day for all the teams. Just recuperate, regroup, re-strategize, and then come back again to commence this tournament. Day after tomorrow, 17th of July, 2 games. Pakistan A and India A teams are back in action against UAE A and Nepal, respectively.
Both those teams, India and Pakistan, had comprehensive wins yesterday. At the moment, Sri Lanka is fighting hard to make it 2 out of 2 in Sri Lanka, or is it going to be Afghanistan? At the moment, it's been a roller coaster ride for both the teams. Afghanistan started really well, picked up wickets with the new ball through the middle overs, and now all of a sudden they find it really hard to break this partnership.
Ashraf will continue. He's bowled 5 good over, good tight overs, but hasn't picked up a wicket yet. He's bowled well.
Sensible batting by Minod Bhanuka, who's closing in on his century of 86 deliveries. Man in form, got a half century in the last game as well. What a knock so far it's been by Dushan Hemantha. Brilliant.
Now's the time. I think left arm spinner bowling, Hemantha in place. The captain has to be more proactive now. Think of this as a chance. Hemantha is the guy to get. Easy single given once again. Sensible batting, wonderful.
Well, I was trying to make a point that this game won't last for 50 overs. Either it's going to be Sri Lanka knocking off the runs before 50 overs, or Afghanistan taking those 3 wickets. This is where the captain, who is brave, is going to be the outcomer with flying colours. I think it's all about being a bit proactive than reactive. There you go. This is not acceptable at this level. Silly mistakes and gifting another single for Minod Bhanuka.
It's funny what pressure can do to you. Nerves, clearly. They thought the match was in the bag when they got the 7th wicket. The score was 102. And no way they thought that Sri Lanka can actually make a fight back of this. But no amount of praise is enough for Minod Bhanuka. The way he's just stood there. He's taken his chances. He's been lucky with a couple of close calls. But this is what cricket is all about. You have to survive.
Oh, beautifully bowled. What did he take? Outside edge of the pad, whatever it is. Sri Lanka don't mind. Another boundary. Bring the score to 194 for 7 after 33. That was outside edge. Found the gap perfectly. The slip fielder was quite wide for a first slip. Sharafuddin Ashraf, how unlucky he's been. Unlucky, Afghanistan.
Fortune favors the brave. Inching closer to this amazing victory, if that happens. Still 59 runs away.
The top order was blown away by Mohammad Ibrahim with his pace and swing and seam. And there was a slight partnership between Bhanuka and Bandara that was broken with a run out of Bandara. Well, Lalage batted well for his 21, was caught behind Karunaratne FW. And then it was Dushan Hemantha and Minod Bhanuka so far has put out 92 of 98 deliveries. River Suit attempted again but couldn't find the gap. That's a good option. I think that's a good option. It's with a short third man bit square, if anything finer, it's another boundary.
Then you'll have to take a bit of risk. At this point, I think Bhanuka has got this little window, and again a poor delivery. Punched hard. Akbari cannot stop this juggernaut, and third list 100 for Minod Bhanuka. What an innings.
Take a bow, Minod Bhanuka. under pressure, opened the batting, saw wickets tumbling from the other end, kept his cool, kept his calmness, and brings up the third list A 100. Jubilation around the crowd, but he knows job is not done yet.
Yes, still a long way to go. He has to forget about his personal landmark because it's a team sport. Even if it's 100, if he doesn't win the game, will go waste. Nobody will remember it.
Making him come back to the big scene, have been dropped in the national setup for a while. And he has answered his critics and grabbed the opportunity with both hands. Remember, 50 in the first game against Bangladesh at SSC, batting at number 3. And again, batting at number 3 in this game. A fighting 100.
Well done, Zubair. Chapa bowling,
Last roll of the dice
come on.
by the skipper. We can see maybe Ibrahim coming back. He's bowled 8 overs and there's no point keeping him back for the end. Bring his main destroyer-in-chief back in the attack. He's taken 4 wickets. He was expensive in the second spell, but sometimes a player has got his day. So he'll find a way to again put his team back where it was before.
Afghanistan will believe it will only take 3 good deliveries to get 3 wickets, and Sri Lanka from nowhere, from ashes, comes back into the game with a 97-run partnership of 103. They be thinking, these 2 batters in the middle be thinking, every 10 runs, small targets, win those battles, you'll be victorious. And sensible batting like that will make sure that the Sri Lankan dressing room will be calm. 34th over finish, Sri Lanka brings up the 200 for 7.
So this is how they compare the teams. The first 50s was in 44 deliveries and the fourth one is 58. It doesn't really matter balls per 50 what Sri Lanka has taken. First 50 was very quick, but the wickets were tumbling from both ends. Second 50, identical 51 deliveries each. And fourth one, thanks to Hemanta, has been achieved, but albeit 58 deliveries have been taken for it.
A great counter-attacking partnership so far by the leg spinner Dushan Hemanta and Minod Banuka, who's practically have had his pads right throughout. Kept the 50 overs and then been there in the second delivery, and he's been carrying it and carrying the burden in his shoulders by himself.
Must be a tired man. Well played.
Definitely energy sapping weather out there. The conditions have been right throughout this tournament. And then the third day in the air, short mid-wicket fielder takes it, and Dushan Hemanta perishes trying to go for a big one over mid-wicket, and the frustration from Minod Banuka. Was that shot necessary? Sri Lanka was going so nicely.
Harakiri, moment of madness. We were just praising Hemanta's composure, and Bhanuka is disappointed. He's thrown his head down, but no, he knows that his job is not over. Now he has to farm the strike, and the Afghanistan team will feel that they have inched their way closer. There's a period of time where they couldn't do anything. Suddenly that period has passed over, and there's still 53 runs to go, which is a long, long way away.
Nevertheless, a fighting knock by Dushan Hemanta throws it away of 31 of 53 deliveries. Sri Lanka A, 200 for 8. Lairu Samarakone, the new man for Sri Lanka. He can use the long handle as well. Be under pressure. The situation demands some sensible batting and support Vinod Bhanuka, who has been literally been there from the start. Sarfdin Ashraf breaking that brilliant partnership. Good start there, very good start. Middle of the bat. That will give plenty of confidence to the young man, and he's here because Dushan Hemantha was perished for a big shot.
Oh, look at those dark clouds, you know, it's ominous. This rain is not been predicted, but you never know in Sri Lanka. Samarakone negotiated that delivery. 4 deliveries gone, and now can they keep Bhanuka at that end?
The plea from both the teams would be to rain, go away. Exciting game. And definitely deserves exciting finish. 52 of 92 balls. He's not going to go for the 50th though, as we said.
Can't be both the teams expecting rain. We have to see the equation. Which team is ahead? Afghanistan won't mind rain coming. Oh! Just top of that next stump. Cannot be given a wide. Bhanuka is trying to get away. Take the single. I think one play should come in. Tempt Bhanuka to go over the top or try and take a single.
Close call here. Very, very close. As you don't see much activity from the groundsman, it gives me a message that the rain is not imminent.
Obviously, they know more than you, Maruf. And then Bhanuka, meanwhile, has taken the strike for the next over. End of 35 is 202 for 8. Wonderful bowling by Ashraf. So finally taken that wicket, big wicket. Hemantha couldn't control, finally trying to target the deep mid-wicket area, bowling out. 51 runs in 90 balls. Plenty of time, but only 2 wickets in hand.
Vinod Bhanuka has been superb today. Half centurion in the first game against Bangladesh at SSC. Today at his home ground at CCC. Has notched up a brilliant 100. Only the 3rd list A century for Vinod Bhanuka. That too under these circumstances, under pressure. Delivery for his country. Change of bowling from the far end. Mohammad Salim into the attack and treats with a boundary in front of square.
What a shot. First delivery of Safi, treated with disdain. Just short of good length. Now the ball is old. He has to watch it. This was a half tracker. Deserved that treatment.
Absolutely, it was a drag downer. You cannot bowl any warm-up deliveries in this situation, being a fast bowler. It's a good shot, drag down. Length was not that short, to be honest, but batsman who has been in for such a long time, he's going to pick the length very soon. Shot again, but this time finds the fielder at long on. What are the tactics going to be against Lairu Samarakone? Will he be attacked? Will he be given a little of license just to get the single?
I think he should brought on Ibrahim. This was the wicket. Finally, this one was just gently tossed up. There was a deep square leg, but Hemantha was targeting deep mid-wicket. Look at that. Akbari is ecstatic.
Oh, going across. That ball would be tempting for the fast bowler and the captain to have a slip fielder, maybe. I would be very, very tempted to have mid-wicket across to the slip area.
But I would rather bowl full a number 10 batsman. On a pitch like this, when you know he's not going to come way forward, and you've seen that the odd ball keeps slow, you just tend to bowl full up.
Full up in the back of the length, not the Yorker length, you mean to say. Yeah, absolutely. Lairu Samarakone. Oh, going across again. Will this delivery attempt the captain second slip.
No, too good for a number 10. That's the problem. You should not bowl Jaffa as a number 10. He should be able to connect. Vinod is giving some kind of coaching there. Just leave the ball going outside off stump. It's easier said than done for a tail-ender.
There's no mug with the bat, Lairu Samarakon. He can use a long handle, but the situation demands for him to play a careful innings, give the support to Vinod Bhanuka. I think the Afghan skipper heard me. Short mid-wicket fielder moved across to second slip. Well, Afghanistan will be lucky for the third time.
Well, the coaching is working. Wonderful. Bhanuka has found a disciple. The long handle is not required. It's the short handle. Just to stick around there.
Saw Vinod Bhanuka taking a huge breath and letting it go. He's under pressure being in the non-strikers and he's a top run getter in this series so far. Half century two days ago, 100 today, 164 runs at the right rate of 110 almost. Brilliant.
Well played, well done. End of 36 overs is 207 for 8.
Look at the partnerships that have happened in this innings for Sri Lanka. 35-run stand between Bhanuka and Bandara. He's been the common denominator. Comes down the track, smacks this down the ground for 4. A welcome boundary by Vinod Bhanuka. And now just 42 runs adrift are Sri Lanka A from winning this match.
Now the role of Lahiru is very, very important here. Samarakon. Now with Dushan Hemanta batting, there was always some rhythm at both ends. Hemanta knocking the ball into gaps, singles being taken. But Lahiru Samarakon, on the other hand, has been struggling a bit. He hasn't been confident. So that's a wide. So Vinod Bhanuka will have to get moving. From a Sri Lankan point of view, I'm hoping that he wouldn't be taking undue risks.
Well, he doesn't need to. Doesn't need to, because you look at Samarakon, who's at the non-strikers end. He's got 4 half-centuries in List A cricket and an average of over 21.
See, I take nothing away from his batting, but he's someone who's a striker. He likes to go after the bowling. The circumstances, the situation is different.
But for the moment, I think Bhanuka would be saying, I'll control it from here. I've held this innings together on 111. Now make that 112 with the single that he's taken. It's been absolutely magnificent.
I'll be very keen to see whether Lahiru Samarakon could do it in singles. See, he's known to be a striker of the ball, known to hit the ball hard and long, but these circumstances, this situation doesn't demand an innings like this. The innings that is being demanded of him is to support the non-striker, which is Vinod Bhanuka. Can he do that?
That's exactly what he's doing for now. Samarakon is not trying to be the aggressor, just rotating the strike, taking a single. Just a point here, you know, we've seen the sun play hide and seek behind the clouds over the last about hour or so, where the light has changed drastically. You know, the times when the sun has been shining bright, at times it's gone a little muggy. That can get difficult for a batsman to adjust to the changing light.
4 runs. That's a boundary. That is a boundary. These are useful runs. Now Minod Bhanuka will look to try and pounce on anything loose. It's down to 35 runs. They'll be hoping get it down to about 20, then get it down to 10. They'll be making, they'll be setting themselves little targets.
Just dragged that ball down to a half tracker there. And that was pounced upon by Minod Bhanuka. Ashraf has been hit for 2 fours in this over. And that's going to be wides, and 5 more runs will get added on to the total.
And not helping Afghan's cause. Now that target is down to what, 35 runs? 30 runs. So they're inching closer. Now is the time where the Afghan captain needs to take things under control. He can't afford to panic. He needs to start thinking on his feet here. So far runs have started to leak.
17 wides. That's going to come back to hurt them. 3 no balls thrown in for good measure as well.
There are quite a few extras. 224 for 8, 37 gone.
"17 runs of that previous over from Ashraf. Very expensive one at that. Now Sri Lanka A 224 for 8. Just 29 required from here. What a fantastic fight back this has been from Minod Bhanuka. Top scorer in this tournament, in this edition now. Salim starts off with a wide. And he's asking the question of the umpire whether that was a harsh call on him.
Minod Bhanuka, what an innings. It's been a dream innings for him. He's played some delightful shots from the word go. He was middling the ball. Timing was perfect. Got his gaps. Very, very strong square of the wicket. And punched and punished every loose delivery. Yes, is the call, and they'll get a single again, another fumble. I think the Afghan fielding has left a little bit to be desired towards the end. They've been under, it could be pressure, where they're not really fielding the ball cleanly. We've seen a lot of fumbles on the field.
And now that pressure is beginning to show. A couple of points that we talked about earlier about field placements when the pressure could have been applied when they were about 100 runs or more adrift was Sri Lanka A at one point of time. And that's why they say it's never over till it's over.
This is good thinking by the seamers. We see seam up and also the cross seam, looking to get that ball to skid on. And they're trying everything. Now this is sensible by Lahiru Samarakon, where he's just looking to rotate the strike. He's looking to try and get Bhanuka on strike, get off strike. That's the plan.
He's done that with that single that he's taken. Now look at that. He's holding the ball cross seam, so that gives him a little more control as well. But the line was wrong. A couple of things. If it hits the seam, you might get extra bounce. If it hits the leather, might just skid on a little more.
Yeah, they try and use a cross seam to create some uncertainty. I certainly know that the cross seam sometimes skids on a bit. There are certain surfaces where you'll find the ball just also bouncing. I mean, bowlers use the cross seam more frequently these days. A lot of chatter about now Lahiru Samarakon back on strike. 25 runs needed. He needs to get off strike. 3 more deliveries. That's from a Sri Lankan point of view, I'm saying.
High full toss. I think he was looking to bowl it full to get some bit of reverse going because he was holding the ball seam up. didn't work out for him. And you look at what's happened in this over. 4 singles off the bat and a wide thrown in as well.
Wondering whether he was attempting a Yorker that went wrong. Still, Sri Lanka won't complain. Samarakon is off strike. The requirement is now down to 24. Now they got a run almost of every ball. They got 5 runs so far.
Go back about 20 overs. In 17 overs, Sri Lanka A were 102 for 7. Oh, could this be a game-changing moment? It will be. It's a catch that's been taken. And a big wicket. Big wicket that's gone down. Minod Bhanuka done all the hard work. He'd scored 100 as well. Kept Sri Lanka in the hunt. And then, is that the anticlimax?
What a shame. I say what a shame from Minod Bhanuka's point of view. He was looking to finish the game off. Yeah, he got a bit more height than distance. He was aiming to try and clear the boundary. I wonder whether the ball really came on to him. So there wasn't enough pace maybe on the ball, but he is delighted. He is delighted. Good catch under pressure because he knows that it depended. He was out for 119. What an innings from Minod Bhanuka. Take a bow, young man. 229 for 9.
Safi finally getting that big wicket, the big wicket of Minod Bhanuka, caught by Bayur Shah. And what that's done is now it's given Afghanistan a chance to take that final wicket and win this match. And if they do, temporarily, they will go top of the table in Group A, ahead of Bangladesh A as well. And they'll be the only team that'll have 4 points to their name. Now, Binura Fernando, he did the job with the ball. Can he now hang in there with the bat? 24 runs required. Can this final wicket partnership stitch together these 24 runs?
Yorker on the leg stump. That's what I was thinking. Rambo. I wouldn't say the rest, but it's called Rambo because of his headband. End of the over. 229 for 9.
What an eventful over. The previous one from Safi started off with a delivery that was called wide, which he wasn't very happy with. Then a couple, 4 singles, then gets that big wicket. But look at that batting card for Sri Lanka. A 100 for Bhanuka. Minod Bhanuka adding his name to the list of centurions that we've seen in this tournament, in this edition of 2023. And becomes the second Sri Lankan to have gotten 100 in this tournament, in this edition. Avishka Fernando got 133 in the first match. Now 119 for Minod Bhanuka. But now, Afghanistan A sniffing a chance here. Just 1 wicket stands between them and a win. Zia Akbar starting off his 8th over. What's the thought process here? Samarakun so far content to play second fiddle when Bhanuka was there. Now turns aggressor. Is lofted that high and handsome, and that's gone into the motley crowd that's gathered on the sidelines. He's known for this big hitting, and he's drawn a cheer from the crowd.
Zia Akbar was bowling from the media box end, and the mid-wicket boundary to the left hand was inviting. And Larry Samarakon, we are not strangers for him to see those big sixers, and it's almost hit the building beside it. It's a massive six. Doing the right thing. I think this should be the Sri Lankan tactics. Target the short boundary, play to his strength, which is to hit big.
He's given something to Zia Akbar to think about. Where does he bowl now? The first delivery was a dot ball. Now the next one's been creamed for 6. Boundary riders on the leg side, 3 of them. He's using his feet. He's using his feet. Remember, you're only allowed 4 boundary riders till the time you hit the 40th over mark. And I think that'd be advantage that Samarakund would want to take of that.
Standing outside the off stump as well. Another 6. This is good batting, calculated, turning. The ball is turning back into the left-hander. Good option taken, and Lairu Samarakund pumps it for a maximum.
It's just as if letting the camp know, what's the big deal? You needed 24. I've got 12 of them in 2 hits. Another 2, and we're home and dry.
We warned you, Raman. We warned you. This boy can conquer ball. Take a look at that for a maximum over long on. Before the ball was even delivered, he was outside the off stump. It's quite imminent that he was going to target the mid-wicket long on boundary. What a game we have witnessed today. It's been top cities, and it's been a roller coaster for both the teams. Now Sri Lanka's noses are in front.
2 deliveries remain in this over. Well, Sri Lanka A are just 2 hits away from a win. A change of angle now. Change of angle. Zia Akbar chooses to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, and that swung away as well. In the air and straight into the hands of the fielder. Would you believe it? It's an anti-climax. But that is the end of Sri Lanka A's innings. And Zia Akbar has clinched that final wicket that needed to be taken. Catch taken in the deep by Safi. And it's heartbreak for Sri Lanka A. So close, yet so far. They lose by 11 runs here.
And definitely heartbreaker for Sri Lanka. So close, so far yet. Trying to go for the 3rd maximum of the over. Lairu Samarakund. Questions could be asked whether he had to do that. But in the end, decision was taken and he took it. It was short, but probably came to him pretty quickly than he expected and could not time it. And under pressure, a big fast bowler at deep square leg grabs it. And in the end, Afghanistan A winning by 11 runs and a steady foot in the semi-final berth coming soon.
Well, it's a heart-wrenching loss for Sri Lanka A. They were tottering at one stage. They'd lost half the side with just 66 on the board. They were 102 for 7. Had a great knock from Minod Bhanuka. Scored 119 to keep them in the hunt. In the end, the fall of his wicket proved to be the turning point. Samarakund flattered to deceive. Got 16 of 14. But went for another big hit. Unfortunately, bowling out in the deep to Safi. Afghanistan A make it 2 out of 2 here at the SEC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023.
What a game. What a game. Halfway mark was closely contested. The first 5, after first 5 wicket of Sri Lanka, almost down and out. And the partnerships between Ashwin Bandara, Minod Bhanuka, and then Minod Bhanuka, Dunit Vellalage, and then Minod Bhanuka and Dushan Hemant has brought them so close, but so far yet nothing much to speak about in the top part except that brilliant knock by Minod Bhanuka of 119 of 103, able supported by Bandara, Vellalage, and that brilliant knock by Dushan Hemant, and in the end faltering for 241 in 38.5 overs.
Just one batter in the top 5 getting into double digits, and not just double but triple digits, remember. That was Bhanuka. But look at the bowling card there. Ibrahim wreaked havoc early on in his first spell. Picking up those 4 wickets was absolutely magnificent. And that is what put Sri Lanka A on the back foot. A couple of wickets for Shafi and Akbar as well. 1 wicket for Ashraf. In the end, Afghanistan A holding up the Sri Lanka A innings 241. But what a fantastic bowling effort by Ibrahim early on. The first 5 overs were absolutely spot on.
The very first ball, Avishka Fernando was trapped in front by Mohammad Ibrahim. Close call, umpire ruling that out. And Lasit Cruz-Puller trying to be aggressive. Been bowled, clean bowled, and that was passing to Surya Bandar. It was pumped in front again by Mohammad Ibrahim, and Sana Rachige snapped up at the gully area with a brilliant delivery. He was superb with the new ball today.
And then came the fight back from Sri Lanka thanks to Minod Bhanuka, who made a magnificent 119 of 103 deliveries. Great counter-attacking cricket, played his shots, had a strike rate of over 100 in that innings when he got to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, he was superb, wasn't he? That's the best I've seen him bat for a very long time. Almost brought the Sri Lankan team so close and bring up the third List 100 in his career. Talk about bagging the opportunities. He's the one. This was the big moment of the game. Minod Bhanuka trying to go for the second maximum of his innings and easily caught at deep square leg. That was the game changer after the partnership between Dushane Mantha and Minod Bhanuka.
Safi having a role to play in 2 key moments, taking the wicket of Minod Bhanuka and taking the catch to dismiss Samarakun as well. That's the match summary for you for match number 6. Afghanistan A were put into bat, remember, made 252 for 9 thanks to Riaz Hassan's 82 and Ali's 34. Sri Lanka A in response putting up for 241. And Afghanistan win this, in fact they're 18 on and win this match by 11 runs. We take a short break and come back with the post-match presentation.
I need a mic. Yeah, sound, yeah. Yeah, Tex, now the man of the match wants me to interview him in Sinhalese. You sure? No problem? Yeah. So I will do a translation in English. Is that okay? No, we don't need a translator. I can translate it into English. Yeah. Yeah? Is that okay? Okay, fine. Huh? Yeah. No, a player of the match, no, he comes to me and then comes to you. So, Sinhala English. Sinhala. Hari India tamana. Aparadya. හැබැයි ඉඩ නෑනේ කොහොමද ඉන්ටර්විව් කරන්නේ ඉඩ නෑනේ okay so so you're coming to me direct and I'm so you're first going to the com box yeah okay fine waiting for the Afghan captain still. You can't hear me. Where is the sound guy? Hello. Yeah. Yeah, we are ready. Yeah. Yeah. Give me a cue.
We've had a fantastic, engrossing match. Match number 6 of the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup 2023. Afghanistan were put into bat. 252 for 9 is what they put on the board. Sri Lanka chasing the target despite that 100 from Minod Bhanuka, who got 119. They fell short by 11 runs, and a memorable win for Afghanistan A in a roller coaster of a ride here. Let's go down now to Roshan Abhay Singh for the post-match presentation ceremony.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation. Let me start off by congratulating both teams for some outstanding cricket and eventually Afghanistan winning a tight game by 11 runs. It's the ACC Men's Emerging Teams Asia Cup post-match presentation. We are privileged to have Mr. Bandula Dissanayaka, the Executive Committee member and Chairman of the Umpires Committee of Sri Lanka Cricket. Welcome, Mr. Dissanayaka. And let's start off with the man of the match. Well, there were a few wonderful performances from players from both sides, but unfortunately, Sri Lanka losing. But yet, the man of the match was a man who fought really hard for Sri Lanka. He made a fine 119 of 103 balls, his third list day 100, and it is Minod Bhanuka. Minod, talk to me first. So I'm going to talk to Minod in Sinhalese and I'll try and translate it to English. Minod, ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම ඔබේ ශතකය ගැන මොකද හිතන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම මේ ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. නිහතමානීව සතුටු වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ චුටි දුකක් තියෙනවා. මොකද තරඟේ ඒ තරම් දුරක් ගෙනල්ලා මේ ඉවර කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච එකට. ඉතින් ඒනට ගොඩක් සතුටුයි.
102කට කඩලු 7යි. ඉන් අනතුරු ඔබගේ සම්බන්ධතාවයක් තිබුණා. අවසානයේ දුෂාන් හේමන්තගේ කඩුල්ලද තීරණාත්මක කඩුල්ල වුණේ?
හෙමත් කියන්න බෑ. මොකද අපි දෙන්න එතන පොඩි පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් දැම්මා. අපි ඊට පස්සේ මායි ලහිරු සමරකෝණුයි එකතු වෙලා තවත් පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් දැම්මා. අපි ගොඩක් මේ try කරේ චුට්ට ලකුණු 10 10 චුට්ට ලං කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒක අවාසනාවන්ත විදිහට මේ ඉදිරිය විසඳුණා.
තන තීරුව ගැන මොකද හිතන්නේ?
තන තීරුව කිව්වොත් චුට්ටක් කැපෙනවා ස්ලෝ. ඉතින් චුට්ටයි ඊට සෙට් වුණා. පොඩ්ඩක් ඒ කියන්නේ ගියපු ගමන් එහෙම ගහන්න බෑ. ටිකක් එන්න ඊට හැන්දෑවෙන් විකට් පොඩ්ඩක් සෙට් වුණා.
Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke to him about his innings. He was pleased with the way he batted. Then also, he did speak about his plans when I asked him about the partnership. And then eventually the plan was to try and bat on with Lahiru Samarakone. And he felt that it was a good surface. It started to turn, but it's pretty unfortunate and unhappy that Sri Lanka lost the game. That's the man of the match, Minod Bhanuka. And now let me talk to Dunith Welalage, the Sri Lanka captain. Dunith, bad luck. Do you think the toss was a reason for this match, or was it bad batting?
No, we gave a good comeback. Especially Minod Bhanuka batted really well, and Dushan Hemant and Minod Bhanuka, they were good fight. So unfortunately we lost, but we have another game, so we want to good comeback.
So you think 253 was gettable on this pitch?
Yeah, definitely, because we have good batting lineup. So yeah.
Now the first 4 wickets went down quite cheaply, 7 wickets for 100 runs. Is that a worry for you?
Especially Afghan bowlers bowl really well. So we have another match, so we want to give a good fight.
Now the group is open. You lost a game, Afghanistan has won 2, Bangladesh have just won. Does that give you pressure?
No, we have good experience side. So I trust my team. So let's see.
All right. Bad luck today, all the best.
Thank you.
That's the Sri Lankan captain. And now let me talk to the winning captain, Shahid Kamal, the captain of Afghanistan. You're going to use an interpreter or you're going to talk in English? Yeah, come. Right, okay. All right. Come. Congratulations. First and foremost, tell us about this victory. It was very, very close for you guys.
مننه لمړی خو ټولو هیوادوالو ته مبارکي وایم واقعیت چې ډېر زبردست میچ و هلکانو ډېر ښه بیټینګ وکړو نور علي ریاض حسن او آوټسټینډینګ بالینګ ابراهیم عبدالرحیمزي وکړو ماشاءالله ټول ټیم ایفرټ و نو ځکه دغه میچ موږ وګټو
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. First, I'd like to congratulate all nation back home, congratulate all the teams. The way boys batted very well, Noor Ali, Riyaz Hassan, they played exceptionally cricket, very good cricket, and it was a nail-biter game, and Sri Lankan batsman Minut played very well. And at the second innings, bowlers played excellent, brilliantly. The way we started the bowling, Ibrahim was superb, just taking early wicket. And at the end, we didn't lose our nerves and just got the victory, and I'm very happy for that.
You think 253 was a winning score for you guys, or you felt you were short of runs?
نه دغه رنز چې و یو دېرش څلوېښت رنز شاټ و نو هغه زموږ هلکانو یو زبردست بالینګ وکړو نو هغه اورال ټول د ټیم ایفرټ و چې وکټري زموږ په نصیب شو
Maybe we were 30-40 runs short from that target. The way boys bowled brilliantly and the way they have given the wicket, it was all team effort, and we are very happy for this victory.
Were you worried when that 8-wicket partnership was going on between Dushan Hemanta and Bhanuka? What was going through your mind? Did you feel like it was going away from you?
او بالکل خو موږ مقصد هم دا و چې دوی دغه یوه ویکټه ده نو د دوی ټیم هغه لیفټي بیټسمین ډېر ښه بیټینګ وکړو 100 یې وکړو نو زما بار بار خپلو بلرانو ته وایي چې همدا ویکټه چې واخلو انشاءالله میچ زموږ طرف ته دی خو ماشاءالله د ټیم ګټلو کې ټولو هلکانو ایفرټ و زبردست و دوی
Yeah, we were looking just for the wicket of Benut. He just batted brilliantly, so we didn't lose our nerves, and just at the end we crossed the line and have a victory.
All right, very well done. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our presentation. Let's go back upstairs.
Well, so what has this win done for Afghanistan A? The fact that they've gone top of the table with this win today. 4 points. They've got an all-win record so far of Afghanistan A, having beaten Oman A earlier. Now today they get the better of Sri Lanka A. But now the remaining matches of this Group A become very interesting, because Bangladesh have a chance as well to sneak into the top 2 and make it through to the semi-finals. Tomorrow, remember, is a rest day, but match action resumes day after. That is the 17th of July, where we've got the Group B teams in action. Remember, there will be India A who will be in action, as too will Pakistan A, but they won't be clashing against each other on the 17th. For that clash, you'll have to wait till the 19th, because on the 17th, what you've got is Pakistan A coming up against UAE's A side. That's going to be at the Pisara Oval. It's a day game for Pakistan A, remember. Meanwhile, it's a day-night encounter for the India A team as they go up against Nepal at the Premadasa Stadium. So that starts at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So we'll be back with you day after with live match action. But for now, after that engrossing encounter that Afghanistan have just won by 11 runs, the A side, it's time for us to take your leave.